coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football, and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, oh, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're off. It's on a BetMGM Network. And be with us on I don't even know what day it is. Tuesday? It's Tuesday. We were up late for Monday Night Football. It'll do those things to you. Coming up, we'll talk about both games that we saw, find out how the Colts feel about their owner wearing a headset and taking notes on the sideline. Then we'll check the pulse of the Chiefs as we bring in Bob Fesco from 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City. Chelsea, good morning. How you doing?
So I got my 5-year-old underwear that has the days of the week so she can remember what day of the week is. Would you like me to purchase you some?
Me? Yeah, I might.
What day is it? Oh, it's Tuesday.
Do they have them in my size? I could use that. Sometimes I wake up and I get ready for the show and I'm ready to go and I amp myself up and then I'm like, I don't know what day it is. I completely lost track. But it's Tuesday. And then I glanced at the rundown. I was like, oh, yeah, Monday Night Football last night. But when you're waking up in the middle of the night, sometimes that happens. But you know what? If you see those underwear in my size, let me know and I'll Venmo you.
Was that a thing for little boys? Because, I think it was a thing for, little girls. Because I had these underwear growing up where it had, the days of the week. And you're like, oh, today's Monday. It's time to change underwear because it's Tuesday. Was that a thing for little boys? Which now I feel myself asking about little boys' underwear. I'm like, maybe not where we should start the show.
My honest answer is I don't know. I know of what you speak. I don't remember that being a thing when I was a kid, but also I was sheltered from a billion different things because I grew up in the Bible Belt in the middle of nowhere. So maybe this was a thing in the big city. I don't know. But I know what you're talking. I mean, it is in the big city. Yeah, they wear their days on their underwear in the big city. I don't know. They always know what day it is. But maybe one day I'll go back in time and do that. For now, I'm going to try and do it on my own and be a real adult.
Yeah, adulting is hard. But to be fair, it was Monday, 5 hours ago, 6 hours ago on Eastern time. So it wasn't that long ago. It is very early.
Oh, it is. Did you stay up late to watch Monday Night Football last night? The late game? The entire thing? No, you didn't. I didn't either.
I didn't even stay up to watch the start. What are we doing starting these games at 10 Eastern? Who are these games for? Women of the night? Drug dealers? People are doing God knows what in the middle of the night? Come on, Roger Goodell. We can't stay up that late. 10 Eastern is ridiculous. And I saw this debate all night long on social media where people picked their side. They said, oh, we shouldn't have Monday Night Football games overlap so we can have all of our attention on one game. That's perfect. I said, no, we need them going both at the same time so we can have the double box on YouTube TV. And so we can go to bed at a decent hour. Because, we have technology now. You can have multiple screens. So I think that would be my vote, is start them both at the same time.
I just want one game. Remember? Just one game.
It's a good option.
Fine. It's a great option. Mm-hmm. One game. We look forward to it. We all watch it. And we're in bed before midnight. Why muck up something that has been successful and great for a long time? Which we're going to talk about this later on in the show. But one thing we did not muck up last night, our best bets, Chelsea.
Best bet for me was a winner, but my other bet did not win. So 1-1 night for me. Best bet of the night for me was Keenan Allen of the Chargers, 50-plus yards receiving. He finished with 61 and once again led the team in targets because I think that's where you should start if you're trying to handicap receiving props. The guy needs to get the opportunities. As far as Emeka Egbuka, I had him over 53.5 receiving yards. He only finished with 29, but he did have a touchdown, and I will say this. He is starting to get whispers for Rookie of the Year, Offensive Rookie of the Year. in the NFL, the guy's an absolute stud. So do yourself a favor, watch some tape on him. I know his bet didn't hit, but it was a pleasure watching him. So 1-1 for the night.
Yeah, he's an absolute stud. I had a 2-on-1 night, had a couple plays in baseball. Cubs Pirates first 5 under 4 and a hook. That was the winner with the Cubs leading 3-1. Had the Yankees on the run line against the Twins. Gah. Pinstripes shut out 7-0. So win and a loss there, but had a win with the Chargers laying 3 against the Raiders. Donkster had the Bucks plus 2.5 against the Texans. Oh, by the skin of his teeth, he gets a dub. So early this week, you're 1-1. I'm 2-1. The Donkster 1-0 here on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Before we get to Monday Night Football, a couple of quarterback injuries yesterday. So let's start with the Commanders and Jaden Daniels. He has a knee sprain. So he suffered this last week against the Packers, and now he is day-to-day. Dan Quinn held his press conference yesterday and said, look, Jaden is truly day-to-day. We have a process for getting him back on the field. If he can't go, your old friend Marcus Mariota will go instead. And he's very much well-liked here in D.C. He's been a great mentor in many capacities for Jaden Daniels, and also he was good last year when he had to play. But, man, I will say with all of the injuries that the Commanders have already, this is one they cannot afford. And they're not going to force him back in against the Raiders here in D.C. this weekend unless he is close to 100%. They are not risking that at all.
Yeah, absolutely not. And why would they? But, Jenks, I always think about this. Like, do you guys ever get PTSD about the days when you guys had RG3? Because remember, RG3, like, had all kinds of potential as well, but he couldn't stay healthy because he was a running quarterback and he would always get tackled and he would always get hurt. So, obviously, Jaden Daniels is a running quarterback and he gets hit a lot because he's a running quarterback. Do you worry about his long-term health?
I do, because I will say the whole RG3 thing was mismanaged from a coaching perspective, and I'm not convinced, knowing Robert's personality, that he was going to be an incredible star if he had stayed healthy. But because the organization was so different, because they just needed him on the field, because they were never any good, and they finally had this shining star that they could point to, they forced him back on the field. He shouldn't have been back on the field. He was not healthy, and it really contributed to his decline in some ways. I think the team, even though it's different ownership, we all remember that, so they're going to bring Jaden along very slowly. But more to your point, no quarterback has been hit more over the past season and first 2 games of this year than Jaden Daniels. So regardless of what happens with this injury, they have to find a way to protect him more. There's no question.
Yeah, do you think they have to have the talk with him to maybe start sliding more and maybe make more business decisions? Because I know, like, he's so electric, and as a fan, like, I don't want that, but I also want to see him on the field. Yeah.
They're going to have to, and that was early. I mean, early in his career. It's still early in his career, but early last year when he was starting games, you know, he would try to run over people or wouldn't slide or wouldn't avoid contact. Maybe wouldn't necessarily try to plow over someone. That's not his game. But he certainly wasn't shy about getting hit. And everyone was like, dude, you've got to slide. I understand you're a college kid. You think you can take on the world when you're this young, but ultimately you have to protect your long-term health. So I think he will learn that. And, you know, this injury is just another reminder. At the end of the day, you might feel like Superman. You're still a human, and you've got a long career ahead of you, so don't jeopardize that. And the same can be said in some ways for J.J. McCarthy, because remember, he missed an entire season last year, and now he's out for 2 to 4 weeks with a high ankle sprain. This happened against the Falcons on Sunday Night Football. And you talk about a guy that's been hit a lot. He's been sacked 9 times in his first 2 games.
Well, some of that is him taking too long to throw it as well.
Yeah.
So it's not all on the offensive line, but yes, like the production hasn't been quite as good. But this is has to be really disappointing for fans who got really excited for that one quarter where J.J. McCarthy looked like Tom Brady, and they were just already celebrating the fact that they had found the face of their franchise. Maybe it's the case. But it is, you know, upsetting that he is going to miss some time. So his backup is Carson Wentz. So I was looking at this game, James, if you have an early leader in the clubhouse for games you don't want to watch, whoo boy, the Bengals and the Vikings. Jake Browning v. Carson Wentz. You going to be watching that one?
Oh, no. You should mess with somebody. I mean, hey, man, Wentz Browning, who you got this weekend? They'll be like, what? Which quarterback you taking, man? Of course. Vikings. Come on, Bengals, who you got? Like, oh, my God. No thanks. Hard pass on that one.
I will say Carson Wentz has a pretty good role cut out for himself right now because listen, I like JJ McCarthy as a person, but the quarterback play minus that one quarter was not very good. So if the Vikings get anything out of Carson Wentz, if he just doesn't throw 3 picks, the Vikings are still a good team. With a good defense. So, he should be in a good position. He's also going against the Bengals, who I don't think their defense is quite as bad as we thought they would be. But still, if there's ever a spot for Carson Wentz to succeed, it's probably this game.
Oh, Vikings laying 2.5 at home this weekend against the Bengals. We will not be watching. One thing we did watch last night, Bengals and the Texans. Sorry, Bucks and the Texans. And the Bucks win at 20-19. The Bucks getting 2.5. The Bucks plus 120, total set at 42 and a hook. And it is the under that hits. Once again, the Bucks rookie out of Ohio State making an impact.
Ibuka looking for a block. Got it. Emeka Ibuka, touchdown Tampa Bay.
I mean, we keep talking about how good he has looked since the merger, Chelsea. He is just the 6th player with 3 touchdowns in 2 games. That's how good he's been. The Texans would grab a 19-14 lead with just more than 2 minutes to play after a touchdown from Nick Chubb and a failed 2-point conversion. But with just seconds to go, the Bucs respond.
Hot in motion. They are going to run it. And no signal yet. Touchdown!
Calls courtesy of Joe Buck on ESPN, part of an 11-play, 80-yard drive, and the Bucs find a way. What a drive to end it.
Yeah, absolutely. It felt like this game had really good bookends, where the first of the game was really good and the last of the game was really good. Because in the middle, both offenses kind of stalled out. And then the Bucs were hey, we can run the football. So Rachaad White got going, and I think that was the story of the game. I feel like this box score was much closer than the game actually felt. Because on both sides of the lines of scrimmage, the Bucs felt like the much better team. Their defensive and offensive lines, my goodness, C.J. Stroud was running for his life at times. And he didn't even have time to run for his life. The pocket would just collapse in half a second. But when you can run the ball effectively, obviously you are going to have success in the NFL. Bucs ran for 169 yards compared to the Texans rushing for just 84. So it was a tough night for the Texans. So they clawed and scratched their way to stay in this game. And I do commend them for that. But the Bucs look like the much better team despite only winning by 1 point.
Yeah, the one thing the Bucs can do is they can put up points, and only 20 points in this one, but when they need it, I mean, they have so many weapons. And just imagine when Chris Godwin comes back here in a couple weeks. Baker Mayfield, 25 of 38, 215 yards, 2 scores. Bucky Irving leads the way on the ground, 17 carries, 71 yards. Next up for the Bucs, they visit the Meadowlands and the Jets on Sunday, and the Texans visit the Jags. In the late game, if you stayed up for it, the Chargers down the Raiders 20-9. LA laying 3.5. They are minus 190 on the money line. Total set at 46 and a hook. The under hits. Knotted up at 3 in the first quarter, and Justin Herbert finds an old friend.
Raiders bring pressure. Herbert steps up on the move, scans end zone. A dart. Keenan Allen working his way in the back line, grabs it, and the Chargers jump on top.
Allen with 5 catches for 61 yards in that touchdown, and then they open things up in the second quarter.
Herbert launches downfield. It's Johnson in stride. Touchdown, Chargers. 60 yards.
Calls courtesy of ESPN. Herbert, 19 of 27, 242 yards, 2 scores. He also leads the team in rushing with 31 yards, and the Chargers defense holds the Raiders to 218 total yards. I mean, it's the Raiders, but also coming off that win against the Chiefs, 2 divisional wins. Chargers legit?
Yeah, absolutely. Their defense was the best scoring defense in the NFL last year. So this is not a fluke. This is exactly what we saw last year. Absolutely stifling. Where you go against a veteran quarterback in Geno Smith, and he looked lost the entire night just because it felt like all of his options just had blankets over him the entire night. Meanwhile, Justin Herbert continues to look like an extremely talented quarterback who has found his stride in this offense. So we'll see about the Chargers. I feel like my reservations about the Chargers won't come until the postseason. Because remember last year, they looked like one of the best teams in football, and then in the postseason, they kind of turned into a pumpkin. So we will see. As for now, it is a team that I will be trusting against the spread and to win outright.
They look so good. Justin Herbert looks awesome. And they're just coached differently, right? Like that's the big hope for the Chargers, that Haba will make a difference. And he is making a difference. It's a complete football team. I'm jumping on the Chargers train. I know it's 2 games, but you know how it is. There's a couple teams early on. You think maybe this is it for the Chargers. It could be, because they have a guy who knows how to get it done, and they look like a team that is just so well coached. A lot of discipline on both sides of the football. Coming up next here on the show, we'll continue talking about the NFL. The Colts are undefeated so far this season, but how much of that credit goes to their owner pacing the sideline every game? We're going to talk about that. It is the Daily Tip here on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back to the show on a Tuesday. It is a Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Great to have you with us. Coming up on the show, the Colts doing things a little bit differently these days, but so far, it's working. So I found this soundbite yesterday, or just happened upon it when I was on Twitter, and it just struck me as so funny. So we know things are not trending well for the Dolphins right now, right? They're 0-2. They lost to the Pats. Tyreek Hill is unhappy. You know, he and Tua are kind of going back and forth because Tua says, well, I can't throw the ball 80 yards, and Tyreek wants football. Like, all this nonsense, right? Like, it just, everything is trending towards Miami being a bad football team. They're already off to a bad start. So this is Dolphins head coach Mike McDaniel after the game. And tell me if this doesn't sound like just a bad NFL podcast.
To win games, you have to win the game, not lose the game, honestly. And that is how you lose the game. You're moving the ball down the field. You're 1st and 10, and then you find yourself at 2nd and 20. You know, that was critical.
What? If you're not winning the game,
like
you're losing?
You need to see the video with this as well, because body language, you know those people who like analyze body language for a living? Like, the body language here is like, I'm a man who's on the chopping block. He looks so depressed in this. Like, honestly, I watched this, I was like, oh my God. Like, this video needs a trigger warning. It's so depressing. And like, he can't even form a sentence because he's like so depressed, because he is a very smart and funny and clever guy.
Yeah.
But he wasn't in this moment, because you can tell his head is somewhere else.
Yeah, he's not making sense. I mean,
Present.
he's just, it's like, he's, I think we've all done that, right? Where you're speaking, but your mind, your head is absolutely somewhere else. So it's like, all right, I got a job to do. I got to talk to the media here. And you're thinking about your future, how you can turn things around, if you can turn things around. And while you're just lost in your headspace, you're saying things like, you know, if you're not winning, you're losing. And that's really what it's all about. It's like, he can be a very charming individual, but you can also see, like, in this moment, the grind of the National Football League. And look, these guys work long hours. It's just nonstop during football season. You always hear stories of guys sleeping in their offices or staying overnight, or I think John Gruden back in the day would get up at just some insane hour, and you can see it. Like, you can absolutely see. You're right. You need to watch this clip. It's very visceral, because not only is he out of it, like, he looks like he hasn't slept in a couple weeks.
He also just looks like ashamed. Like, he makes no eye contact. He just like looks down the whole time. Like, it looks like a kid at the playground where like somebody's been bullying him. They're like, hey man, what happened? Well, I mean, it's not like anybody wanted to play with me, and you know how that goes. And you're just like, oh my God, like, somebody needs to give him a hug. Like, he just, Jenks, if you're a member of the media in Miami, like, how do you even handle this situation? Because I feel like, sorry for the guy. You don't want to kick somebody while they're down, but like, you have to be able to ask him questions, because this is the worst part of the job, is when somebody's really struggling. It is a losing season. And I know people are like, oh, the media's rooting for stories. They just want them to fail. No, it's not fun. It's not fun to see somebody struggling as a human being. And that's exactly what we're seeing from Mike McDaniel right now.
Oh, yeah. I used to get so angry. That used to be such a trope that you would hear all the time. Well, you guys love it. You guys love the controversy. I'm like, I can assure you that walking into an NFL locker room after a loss and asking tough questions is not fun. Like, it's not fun at all. I never enjoyed, like, oh, great, I can't wait to ask this massive defensive lineman about why the opposing offense rushed for 300 yards on the ground. You know, that's there's no joy that comes with that. And honestly, if I covered Mike McDaniel, I would, as a human, probably pull him aside and be like, hey, are you okay? Like, camera off, like, are you okay? Because he does not look okay.
Yeah, he needs some help. I hope he gets it. God.
Maybe
he's not as bad as we are, like, putting out there.
Yeah,
but, like,
true.
the Dolphins are very much struggling. And here's the thing. Like, doesn't he have the shortest odds to be the first head coach fired in the NFL? And, like, he'll go somewhere else. It's fine. But it's just, I think it's sad more than anything to see somebody who used to be so vibrant, who was always cracking jokes, like, not even that long ago. You know, who was always super sarcastic, and that's why people really liked him. Because there was a time not that long ago where people were super high on Mike McDaniel. They're saying, oh, look at this wonder kid that has come into the league. He's kind of nerdy. He's kind of smart. He's kind of sarcastic, but he's so smart. Those days are kind of gone. So I don't think anybody's talking about that now. But, like, that person is still in there. We just hope we see him eventually.
I certainly hope so. I mean, he seems like a really good dude, but things are definitely not looking good right now for the Fins. Things are looking good in Indianapolis. The Colts, one of the early season surprises, so they are 2-0 behind Danny Dimes, but the owner of the team, Carly Irsay Gordon, who is the daughter of the late Jim Irsay, went viral over the weekend because we knew this was going to happen, but she is now on the sideline each and every single game, and she's wearing a headset and pacing the sideline and taking notes on every play. And so there's video of her, you know, sort of making faces like, oh, okay, I'll write this down. Or don't know if I like that. I'll write this down. Or, okay, we'll see about that, writing this down. And so when you see this, do you like this? Does it bother you? Does it come across as micromanaging? I appreciate the passion. I don't quite know if I would want my boss, while I'm doing my job, standing next to me with a notepad and saying, and you never know what they're thinking.
See, I've changed my tune on this because I did fall in the category of thinking that this is micromanaging, that, like, she needs to step back. But now I think I appreciate it. I think I appreciate the fact that she wants to do a good job and the fact that she is trying to learn more about the product that she's in charge of. Because, like, we see all types of owners, you know, across the sports landscape, whether it's Jerry Jones, who's a little too hands-on and has this big ego, because I don't think this is a case of ego. Like, I don't think she's down there to, like, make a statement and, like, say, here I am, everybody, look at me. I honestly think she is trying to do good to the family name and say, listen, like, I want to know everything there is to know about the team that I own and everything that goes on. So I think at the end of the day, like, I appreciate the passion. I think it's a good thing as long as she is not trying to make, like, coaching decisions. Do you know what I'm saying? Like, I think her presence is fine as long as she's not, like, tapping everybody on the shoulder, be like, hey, Jonathan Taylor. So I think you missed a cut back there where, you know, there was somebody in your face, but you could have gone left. Like, she's not doing that, I don't think.
I think it's, like, it's not that I have an issue with her learning as much as she can. Look, she knows ball. She's been a part of the team's operation staff since 2012, so it's not like she doesn't know the game. She knows the game. I just think it's an unnecessary distraction. Like, you can still wear a headset. You can still be locked into everything that's being talked about and not be right there on the sideline. I think that's what it is for me. So by all means, take notes, put on a headset, make the call. It's your team. You know the game. Great. Like, if that makes us a better team and you want to be held accountable for wins and losses because you're running the show, I have no issue with that at all. Do your thing. But I think her presence on the sideline, it's all good when the team is winning. Like, when you're 2-0 and things are going great, it's like, oh, this is cool, she's down here. But it has nothing to do with her being a woman or anything like that. It has everything to do with seeing an owner on the sideline wearing a headset, which you never see. And if you start losing, then it becomes one of those things where, look, this is tough enough. We're in a bad spot right now, and now I've got the owner right here hovering over me 10 feet away. So it's all fine when things are great, but I worry about it potentially being something that could go the wrong way.
I only think it's a distraction if the players say it's a distraction, which obviously they're probably not going to say because she's the owner and that's where their paycheck comes from. But I don't know. Like, there's other things on the sideline, like their mascot. that's distracting. He's a great mascot, the guy with the big belly.
Yeah, but he's not going to fire you.
Right. But I don't know. I don't think it's a problem. Like, I think it's a good, conversation starter. But at the end of the day, like, what really matters is the product on the field and, like, the coaching decisions. And as long as she is not, again, trying to sway coaching decisions mid-game, I don't think it's a distraction. And I think it's funny, where do we draw the line of, like, leadership being hands-on? Because over the weekend, I feel like this is kind of a similar story.
Right.
Did you see that picture of Mike Vrabel, who was, like, stride for stride, like, running alongside the guy who was, I think, catching a kickoff or something, or maybe it was a pass.
Right.
But, like, people champion that. And they're like, we love Mike Vrabel. The fact that, here with the Titans, he would run a lot of the drills with them. And people are like, that's what you want to see, is like the parallel leadership where he's willing to put himself in the shoes of the players that he's coaching. So I understand that is different from what, the Colts owner is doing. But, like, where is the line drawn of somebody who is willing to, have boots on the ground with their employees or with the people they're coaching?
Well, I think the difference is that if you're a coach, like, you're in it with them, right? Like, you're there every day at practice. You're there in the locker room. You're not sitting up in a suite, and not that she's doing that, but it's a different type of relationship, because you see this all the time in the NFL where there is a culture. We are all in this together. And as much as management, and it's not just the owner or the general manager, like anyone who is upper management in the National Football League, as much as the players may like them, as good as that relationship may be, nothing can substitute putting in the work, like being out there during training camp, being out there during OTAs, going through the drills, watching film together, being on road trips. They're not taking a private jet anywhere. So it's just a different type of relationship. So it's more, you're one of us, whereas as much as an owner might be beloved, there is kind of that, you're on the outside looking in. Like, I remember when I was in a newsroom, you've been in a newsroom before, and certainly, if you're in the newsroom every day, you might have superiors, but we're all there working on the same product, right? Like, we're in it together, working these same hours. And then when someone from corporate would show up, it's like, yeah, we're on the same team, but also you're kind of hovering and everyone is on edge and you're not here every day. And I just think there's a difference there.
I definitely see what you're saying. I don't know. I think it's hard for us to say because we're not there. Like, at the end of the day, it's how the players feel. It's how the coaching staff feels. And if it doesn't bother them, then it doesn't matter, because I do think when it comes to leadership, there are multiple ways to attack it. Like, bosses can be totally different and still be effective. It just depends on the product, and it depends on the people they're coaching or leading. But let me ask you this. Do you think there are drawbacks from her side? Because I think as an owner, if you are with the players and the coaches all the time, and I know that owners interact with the people that they pay, but does this make it harder? Like, if the coach is losing, if the players are not performing and she's with them all the time and she's starting to become better friends with them, like, maybe that's not the case, but do you get what I'm saying? Is like, if she goes native and she's like, not too friendly. I don't want to say that because obviously she's a woman, but you understand what I'm saying, to the point where she can't make rational decisions because, she's one of them.
Well, and also I think that's part of the challenge for her too, and for any owner, right? Like, okay, because we see this all the time, and you're balancing, which has to be one of the more difficult parts of the business, right? Like, I like you, I appreciate the work that you've done, but for whatever reason, this is still a business, and especially when you're talking about, billion-dollar organizations, right? Handing out million-dollar contracts. Okay, how do I manage? I'm such a fan of yours, but also I have a difficult business decision to make that is going to involve you because you're not performing. I mean, that's the one thing that I always say in the NFL. Like, loyalty is loyalty in really any business, but at the end of the day, business is business, and no one is immune to that. So that's another thing that, Carly Ursay Gordon has to keep in mind, which is that, hey, if I develop these personal relationships, will I be able to manage my ownership duties in the right way?
Do you think people would talk about this as much if she wasn't female? Like, honestly, I feel like it's her appearance that is, I'm not going to say it's clickbait, but it's like people are more interested in it because she is young, because it looks like she keeps up with herself. Like I look at her eyebrows, I'm like, wow, she's really put together. Like if it's who's the owner of the Raiders, the guy with the bowl cut? Like I feel like it would be a non-story. People are like, oh, let's make fun of his hair.
Well, I disagree to a point. Like if I saw any owner, like I think because she's a woman, she stands out more and people are more interested, right?
Yeah.
It's more of a hot button issue.
Yeah.
And at the same time, if I saw any owner, if I saw Mark Davis in his bowl cut on the sideline wearing a headset taking notes, I'd be like, or Jerry Jones, I'd be like, what's going on here? So I kind of think it's both. And also maybe find a new stylist. Coming up next to the show, is it really over for the Chiefs or just an overreaction? We're going to ask Bob Fesco from 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City next.
In 20 minutes, Chelsea gives out her favorite teaser plays from the NFL in Teaser Tuesday here on the Daily Tip, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we're back. The Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. We are live from 6 a.m. to 9 a.m. in the East. Great to have you with us. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. All sorts of questions swirling around the Chiefs after that 0-2 start. So let's get some answers to all of these questions and find out what's really going on. We bring in Bob Fesco from 96.5, The Fan in Kansas City. Bob, good morning to you. You know how this works. It's 0-2. The sky is falling. The dynasty is over. What's really going on in Kansas City?
Well, they're trying to figure it out with their top two wide receivers on the injured or suspended list right now. I mean, it's like trying to do anything in any job when you're down your top two people. It's very hard to accomplish what you want to do. And so they're trying to kind of get through this thing with Rashee Rice and Xavier Worthy. Xavier Worthy on the mend. Hopefully will be back this week against the Giants. And then obviously we know Rashee Rice won't be back until Week 7. But, you lose two of your biggest playmakers, and you haven't been that bad. You've been in both of these games, right? It's not like they've lost these games by large margins or anything like that. So, I mean, it's impossible, I think, for anybody to try to, get this thing done with two of your best weapons on the bench.
Yeah, and it feels like these are the type of games we saw last year. It's just the Chiefs won all the close games. So eventually you're not going to win all of the close games. But I wanted to ask you, how is the fan base feeling? Because I think we see the Chiefs from a national perspective, and I think people are doing a little dancing on the grave. And, Kansas City has been on top of the mount for so long that some people, want somebody new. And obviously the Eagles won the Super Bowl last year. But how's the fan base feeling? Are they still confident?
Well, yeah, I think so, but I'll ask what grave, because this team is far from dead, and so anybody dancing on the grave is a fool. And so you can dance all you want and talk about how this team is dead and the dynasty is over, but we're 2 games into this season, and in 2015 the Chiefs started 1-5 and won 10 in a row, and that team wasn't as good clearly as this team is, right now from a talent standpoint. I think Andy Reid's a much better coach now than he was 10 years ago when they went, 1-5 and then won 10 straight, made it into the playoffs and won a playoff game. So I love the folks that are dancing on the grave. It makes me happy. But, as far as the fan base here, it just depends on who you talk to. If you talk to people that are rational, which are those are the people you meet in public, everybody's fine with it. You see the text line or, some of the comments that come in like that. Some of those are irrational comments right now, but it's an 0-2 start. And while every quarterback seemingly in the NFL is going down from injury, we're going to be getting guys back here in Kansas City, and that's a good thing.
So let me ask you about that, Bob. When the Chiefs become stronger at receiver, how much does that help this offense and help this team moving forward? Because ultimately, it's about the end of the season, not the start.
Well, and that's the thing. And for years, I've been saying the regular season is meaningless, and my boss gets mad at me all the time. How could you say that? I go, because the regular season doesn't matter for this team. What matters is what they do at the end of the year in January and February. As long as Andy Reid and Patrick Mahomes have this duo going on here in Kansas City, the Super Bowl or bust is the goal. And so the regular season is kind of the preseason for them, kind of figure things out, figure out where they're going to be and what they're going to do. Now, obviously, you want to win the games. There's no question about it. But once you get Rashee Rice back, he opens the middle of the field up. He's so good in yards after the catch, man. You hit him over the middle, and he is gone. And then, you get Xavier Worthy out there, and he's the fastest guy right now in the NFL, and he can do so much damage out there. And look, I think they win these last 2 games if they have at least Xavier Worthy, out there on the field. The first game was a lot of stuff geared towards Worthy, and then he gets hit on the third play by Travis Kelce, and he's done for the rest of the day. And so, you had to change your entire game plan there. And this game against the Eagles, maybe Rashee Rice is a big part of what they're trying to do from an offensive standpoint. You don't get an interception in the end zone off a bobble by Kelce. So, I think a lot of things change once you get your 2 weapons back, and it allows you to do, what they've wanted to do with this offense for a while now. That's go deep and open things up. They haven't had the weapons, and now they do have the weapons, and one's suspended and one's injured.
I understand the point that you're making when you say the regular season doesn't really matter as much for the Chiefs. But looking back at previous years, it feels like they've had home field advantage or like a first round bye. They've had all of these great situational spots throughout the playoffs. Do you think home field advantage matters for them? Because I feel like it kind of does. And right now, if you don't win the division, The Chargers are looking like a really, really good team. And I understand we've had this conversation before where people want to put teams ahead of the Chiefs in the AFC West. And I have learned my lesson. But do you think the regular season is important from that standpoint? Setting yourself up for a first round bye and, home field advantage?
No, I don't, because 2 years ago they were 11-6 and went to Buffalo, went to Baltimore, and still won the Super Bowl. And so, I mean, like all the excuses that people want to use against the Chiefs of why this matters or why this doesn't matter, they've proven everything to everyone. They've won on the road. They've beaten Josh Allen on the road. They've beaten Lamar Jackson on the road. They've beaten Joe Burrow at home. They've beaten Josh Allen at home. They've beaten Lamar at home. Like, this team just knows how to win when it matters and when it counts and when they really need to pull things out. Now, obviously, you've seen 2 Super Bowls where they've, gotten blown out. But, I mean, Patrick Mahomes' worst season ever in the NFL has ended in overtime of the AFC Championship game. Like, that's his shortest season in his career as a starter in this league, is overtime of an AFC Championship game. So, like, none of this concerns me right now. Now, if we get to a point where we're sitting here and the Chiefs are 0-6 or something like that, then obviously we'll have to answer some questions and whatnot. But no, home field advantage just doesn't matter because they prove they can go anywhere and win. And once January rolls around, I'm not betting against, Patrick Mahomes and Andy Reid ever.
Bob, we've asked about the fans, but being around the team and the coaches, is there a sense of calm? Is there a sense of panic? How are they taking this 0-2 start?
Well, they're calm. I mean, look, yeah. Andy Reid has done this for 100 years, and he's been through ups and downs and all arounds, with teams and whatnot. And, talking with Derek Johnson yesterday, who was on that 2015 team, he goes, yeah, it was pretty amazing. We're sitting there 1-5, and Andy walks in and goes, hey, we're good, man. We're not far behind at all. We're good. We're one play here. We're one play there. We're one mistake here. It's no big deal. And then they win 10 in a row. And so I would imagine Andy's probably going to handle it the same way. I mean, they know they have good players. They know what they're up against right now. And they know in those first 2 games, it's like self-inflicted losses, right? I mean, Harrison Butker misses a field goal. He never does that. And then Travis Kelce, blows that touchdown. He hardly ever does that. And so you got 10 points off the board right there. So it's not like they're not able to make the plays or move the ball down the field. They just got to finish, man. It's just the little stuff right that, like the concentration level and making sure they finish the play and do all the right things. Because the one thing that is different from this team that we really haven't seen in the Mahomes era is the ability to overcome mistakes is just not there right now. Right now, it may be later when you get Rice back and when you get Worthy back, but right now their ability to overcome those mistakes that we've seen over the last 8 years, that's not there right now. And so they have to get used to understanding that being down 10 with 3 minutes to go is no more a guaranteed win for this team.
I think what I keep thinking about as well is how long are the Chiefs going to be one of the contenders in the AFC? Because we see this with a lot of teams and a lot of dynasties where it doesn't last forever. But will this last as long as Patrick Mahomes is the quarterback?
Yeah, I think it absolutely will. I mean, he's so driven. I mean, Tom Brady lasted 20 years and went 10 years without winning a Super Bowl. And I don't remember these conversations taking place, when the Patriots were doing their thing. Maybe it's less of the ability for people to talk 20 years ago without the social media and all this kind of stuff and the way that the media is today. But I feel like people are just absolutely waiting for this team to fall apart. And the more that people wait for this team to fall apart, I think they use that as motivation, as well. And if Tom Brady can get his thing going for 20 years and figure out a way to stem the tide and go through all the generations that they had in New England, Andy Reid's a much better coach, as we're seeing now, than Bill Belichick could ever dream of being. And Patrick Mahomes is one of the greatest quarterbacks to have ever played. And so I feel really, really good where they are right now.
He is co-host of Fesco and Dusty on 96.5 The Fan in Kansas City. It is Bob Fesco. Bob, great insight this morning. We appreciate it.
Yeah, you got it. Anytime, man. Thanks for having me.
You bet. And I think he's spot on, and certainly he would know that in Kansas City, when you've been there and done that a million different times, like the outside world can say, oh, we're so glad that you guys are struggling. We're tired of the Chiefs. But to them, it doesn't matter because this is the same old song and dance.
I want to ask you, do you think Andy Reid is a better coach than Bill Belichick? Like, I'm trying not to have recency bias here because, like, in the recent moments, like, you don't even flinch. But, like, Bill Belichick still has how many Super Bowls? 7?
And I think he won a couple as an assistant. Let me double check this. Yeah, he won 7 as a head coach. He has 8. No, sorry. 6 as a head coach, 2 as an assistant.
6 as a head coach. I just feel like there are people from New England who are like screaming at the radio right now.
I mean,
Right?
listen, I think I agree. Bill Belichick, in my view, is the greatest football coach in the history of the NFL. Bar none. I love Andy Reid. He's incredible. But recency bias is a real thing, and people are going to look at Bill Belichick and say, oh my God, look what's happening at North Carolina, even though the story isn't written there yet. And look at what's going on with his social life and, dating Jordan Hudson. At the end of the day, it doesn't change anything. Do you know what I mean? Like it doesn't suddenly take those Super Bowls away. If he loses every game for the rest of the season in Chapel Hill, they don't take away his Super Bowl ring or 2 or 3. He still won those. And the whole, well, it's because of Tom Brady. Well, yes, but also Andy Reid has Patrick Mahomes. Great head coaches generally have great quarterbacks. And also Bill Belichick built that Patriots defense as well. So I don't buy the idea that just because Bill Belichick is struggling now or his path hasn't been what maybe we expected, that suddenly he wasn't a great head coach. He always will be.
Yeah, what's the ultimate mark of like what you measure success by? It's Super Bowl wins, is it not?
Yes.
So like that's the trump card. You just put that down. You're like, 6 Super Bowls. End of discussion.
Right.
And I think people love to say the Tom Brady thing, and there's some ammo for that argument. But also look at how many great quarterbacks there are in the NFL right now that have 0 Super Bowl wins.
Yeah. No.
Josh Allen, Lamar
true.
Jackson, Joe Burrow may never win one. And I feel very sad saying that. But, like, just because you have a great quarterback does not guarantee you a Super Bowl, let alone 6.
That's absolutely right, because it takes a complete team effort. And people get so focused on Brady, and I get that. But they sort of ignore all the other parts and bringing in other guys. Remember the Patriot way? That was a thing. That was a hard thing to do to make sure everyone was on the same page. Also, Dylan, who is defending the Patriots, says Andy Reid has a 1-4 head-to-head record against Bill Belichick's teams. His only win coming in 2023. So we got that in. Coming up next, it is a Teaser Tuesday. We're going to let Chelsea tell us where she's putting her money before the weekend. Hour 2 coming your way on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker battle.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
The who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the dogster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legend.
Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Good morning. It's a Tuesday, and it's time for hour 2 of the Daily Tip. We'll start this hour with playing a little game of Who Ruins My Teaser. Nobody ruined the teaser last week. The teaser came through at plus 240. So I'll give you my favorite teaser legs in the NFL this week. At 7:20, it's on to our daily baseball bets. And at 7:40, it is a Take Tuesday, where we have the hottest takes coming out of week 2 in the NFL. We tell you if they are warranted or absolutely fiction. Jenks, speaking of takes, I watched... Is it First Take? There are so many iterations of these shows that I forget the names.
Yeah.
But it's the one with Stephen A. And so I was doing this while I was making baked potato soup and I was cutting veggies.
Okay.
And I laughed out loud when they did this. We know that the things they do with Stephen A are preposterous. They put him on so many things that we know he is their superstar. So part of First Take yesterday was Stephen A reacting to a clip of Stephen A, who had a quote, months before about something. They're like, Stephen A, here's a quote of him before the Super Bowl. Stephen A, your reaction? It's come on. I remember there was a viral, video of when they used to splice Skip Bayless arguing with himself. And they, did a supercut of, all of his arguments. We're getting to that territory with Stephen A. And I don't even think it's his fault. I think it's the producers who are like, let's do a cut of Stephen A talking about the Eagles before the Super Bowl, and we'll have him react about this week about the Eagles. And you're like, oh my God, give it a rest. There's other people on the network.
I mean, don't even get me started. Don't even get me started.
Don't even get me started.
Do you remember that old SNL skit with Molly Shannon? It was so good. I got over this a long time ago, but ESPN has gone through these different iterations where now they have these, whether it's Pat McAfee, whether it's Stephen A, and they want these guys to comment on everything. It's like Stephen A on the Brewers run in Major League Baseball, Stephen A on Kansas City's 0-2 start, Stephen A on Kevin Durant to the Rockets, Stephen A on his favorite pumpkin spice latte recipe. It's just Stephen A talks to Stephen A about Stephen A. And after a while, I'm like,
that's what it was.
All right. Okay. Enough. And now he's getting into politics too, which is just wild. It's just a lot, and so I tend to shy away and pivot elsewhere. And I have no issue with – certainly there are times when he's very entertaining and engaging, and he certainly knows what he's talking about. But you can also stretch any personality too thin, and I feel like ESPN does that all the time with him.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. I don't even think it's his fault. I think it's the network. That's just more Stephen A. Even though I do like the hiring of Peter Schrager, I think he is really good. Mm-hmm. They also have Cam Newton on the desk now. Did you know that? For First Take or whatever that show is called. And listen, he is trying to make these points. And listen, he has obviously all of the experience and background to talk about football. But those stupid hats, how am I supposed to take him seriously? He looks like he's going to be in a witch's coven. Or gonna be at Antiques Roadshow or something. He's trying to make these very serious points. You're like, Cam, brother, my brother in Christ, we can't take you seriously. He's not giving up the hats because I feel like people have said this about him for a long time, and he's sticking with it.
It's a vibe, Is
it?
I feel like it. I feel like at some point we need to. I hope the pendulum swings the other way. Where it's okay, you can be on the air, but you're going to have to like maybe not wear a crazy hat every day. Like it wasn't that long ago. And I know I've told this story before where I was doing a demo for NBC. I think it was for a betting show with Sammy P, believe it or not. Man, that was a long time ago. And we were working together very early stages of sports wagering, and they liked the content. But one of the things that came back was, Michael needs a haircut. And I was like, I need a haircut? Like, imagine that being a thing in the last, like, decade. But it was, where my hair was just a little long. I was like, Michael needs a haircut. This is NBC, which I understand that. But now here we are a decade later, and Cam Newton is on ESPN wearing whatever he wants, and you see all sorts of fits, and that's kind of where we are, but it's crazy how quickly that has changed.
Well, I think things have opened up a lot more where you can kind of show your personality, because I remember exactly like the vibe that you're talking about when it came to consultants, because it used to be extremely buttoned up. It was like, oh, you don't need to show your arms. They look too big. Your lipstick shade is too dark. You need to change that. Like the smallest things where you're like, who cares? Yeah. And like the viewers care. They wrote us about it. And if you remember like viewer emails from local TV, they do care. And these people have nothing better to do than analyze the color of your t-shirt. Oh, those earrings she wore today were ugly. So we've come a long way since that. So at least Camden can shine, because the rest of us weren't allowed to, 10 years ago.
Well, consultants would drive me crazy because it's all subjective, right? And there are certain things that absolutely you can improve upon that are obvious ones. But man, I remember being with a consultant one time, and he was looking at some of my baseball highlights, and I thought I could read a pretty good highlight. And I said something like, he goes yard or sends it, to right field, his 34th of the season. He pauses. He goes, I like that phrase. Maybe next time say sends it deep or out of the park. I'm like, yeah, you can choose from a variety of phrases. Each and every single. I didn't say this to him. I was like, it was just like he needed to say something here. So let me come up with, because if I'd chosen a different phrase, it would have been, let me give you other phrases you can use. And I'm like, yeah, you can't use 8 different phrases for home runs in a single highlight, and you can vary them up, but this is one highlight. But that's when I knew, I'm like, he's got to find something. So this is his way. And not that I'm above critique, but it was his way of, I've got to find something here. Let me pause this and say, maybe you describe this home run differently. And I was like, yeah. I'll, get to work on that.
It's like when people need to feel like they prove their worth at their job. It's like, well, I can't come in here and be like, yeah, he's amazing, job done. Now where's my paycheck? Like they feel like they have to earn their paycheck by like coming up with something. So I get it, but I'm glad that we have kind of loosened, because you see people wearing like all sorts of stuff now. Like who's the other is it Andrew Whitworth? Who's the guy that used to play for the Rams that wears the hoodie under the suit? He does that every time now. Like he is committed to that bit.
Yes. And that's his look now. Like now he's kind of gotten pigeonholed into that bit where it's going to be 105 degrees in the summer. He's going to be at training camp, and he's going to be there with a hoodie. Be careful, buddy.
I get the importance of branding, though. I get it. All right. So, Jenks, it's a Tuesday, which means it's time to look at the NFL slate and see if we can find some good teaser legs. I believe we have a sounder for this. And if we do, now's the time to play it. Do we have a sounder? Chelsea is such a teaser. I knew we had it. There we go. It's time to play our weekly installment of Who Ruins My Teaser, where I give you several options for a teaser in the NFL, and you tell me who ruins it. And I am happy to say that nobody ruined the teaser last week. Let's see who we had. I have so many bets that I have to like scroll through them. I just had it open. But I know the Commanders were one of them. I had the Commanders plus 9.5. I had the Bucks plus 8.5. And important pause. A lot of these lines will move throughout the week, and you will get good value on some of these lines. Jenks, did the Bucks end up being favored in that game? I can't remember, but got the Bucks plus 8.5 in that game last night over the Texans.
Yeah,
that was an outright winner. Colts plus 8.5 against the Broncos, outright winner. Patriots plus 7.5 against the Dolphins. outright winner. So the teaser came through last week. All right, so now it's time to move on to week 2. And Jinx, I'll say this. The teaser options this week were a little bit more difficult. Like, there weren't several that jumped out to me. So I only have 3. So we're going to start off fading the worst team in football. So I'm going to take the Seahawks laying 8.5 at home against the Saints. This line was 7.5, and this is one of the best numbers that you can tease. Like, they have something called a Wong teaser, where it's you go through several key numbers, where it's favorites of 7.5 to 8.5 points, or it's underdogs of 1.5 to 2 points. So this fits the bill. The Seahawks mere 0.5 favorites at home, one of the best home field advantages in all of football against the Saints, who are making a long trip. I like that one a lot. All right, next up, we're going to go to the Cowboys plus 7.5 at the Bears. I don't think the Bears have it figured out enough to blow anybody out. So even if the Cowboys lose this, you get them at plus 7.5. And I like that that offense for the Cowboys. If you're looking for underdogs for a backdoor cover, I think the Cowboys can sling it, especially with the Bears defense just giving up, 50-some points to Lions. Next up, how about the game that nobody wants to watch? We're going to go Bengals plus 9 at the Vikings. So this quarterback matchup is going to be Jake Browning of the Bengals against probably Carson Wentz of the Vikings, because J.J. McCarthy is now out. So I think the Vikings are the better team, and I think they deserve to be favored in this one. But I don't see this Vikings team playing a brand of football where they beat somebody by double digits. So I'm going to go Bengals plus 9 at Vikings. And here's the wait and see one, where I'm a little confused on this line, whether we know if Jaden Daniels is playing or not. But the Raiders plus 9.5 at the Commanders. If it is Marcus Mariota, and Jenks, you'll have to tell me who the backup quarterback is, who's going to be playing for the Commanders. But like, even the way the Commanders defense is playing, like, maybe this one scares me a bit because the Raiders definitely did not look good, in last night's game. But that's the question mark. Do we add the Raiders in there, or Jenks, is somebody else kicked out of the teaser?
I don't mind that play at all. I think there's a lot of questions about the Commanders right now. And it's not just Jaden Daniels, right? Like, who is injured. Like, they have some significant injuries that now they're going to have to account for, which is Austin Eckler and Dietrich Wise, and they have Noah Brown out, and they don't even have a lot of depth at receiver. There's a lot of question marks for this team. So I don't mind the Raiders at plus 9.5. And also, I'm very curious if you're talking about that individual matchup, like, Ashton Genty hasn't done anything thus far for the Raiders, like, at all. He has not looked great. And so will he have success against this Commanders defensive front, which was great in week 1, not good in week 2, and had problems last year? Like, where are the Commanders on the defensive line right now? Will they be able to shut down Ashton Genty, or is this the week when Ashton Genty finally pops? I don't know, but he hasn't looked great. I think that matchup's going to be fascinating. But yes, I would still take the plus 9.5 of the Raiders.
I still feel very unsettled on what to feel about the Commanders' defense. Like, do you feel that way?
Fair.
Because first game of the season, defense looked really good. Granted, it was against the Giants, but like, we saw the Giants, put up some points against the Cowboys. And obviously it's not, apples to apples, and you can't do that with every team in the NFL. But then the second game of the season, the defense didn't look nearly as stout. Like, the run defense just was not there. How do you feel about the defense?
I think they're absolutely better. There's no question about it. They've revamped their secondary. Trey Amos, who was their second-round pick out of Ole Miss, and they've added him to the mix with Mikey Sanderstill, who they got 2 years ago out of Michigan. Marshawn Lattimore's healthy. So the secondary is much better. They have a great core of linebackers. Again, it's the defensive line, and Dietrich Wise being out is an issue. But I think they're going to be much better. I think they have to be. The issue is they just ran into a Packers team, which is kind of all world right now. If you want to make the case that the Packers are the best team in football, okay, even if you disagree, you have to acknowledge the fact that they're probably a top 3 team with the way that they're playing. So I don't necessarily take that as, hey, the Commanders' defense isn't what we thought it was going to be. We're going to see the same sort of performance we saw last year. I think Green Bay is just really, really good.
Yeah, and I think you could almost use that argument like for the Raiders against the Chargers as well. Because, like, the Chargers look really good, too. Like, that defense is absolutely stifling. So maybe we see a better effort out of this Raiders offense. But we'll see. All right, so here's the teaser if you are wondering. So Seahawks laying 1.5 at home against the Saints. Cowboys plus 7.5 at the Bears. Bengals plus 9 at the Vikings. Raiders plus 9.5 at the Commanders. If you think one of these teams ruins my teaser, speak now or forever hold your peace. Hit me up on X, on Twitter, at Chelsea Messenger, and you tell me who ruins my teaser. I understand some people have said, oh, the prices aren't as good on teasers this week or this year. I don't care. I like teasers, and I'm going to keep playing them because it's my favorite thing to do in all of betting. All right, coming up next, it's time to go to the baseball slate and pick out our favorite plays in MLB. It's next on the Daily Tip.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Welcome back to the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
All right, we're back on a Tuesday. And I understand that it's football season, but baseball season is still very much going on. And we have some major games. Even last night, if you weren't paying attention, the Phillies clinched the NL East with a wild win over the Dodgers at plus money. I remember seeing that on the card, and Ranger Suarez has been very good to the show. And I thought to myself, Phillies at plus money. Better not. We better focus on football. But came through. The Phillies are NL East champs. And Jenks, I'm reading this article about their celebrations. And first of all, I don't know if they're I'm trying to think, like their clubbies put this up because they were on the road. But they are celebrating in the opposing team's dugout. And there are like these LED lights. Like, I don't know if they brought their own setup with like a fog machine and all this. But I'm waiting to find the video of apparently Bryce Harper was putting apple juice into a beer bong because he doesn't drink, but he still wanted to celebrate. So I don't know how this works. I don't know the last time you bonged a beer, but like just the act of liquid that you have to drink, it's difficult. So I don't know if it changes with apple juice, if it's easier because there is no carbonation, but I don't think I've ever seen somebody beer bong an apple juice.
That's a new one for me. I have not seen that either. That's good that they let him be a part of the celebration, though, right? Because you don't want to feel left out when you do something like that. So, good for him. Yeah, I'm trying to think of the last time I actually bonged anything. I can't really remember. That was back in my college days. I gave up. I gave that up pretty quickly. I was never one to shotgun much. Every now and then, but that wasn't really my thing. So that's been forever.
Well, I think that's a good thing. If you're like, last night I did it. Just by myself, me and Bijou. We got out the beer bong. Doesn't feel like an adult type of thing to do because, like, think about, like, the normal average person. Like, there are not many instances you get to, where it's socially acceptable to bong a beer. I was at this wedding over the weekend, and people were shotgunning beers, which I'm pretty sure this girl was doing like this tactic that I have seen done before, and I didn't want to be a tattletale, but I'm pretty sure she like flipped it up, she drank it, and then she slammed it down, and I'm pretty sure there was like still half of it left. Do you get what I'm saying?
Yeah,
like,
you're not really shot
cheater.
Man, come on. Just say no. Don't waste the beer. Just say I'd rather not. It's okay. But don't say, I'll do it, and then have a quarter or a half of it and slam it down, and then you look down after about 5 seconds and all the beer comes floating out just all over the pavement. You're like, okay, you just wasted a beer.
And she was bragging about it. And I was like, all right, Chelsea, don't be a hater. It's not worth it. You didn't even drink the whole thing. So I didn't do that, but I wanted to. I am a hater.
I mean, I kind of don't blame you, though. I'd have been like, come on, dude, what are we doing here? It's disrespectful to the beer, honestly.
Exactly. And then to brag about it. So, like, I didn't appreciate that. So do not do that half nonsense with me around, because next time I am letting it fly and I'm going to be a tattletale. But congratulations to the Phillies for clinching the NL East. I think this is the earliest they have ever done it in franchise history, September 15th. So it's been a great regular season for the Phillies. And the fact that last night their plane didn't even get in till like 2 a.m. Into LA. So it was like a chaotic travel day. This game went to extra innings. But Jenks, again, I will say this. From a betting standpoint, you have to be careful about trusting teams the night after they celebrate. Because unlike Bryce Harper, there are other guys on this team that do drink beer. And lots of it. So the Phillies and Dodgers square off tonight. They do have a good starter on the mound, and Christopher Sanchez, 13-5 with a 2.57 ERA. LA short favorites with Ohtani on the mound. They're minus 115 at home. Philly minus 105, a total of 7.5 runs. So when I first looked at the slate, I was like, oh, Phillies, close to plus money. Christopher Sanchez, circle of trust. But I think with the celebrating from last night and the fact that, they've already clinched their division, I don't think the Phillies make the card for that reason.
I agree. I think I would probably just go. I think, honestly, because of that, I would go Dodgers here. Precisely because of what you were talking about. It's just a great spot with Shohei. And Christopher Sanchez has been great. So I would, maybe look at the under. But when I think about the bats in this game, I never feel comfortable. I mean, the total's 7 and a hook. I just never feel comfortable going with an under when you have so many big bats who potentially could blow one side or the other up. So I think I just go Dodgers here.
Yeah. So I think that's something you have to be aware of when you bet on some of these teams. So keep that in mind as you look at the card today. So a couple names that jumped out to me, as they always do. Freddie Peralta had a bit of a blow up the other day, but Milwaukee big favorites against the Angels. They're minus 250. Freddie Peralta 16-6 on the year, 2.69 ERA, total of 8 runs. It's Caden Dana who goes for LA 0-1 with a 6.32 ERA. Jenks, did you consider the Brew Crew today? Speaking of beer.
Yes, definitely. Speaking of beer, yes, definitely on the Brew Crew on the run line today. So I think this is a good spot for Milwaukee. And Caden Dana has just, he's a rook. He's struggling. 0-1, 6.32 ERA in 4 starts. So now he's got to go on the road against the Brewers in a good bounce back spot for Freddie Peralta, who got blown up last time out, I believe, against the Rangers. But also, he had pitched like 29-30 consecutive scoreless innings. So that wasn't going to continue forever. Now you've got an Angels team that has essentially got nothing to play for. So, yeah, I'm going to play Brewers on the run line.
Yeah, and it should be noted that the Brewers have not clinched the division just yet. They have clinched a playoff berth. It does look like they're going to win the Central. They have a 5-game lead over the Cubs, but they have not clinched just yet. So we're out of that dangerous territory of, hey, they've been drinking, they have nothing to play for anymore. Brewers still need to win games, even though they're already at 91 wins on the season. So a great regular season for Milwaukee. All right, other names that kind of jumped out to me. So normally we see Erod on the card. He's pitching for the Diamondbacks today, and we say, okay, looks like it's going to be an over, or we fade the Diamondbacks. But we don't know who's pitching for the Giants. And the Giants' offense has kind of been pretty pedestrian this year.
Yeah.
So I don't know if this one makes the card. I feel like there's some question marks on both sides. I normally would play an over with Erod, but did you find anything in this game to play?
Oh, man, I kind of want to fade Erod. I looked at this game, but the thing is, he's actually been pretty good recently, at least for him. Like, better than he was early in the season. Let me put it that way. So his ERA, I believe, at one time was over 6, and now he's got it down below 5. I don't know. I would still probably go with an over. I mean, Arizona is an over team anyway, and Chase Field tends to be an over park. So, look, there's always a chance that Erod could, find something and shut down the Giants. But I think if I'm looking at this game, I'd go over.
Yeah, I think that was my first instinct, but too many question marks for it to make the card, so maybe we'll go elsewhere. From a viewing perspective, big game in the Lone Star State tonight. Astros and Rangers square off as the AL West is still up for grabs. The Mariners sit atop the division, but only have a half-game lead over the Astros, and the Rangers are only 3.5 games back, so a very tight race there. So today it's Merrill Kelly who goes for the Rangers, and the Rangers are favored in this game, minus 130. Houston is plus 110. They send Christian Javier. That's what it says here, but I think MLB.com has Blue Ball, righty with a 3-1 record, 2.45 ER. So maybe that changes the calculus a little bit. I know Merrill Kelly has been pretty good to us. Maybe you look at an under in this play, because I do trust the pitching staffs a little bit more than I trust the offenses here. Jenks, are you watching this one? Are you following it? Are you betting on it?
No. None. Absolutely none. Nothing.
Across the board. Don't care.
My stepdad be watching this back in Texas. Oh my God, Rangers Astros, that's his fever dream. I will probably when we went home over the summer, me and the lovely Catherine, and my stepdad would just be glued to his recliner watching baseball like all day long. Afternoon baseball, evening baseball, late evening baseball. So we were just talking baseball the entire time, which was fun. But he will definitely be watching this game. I would probably go, man, this is tough. I think I'd go under here. I like both of these pitchers. Yeah. Rangers tend to be an under team. Astros, I believe, are middle of the road there. But when you have two arms like this and teams that, specifically when you're talking about Texas, tend to trend towards the under, like the fact that you're getting an 8, I think 8 is actually a good number if you're going with an under here. I wouldn't be surprised if this got to 7.5. I mean, maybe it won't, but I'll happily take 8.
Yeah, it should be noted this is a rivalry game. Like, for those of you who don't know, this is a big rivalry, and it feels like I can never pick a winner in this matchup. It's wild where I think it was like the postseason either last year or the year before where each team kept winning on the road, and like each team could not win at home in this matchup. But I think the under is probably the way to go. Season-long trend we've had for the Rangers, especially at home, but this game is in Houston, should be noted. But both these teams have been hot to the under for the course of the season. The Rangers 82, 67, and 2. The Astros 76, 69, and 6. So I think both these lineups are a little streaky, but I think I trust the arms a little bit more because the Astros do have a good pin. So especially in a tight game that means a lot, because we'll talk about this in the postseason. When games mean more, I feel like managers are more precise in the guys they use coming out of the bullpen because obviously these games are very important. It's not just, hey, this guy hasn't thrown in 3 days, get him in here. So I think those kind of games kind of lend themselves towards unders more.
Oh, I totally agree. It's just more of it's like a playoff type game, right?
Yeah.
Where every single run is at a premium. You can't afford to give anyone a long leash because every game matters. So these games are managed more tightly. And so you'll see a pitcher maybe pulled earlier than maybe he would be during, some matchup that didn't have as much gravity hanging on it or around it. So yeah, I'm with you here. And you have to take that into effect, especially at the end of the year when every game like this, it's not like it's, some random game before the All-Star break. Every single game matters. So I think you don't want to follow it blindly, but in games like this, definitely take a look at the under.
Yeah, rivalry matchup, big game for, playoff implications. I think the under is the way to go. All right, so a couple other system plays it almost feels like because we've played them so much. Paul Skeens is pitching, which usually means for us, we go for 5 under. 3.5 is the number, juice to the under at -125. Is this making the card, Jenks?
Absolutely. You can get it at 3 and a hook. First 5 under 3.5.
Yes.
-120. Come on. You got to do that. If you want to look for a 4, if you must, BetMGM has it at -170, but I'm not going to lay that juice. And honestly, I don't think you need to worry about it. I think we can see an under 3 here. I'll take under 3 and a hook. I think it's a good price. I mean, these guys are unbelievable. I mean, Skeens, I don't know what else I need to say. Like, this guy has allowed 2 runs or less in, 23 of 25 outings. It's something really stupid. And then you look at Cade Horton. I mean, he's been unbelievable. Since June the 27th, he's dropped his ERA in half. And now he's got an ERA of 2.70. He faced the Pirates back on June 13th. 5 2/3 innings of shutout baseball against a Pirates team that doesn't hit in the first 5 anyway. So, yeah, all over this play.
Yeah, Paul Skeens is putting up generational numbers. Like, I understand that, it's football season, and people are like, oh, who cares about baseball? Who cares about the Pirates? Which, fair. But the fact that he has an ERA under 2 at this point in the season on September 16th is absolutely wild. And he's gone back-to-back starts without giving up a single run, 11 straight scoreless innings. I don't know. The way you play this is the first 5 under because you still can't trust the Pirates offense. And if you were thinking about taking the Pirates in the full game, no, my friend. The Pirates still have a very bad bullpen. And here's the other thing. They don't let Paul Skeens go deep in these games. I saw the other day, they took him out after 70 pitches. You're like, what are you doing? Keep him in there. Let's see him pitch. It's the end of the year, and I feel like he hasn't pitched that many innings, but he is their prize possession. So I understand trying to manage him like that. And then finally, I want to ask you about the Tigers. We've been on the Tigers a lot. You get them at -155 today. Casey Mize is not their, top of the rotation guy, but he's been really good this year. 14-5, 3.83 ERA. I think for that reason, you get a better number. On the Tigers when he pitches. You betting on the Tigers?
Should I add this to the card? I have 3 baseball bets. Should I make it 4? I mean, Joey Cantillo has been good, but Casey Mize at home has been awesome this season, and I believe Cantillo is a lefty, I think, and the Tigers crush lefties. So maybe this is a good straight-up money line price on Detroit. I'll shop around and keep looking, but you might convince me to bet on the Tigers today.
Yeah, I will say this. The Tigers have kind of cooled off over their last 10, only 5-5. But still one of the premier teams in all of baseball. One of the best run differentials in all of baseball. And plus, I think you get a better number just simply because it is Casey Mize. Should be noted the Guardians are still trying to chase that wild card spot. 3 games back out of the wild card race. So these are meaningful games for the Guardians as well. But Jenks, I'll say this: your baseball bets have been really good. So I think if you have instincts, you should roll.
We'll see. I appreciate that. We'll see. They've been all right. I just don't want to get too overloaded. Right now, I have 3 on the card, so I just have to decide if I'm going to add this Tigers game or not. I need to do a deeper job of handicapping it, but I will say I know for a fact Casey Mize has been a baller in Motown this season, so I'm going to take a look.
He been a baller. There's the handicap. That's all you need to say. He's been a baller. Take the Tigers on the money line. All right, coming up next, it's time to switch gears back to football and give you the hottest takes coming out of Week 2 in the NFL. It's next on the Daily Tip presented by BetMGM.
Coming up on the Daily Tip, Jenks and Chelsea react to Denton and Double D's takes from the weekend, sponsored by BetMGM. Make it legendary.
Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
And we are back. Happy Tuesday. It is September 16th. In a few minutes, we'll get to Take Tuesday, where Den and Double D will throw some takes at me and Jenks, and we react to them and tell you which narratives you should be following throughout the season and which ones are absolute hogwash. And I think that's the first time I've used hogwash in quite some time. And Jenks, maybe that's what you think of this particular take that I saw over the weekend that I literally screenshotted it and I was like, I have to ask Jenks about this because I know it'll get him fired up. So John Lopez, who is a host on Sports Radio 610 in Houston, I think he's been on our show before, tweeted this. John. Okay, here's the tweet. Marcel Reed is what Texas thought Arch was.
Oh, get out, John. He went to A&M. I used to go on that show back in the day, and I would take up for Texas, and he would take up for A&M. They're two completely different quarterbacks. That's absolutely inflammatory. Like, they're different quarterbacks. They're not the same. So Marcel Reed is having a great season, but man, he just put that out there just the right time. Just you wait. Just you wait until Arch gets under center against Sam Houston State. You're going to see a guy who can throw some passes.
Sam Houston State.
Yeah.
Just
FCS
you
school.
wait.
Awesome. Just you wait.
Till Sam
I'm going to see. We got the Bearcats this weekend. Bearcats with a K. Yeah. John knows what he's doing there, but come on. He absolutely put that out at just the right time. Marcel has the game-winning touchdown pass. Arch is struggling against UTEP, and it's like, oh, this is just the perfect kerosene to put on this fire.
I saw that some other people were kind of drinking the Kool-Aid on Marcel Reed. I think it was RG3 who put out like that Marcel Reed is now on Heisman watch. And I think some of those plays like were really good. But overall in the season, like he's still not completing a ton of his passes. Like overall completion percentage, 58% in that game against Notre Dame that everybody's raving about. He only completed 46% of his passes. So like the highlight reel plays were good. But shouldn't we expect more from our Heisman winner? Or maybe not. I don't know.
Right. I mean, I especially when RG3 says anything, that makes me like whatever he says less. What I do is when RG3 zigs, I zag immediately. So look, is it a possibility? Absolutely. A&M still has some work to do, and I just don't see it at the end of the season. I think Carson Beck is now the Heisman favorite, which is kind of wild to say, but I don't know if I buy that either. I'm definitely not buying anything that RG3 is peddling.
Well, it still feels like a wide open race to me. So, like, who knows? It could be Marcel Reed, but brother, you got to be a little bit more accurate with your throws.
Yeah.
All right, so let's start the festivities and bring in the takesters. All right, Double D, you are first. Fire away a take at us, and we'll tell you how we feel about it.
All right, the first one. Penn State is the fourth best team in the Big Ten right now.
No way.
Fourth?
What, Oregon, Ohio State, Illinois? Who's better than
Indiana, Illinois? One of those two could sneak in there. Yeah, they're the fourth best team in the Big Ten right now.
No, I don't believe that. I do not believe that.
Okay. I feel like for, like, correlated thought or, like, for the fact that I put Penn State to win the Big Ten and they haven't lost a game yet. Like, I understand they've played nobody so far. They played Villanova. They played FIU. They played Nevada. But, like, what have you seen in those games to rank them fourth in the Big Ten? So, like, I don't think they have disproven enough for me to be off them that much. Like, there has been nothing that they've done where I'm like, okay, we need to take them down several pegs, right?
I don't know.
I just feel like there's way too much talent. Even if they've underperformed early in the season, there's no question they have all the talent to win a national title and certainly a conference title. I'm not gonna put if you want to make a case, okay. Ohio State, Oregon, fine. But I'm not putting Indiana or Illinois over Penn State. And even then, I think Penn State is better than that.
All right. So I don't have a strong feeling on Penn State, but I don't think they deserve to be ranked fourth, in the Big Ten. All right, Den, get on in here. What's your take you want to throw at us?
All right, we're jumping to the NFL. It is the 16th of September. If the Philadelphia Eagles have not fixed their passing game in 3 weeks, we will see our first massive blow-up with A.J. Brown, specifically on the sideline.
Ooh, drama. We love to see it. Here's the thing. I feel like they can survive whatever drama that A.J. Brown wants to, stir up. Because we've seen this before. Remember when he was reading that book on the sideline? He still won the Super Bowl. So I think this is such a strong team, and especially when you have a quarterback like Jalen Hurts, who is the leader of this team, who feels so even-keeled to me. It feels like I trust his leadership almost over Nick Sirianni's. I feel like he is such a good leader of that team. So even if there is A.J. Brown drama, I don't think it's going to bother the Eagles.
I think that D-Day is right here, and then I think the Eagles will get through it. I feel like this is just going to be the Eagles season every year. Thus far, A.J. Brown has 6 catches for 35 yards. At some point, most receivers in the NFL are divas, right? So we're going to see A.J. lose his mind because he hasn't gotten into the end zone. He's not getting his touches. And then they'll find a game or two to make sure that he scores or that he feels like he's a significant part of the offense. And then things will calm down. And the Eagles will probably go back to running the ball more. And they'll keep winning games. But I absolutely expect this to happen.
I mean, what are you going to do? You have Saquon Barkley. You have Jalen Hurts. You are, not the founders, but the perfecters of the tush push. You going to go away from your identity just to please one person? No, you're not going to do that. All right, who's next? It is Double D again. So back to college football, it looks like. What you got?
Oh, yeah. Den and I split this up real nice this week. I've got all college football. He's got all NFL. Notre Dame will lose at least one more game this year. They have USC, NC State, and Navy, and they will miss the college football playoffs.
Ooh. Jenks, you want to go first?
Nah, I think they're going to win out. I think they're going to win out. First of all, USC is garbage. I don't think they're a good football team at all. I don't think they're good. Don't let USC fool you. I don't think they're a good football team. NC State, Chelsea, you can speak to NC State more than me. Does NC State have a chance here? I'm relying on you.
NC State has a chance. They have the talent. And I will say this. NC State usually will win games they're not supposed to win, and then they'll lose to some terrible team. And they almost have several times, this year. But I do think Notre Dame will right the ship because, remember, this is a team that started the season not even knowing who their starting quarterback was, a week before the season. So I think they will get better as the season progresses. I do think it is a real possibility that maybe they do, miss the college football playoffs. It just depends on other teams. It depends on who has a stronger resume, because there is a chance that there will be other teams that have better on paper records, because obviously you look at Notre Dame right now and they've already got 2 losses to their name. So I don't think that's a crazy take for them to miss the college football playoffs, but I do think that they're going to get better as the season goes on.
I think they will, but I will say that of all the teams that Double D mentioned, Navy is the one I think that has the biggest chance to knock off Notre Dame because they have so much experience back and because, look, preparing for that triple option doesn't matter if you see it every year, going from a regular offense, if you will, and the normal things you prepare for to that triple option, especially with a team that can run it so precisely. That's the one game in the schedule that if I'm Notre Dame, I'm like, I don't know. Navy's going to be hard out.
Yeah, and also they don't do the transfer portal stuff, so at least they have some continuity at Navy, if I'm not mistaken, because obviously you have to serve in the military. All right, so Denton, what you got for us next?
So we had 2 Monday Night Football games last night, and having a doubleheader and overlap on Monday Night Football, whichever way you want to slice it, sucks. It is terrible. They need to go back to just having one game on Monday Night Football. It's impossible to stay up for both of them. And then the overlapping games means you can't focus on one of them. You're probably not focusing on either of them because they're too distracted. Double Monday Night Football games is awful.
Oh,
you can't focus
1,000%,
on
yes.
2 games? Okay, go ahead, Jenks.
I could not agree more. I could not agree more. You can have too much of a good thing. If I have 8 martinis, do I probably need a 9th? Probably not. You know what I mean? Monday Night Football is an event, and it waters down the event when you say, hey, it's Monday Night Football, followed by more Monday Night Football. And it's so late, especially here on the East Coast. Like, I'm going to stay up. I'm going to start that second game at 10 p.m. here on the East Coast so I can watch Geno Smith throw 3 interceptions. No, I'm not going to do that. Build it up, have that one game, make it special on Monday night, and quit trying to just add another game, add another game, add another game, and just fill your pockets, which the NFL is doing constantly. Just draw the line. One is fine.
I think that's probably the best option, but I'm not going to sit here and say I can't focus on 2 games at once. Because, like, what do you do on Sunday? You have, like, 11 games. Like, it's crazy what the early window was this previous weekend. I don't know why, but we only had, like, 4 games in the late window. But I think you can do the dual box. Like, technology has advanced enough to where you can watch both games at once. But what I don't want is these games starting at 10 Eastern nonsense. Like, most people do not want to stay up till midnight on a school night, on a work night. Believe it or not, Roger Goodell, a lot of us have to work. So I think that is not the option. Like, you either do 1 game or you do 2 games, and they each start at decent hours. Like, we can't start them, like, as late as they were last night. That's too much.
Yeah, totally agree.
All right. Well, we've got, like, 50 seconds? What's the last one? You guys want to duke it out? David, get in here. Throw a hot take at us.
Real quick, Georgia Tech is a real threat to win the ACC this year.
Yeah, baby.
I don't think that's a hot take. I think that's true.
Legit. Yeah. They're good. I mean, They did a great job of shutting down Cade Klubnik in big moments in that game. Haynes King is an absolute stud, and Brent Key, I mean, he talk about coaching up a team. Yeah, Georgia Tech's the real deal.
Right, and wasn't Clemson the favorites to win the ACC?
Oh, yeah.
So, right? Like, if you can beat, the favorite to win the ACC, obviously, maybe you think about Miami. You're like, okay, Miami looks really good. But, like, to say that they could win the ACC is not a hot take at all. Brent Key absolutely gets up for the biggest games, and it wouldn't shock me. All right, coming up next, time to react to Monday night's best plays and bets. That's next on the Daily Tip, presented by BetMGM.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
your coffee and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.
I don't want to lose to somebody dumber than me.
Yes.
When you're in an office pool with somebody playing fantasy football and it's somebody who just puts it on autograph, they're like, I don't watch football, whatever. I don't want to lose to those people.
Le who? The her.
For the best wagertainment here on the BetMGM Network.
Hey, Dad, don't forget about me, the Donkster.
Sponsored by BetMGM. Make it
Legend? Wait for it. Dairy.
Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Here we go. It is a Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Good morning. Coming up in our final hour, we take a look back at not one, but two games on Monday Night Football. Good on you if you're able to stay up late and watch that second game starting at 10 p.m. in the East. Bucs winning in the early game in the final seconds. We'll get into that. At 8:20, find out what the future holds for the Bengals. Now that Joe Burrow is out for 3 months, we'll bring in Austin Elmore from ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati to talk about that. Best bets. Donkster coming your way at 8:40. Also, welcome to our audience on Stadium. How you doing as we stream our final hour? You can do so by hopping on to valleysportslive.com or downloading the Valley Sports Live app. I'm Michael Jenkins. She's Chelsea Messenger. And Chelsea, let's talk a little Monday Night Football. At least we got the early game. At least we got the early game before we had to go to bed. The Buccaneers beating the Texans 20-19. The Bucs getting 2.5 points. The Bucs plus 120 on the money line. Total set at 42 and a hook. The under hits. And once again, the Tampa Bay rookie out of Ohio State making an impact.
Ibuka looking for a block. Got it. Emeka Ibuka, touchdown Tampa Bay.
Call courtesy of ESPN. The Bucs on top 14-10 at the break. Ibuka, just the sixth player since the merger to have 3 touchdowns in his first 2 games. Texans go on top 19-14, just more than 2 minutes to play after a touchdown by Nick Chubb. They fail on the 2-point conversion, but with just seconds to play, the Bucs drive right down the field and then punch it in.
Hot in motion. They are going to run it. And no signal yet. Touchdown!
There it is, part of an 11-play, 80-yard drive, and the Bucs find a way again. This is the second straight week they have been trailing with under a minute to go and found a way to win.
Yeah, Baker Mayfield does it again. And it's wild to me that they were even trailing because when you watch this game, it looked like the Bucs should be winning handily.
Yeah.
Like the Texans, their offense really could not get much going. And in fact, C.J. Stroud looked like he was fighting for his life out there. The offensive line, was just not providing him with much protection. The pocket was just collapsing almost instantly. And we saw that last year. C.J. Stroud was sacked the second most of any quarterback in the NFL. We saw more of that last night. Meanwhile, the Bucs on the line of scrimmage were incredible. Their run game rumbled for 169 yards. There was a point in this game where it felt like Rachaad White could not be stopped. It just felt like that meme that you used to see of like Zeke Elliott where he's like saying, "Feed me." That's what it was like for Rachaad White. So they only won by a point, but the Bucs look like a very good and very complete team.
Did you see that play where Baker Mayfield, I think, got knocked over by C.J. Gardner-Johnson and then was hurt? Like he was grabbing his leg for a second, and then Gardner-Johnson started talking smack to Baker, and as soon as Baker heard that smack talk, jumps up and get in CJ's face. It was like, I saw someone tweet, that's the magic elixir for Baker. All he needed was to hear someone trying to talk some trash to him, and he immediately felt better. But he has been the leader of this team, and now that he has Ibuka, and now that he has Chris Godwin coming back from injury here in a couple weeks, I mean, that Buccaneers offense, I know they didn't get this win until late, but they have so much potential that they can run with some of the best in the NFL.
Oh, absolutely. And it's wild to me that a team that is a perennial contender in the NFC, and like maybe they're not the likes of like the Eagles, who obviously won the Super Bowl, but still, like the Bucs are in the postseason, it feels like every year. And they've had some close calls where they've nearly upset, some of the best teams in the NFC. So I understand it's the NFC South. Nobody wants to talk about that division. And nobody wants to talk about the Tampa Bay Bucks, but they are a good team. So I think you're looking for value, in the NFC. The Bucks are one of those teams that I would trust, especially in the final minutes when you have a veteran quarterback like Baker Mayfield. And I understand the narrative on him. Once was that, okay, he's a mid quarterback, he's a journeyman, he's bounced around, but he's really found his footing in Tampa Bay. And he's put up really good numbers. So I think he deserves some respect.
I think it's interesting, too. The quarterback conversation in the NFL, to me, is always fascinating because look at how many quarterbacks were tossed aside, maybe coaches or teams gave up on them, and they've sort of had a renaissance. Look at Sam Darnold. Geno Smith early on, was a guy that just kind of bounced around and found his footing. Same thing with Sammy, same thing with Baker Mayfield. Look at Daniel Jones in Indianapolis. Mm-hmm. And so it's not like all these guys are going to be all pros, but many of these guys were just tossed aside. Like you're not fit for the National Football League. And I think we're seeing increasingly how difficult it is to be a quarterback in the National Football League, which is why after learning for years and years and years, some of these guys rejuvenate themselves.
Well, also it shows how much fit matters, like for the team that you're on and for the offensive scheme that you run. So some it's not even necessarily the quarterback's fault. Like it feels like for a while there, every single quarterback who was in Carolina was struggling. Like it's wild. The guys that had come through there because Sam Darnold was there, Baker Mayfield was there, and they weren't winning those games. So I think a lot of it was on the organization as a whole. And I always wonder about quarterbacks who are in like the perfect fit for their skill set. Like, look at Jalen Hurts. I feel like he is tailor-made for that Eagles offense. Like, I always wonder how he would do if he played on another team.
I think fit is massive on another team where he's not look, whether you love it or hate it, there's no question the tush-push is a huge part of the Eagles game. It's a huge part of Jalen Hurts' game because the more diminutive quarterback is not going to be able to do that or handle or be that physical in that moment. But he's a perfect fit. And sometimes you'll go to an organization where whether it's the coaching, whether it's the offense, whether it's the scheme, it's just not a fit at all. And I thought Dan Orlovsky made a good point. He put this out yesterday. He was talking about quarterback play and how it's started to decline overall. And he was saying that when it comes to offenses, because so many of the offenses that we see now are pass heavy, right? That it's really about quantity of plays as opposed to quality. And then you have quarterbacks who are always looking towards the coaches for play calls. And when you do that, if you're not in the perfect situation as a quarterback, you don't really know how to manage a game yourself. Like that's kind of an old school thing, a quarterback calling his own plays or knowing the offense enough to make his own adjustments. And it's not a lost art, but it's a very difficult thing to do. And he was saying that's why overall some of these rookies are having a hard time adjusting.
Yeah, so even like the quarterbacks who are labeled as mid, but they're veterans, I think this is why you see those type of guys succeed. Like guys like Joe Flacco, who, a couple of years ago, comeback player of the year. So I think it goes to show that like this is why a lot of veterans will start the year. And even looking at guys like Russell Wilson, I know his first game wasn't fantastic, but still, he knows the ins and outs of running an offense and the little nuances of being a veteran in the NFL. I want to ask you this because I'm looking at the NFC Championship odds, and these are the teams that are ahead of the Bucks. We've got the Packers and the Eagles, the Lions, the Rams, the 49ers, and then it's the Bucks. Do you think the Bucks should be higher?
I think it should be higher than the 49ers. I'm just out on the Niners. I think I have the Niners had the potential to win it fatigue. Like I have Chiefs fatigue because the Chiefs are always in the mix and they're winning Super Bowls. Whereas I think is the Niners window closing? I think that conversation has kind of worn me out. I don't see it with San Francisco. I definitely think the Bucs should be higher than the Niners. And also you don't have the potential injury issues with Tampa that you always have with San Francisco.
Yeah. And as far as like health goes, I'd almost put him ahead of the Rams, too. Like, Matt Stafford feels like he's glued together with, like, Gorilla Glue and maybe some duct tape. So I trust Matt Stafford intrinsically. It's just the Rams are 8-1. The Bucs are plus 950. Again, it just feels like one of those mid-market teams that people just don't want to give respect to.
No, I totally agree, but they keep getting it done. Baker Mayfield, 25 of 38, 215 yards, 2 scores. Bucky Irving leads the way on the ground, 17 carries for 71 yards. Next up, the Bucks head to the Meadowlands to take on the Jets on Sunday. The Texans visit the Jags. How about the late game? 10 o'clock start in the East. If you stayed up late to watch the entire thing, God bless you. Roger Goodell loves you. He wants to see more of you. The Chargers down the Raiders, 20-9. Chargers laying 3.5. Chargers minus 190. The total at BetMGM set at 46.5. It is the under that hits. Knotted up at 3 in the first quarter, and Justin Herbert finds a vet.
Raiders bring pressure. Herbert steps up on the move, scans end zone, a dart. Keenan Allen working his way in the back line, grabs it, and the Chargers jump on top.
Call courtesy of ESPN. Allen, 5 catches, 61 yards, and a touchdown. And then they open things up in the second quarter.
Herbert launches downfield. It's Johnson in stride. Touchdown, Chargers. 60 yards.
Herbert, 19 of 27, 242 yards. Those 2 touchdowns. Also leads the team in rushing with 31 yards. And how about the Chargers defense? They hold the Raiders to 218 total yards. I'm getting excited about the Chargers. I got to jump on some sort of bandwagon when I'm not cheering for the Commanders, and I think the Chargers are it. They continue to look great.
No, absolutely. And we saw this in the regular season last year, is that the Chargers had the best scoring defense in the entire NFL. My questions arise in the postseason because they turned into a pumpkin. I think when they played the Texans or somebody. But anyways, we're talking about the regular season, and the Chargers still look like a very complete team, especially with how stifling this defense is when it comes to big plays. Mina Kimes was talking about this. Through 2 games, the Chargers defense forcing an average depth of target of 3.2 yards. That is the lowest in the NFL by a wide margin. So not only is the defense stifling overall, it's also limiting those explosive plays. So it's just hard for teams to come back from deficits. Like a lead of 1 touchdown feels almost insurmountable when you are playing the Chargers defense.
Yeah, they're nasty is what they are. I mean, they were all over Geno Smith last night. 3 picks, pressuring him. And then Ashton Genty doing absolutely nothing. 43 yards rushing. What is your take on Ashton Genty? And again, this always comes with a caveat. I feel like I always have to say this. I know it's only 2 games. Like, I get it. But also, I think it's because of the hype and the buildup and the Heisman Trophy run at Boise State, and that he went in the top 10, which is rare for a running back, especially in today's league, that I keep waiting for him to pop and explode. And look, this is a very good Chargers defense, but at the same time, we haven't really seen him do what we thought he was going to do thus far.
Yeah, and you can see the quotes even from himself that he said he's still getting used to the speed of the NFL. And think about it. You go from playing at Boise State, where, like, in college, it's not easy to dominate, but, like, you're facing different defensive lines. And, like, this line of scrimmage is going to be easier to cross than that in the NFL. And especially, like, matchup matters as well. Like, playing the Chargers for one of your 2 games is not an easy draw. So, like, keep that in mind. There could be some big games in store for Ashton Genty. But, like, the Raiders aren't known for having one of the best offensive lines in football. And, like, look at Saquon when he was on the Giants and look at Saquon when he's on the Eagles. Like, there is a difference there, and Saquon is a generational talent. I don't know if I'm ready to put Ashton Genty in that category. I'm absolutely not, now that I think about it. Because remember, didn't he write, like, a letter before the NFL draft? He said he was going to be, like, the next Saquon or something to that effect?
Yeah. It's easy. It was something to that effect. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it was something like, basically like his time has arrived. And that's easy to say when you're the best running back in college football. But it's like the old trope, or people used to say when the option was super popular in college football. And people say, why don't you just run the option in the NFL? I'm like, you can't. Defenses are too fast. You try to run the option in the NFL, they'll kill you. These guys will meet you outside, and then they will absolutely blow you up because defenses are too fast. And so I know the option isn't really run much by teams in college football. But the point is that when you get to the NFL, that's the one thing that guys always have to adjust to is the speed of the game, particularly if you're an offensive player. You're just not used to so many guys, even the big boys on the defensive line, being able to sometimes chase you down because that's how talented everybody is.
Right. And I'm trying to think of Ashton Genty's like measurables. I feel like he's like kind of a smaller guy, like 5'9", 216. Like he's stout, but he's definitely not Derrick Henry is what I'm getting at.
Right. I mean, if you're trying to put anyone in the conversation with Derrick Henry or Saquon, guess what? That person loses every single time because they're two of the greats to ever do it, Coming up here on this show, more NFL. Joe Burrow out. Jake Browning is in. So we're going to talk about it with Austin Elmore from ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. It is next on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network.
Chelsea and Jenks will be right back on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. It is the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Hope you're having a great morning. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Coming up on the show, the Bengals try to move forward without their franchise quarterback. We're going to chat with Austin Elmore, who covers the team on ESPN 1530 in Cincinnati. Chelsea, I have to keep the coffee going because right after this show, I'm giving a lecture to a college class at East Tennessee State. How about that?
Ooh.
Yeah.
So is it
virtual?
Right I'm assuming it's on video,
yes.
right?
Yes, it's on Zoom. So I have a buddy of mine I used to work with here in D.C., fantastic editor and storyteller. His name's Brad Bodie. And so we've remained friends for a long time. Saw him a couple years ago, I think, when he and his family came here to D.C. But he's a professor there in the communications department. And so he asked me if I would come on today right after the show and hop on and talk to his class. So I'm going to do it. But I have to say, I'm a little nervous, though. I mean, it's not like I give these speeches every day. And they might be watching. They'll be like, I don't know. Maybe you should bring in someone else to talk to us now.
Well, I mean, you have all of your Emmys in the background. Like, that's a pretty solid flex where you're like, oh, you don't want to pay attention to me? How about my 9 Emmys in the background? I'm assuming this is for journalism, right?
Yes, it is. It is. But it's cool. I mean, I love the classroom. You know, I went to graduate school and all of that because I'm such a nerd. But I love that kind of stuff. And Brad loves it too. And he's very, very good at it. So it's going to be exciting. But I didn't overplan, but I definitely took down some notes like maybe I should say this. Maybe I should say this. I just always worry about relevancy when I started versus where we are now. But at the same time, most of those underpinnings are the same.
Yeah, I think like most of the stuff is still true. Like the basic tenets and like the major points. Like look at Pablo Torre. Like I think a lot of people are like journalism is dead, but I feel like he's proving otherwise.
Absolutely, and doing incredible work. And I think people noticing has been huge for the industry and obviously for sports in general. To have someone who says I'm still willing to go in the weeds here and do some digging and do some great investigative work. Now we have to investigate what's going to happen with the Bengals for the rest of the season, or at least until Joey Burrow gets back. So to do that, we bring in Austin Elmore, host on ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincinnati. Austin, good morning to you. So we know that Joe Burrow is undergoing surgery. It's going to be a while. So if we're being really optimistic here, is there a thought he could return in time for the playoffs?
Yeah, that seems to be the belief. The number that everyone keeps throwing around is 3 months, and I think it's noteworthy that when they say that is the optimistic side of things. So if you go 3 months from today, that's the middle of December. That would obviously determine, we would know by then if the Bengals are in the hunt for the playoffs. If they're not, I would imagine Joe doesn't come back at all. If they are, maybe it's more of a possibility. I seem to think personally, from everyone that I've talked to, both medically and professionally and all this other stuff, that even December 15th is a real long shot. So maybe if they're in the playoffs in January, it's a possibility, but I have my doubts about that.
Yeah, so the question is, do we think the Bengals can make the playoffs? I will say this, at least they finally started the season on a good note. They are 2-0. Jake Browning at least has some experience in this offense. Do you think the Bengals can make the playoffs?
Yeah, I want to know who made a deal with the devil to get the Bengals to start fast, but it meant we have to lose Joe Burrow, and he's not going to be a part of this. It's crazy to be 2-0, but it feels like 0-2 without him. But you do look at Jake Browning, and you're handing him the keys to an offense that has the NFL's Triple Crown leader, or Triple Crown receiver from a year ago. T. Higgins is really good. You still have a dynamic and explosive running back in Chase Brown. There are good pass catchers in Noah Fant and Mike Gesicki at the tight end position. So you look at that and say, okay, well, obviously he should be able to operate this offense. And we saw him do it once before in the 2023 season when Burrow went down for the final 6 games. Jake performed well in that stretch. And so the way that he performed on Sunday, despite throwing a few bad interceptions, which, I'll cut him some slack coming into the game like that, I think there is a belief here that, okay, based on the schedule, there's some games here that are winnable for Jake Browning. But when it comes down to it, is he going to be able to go and win you a game on the road or at home against the Detroit Lions or on the road against the Green Bay Packers? Those are tall tasks. I don't know if Bengals fans feel great about that right now, but you certainly feel like he can do the bare minimum to keep them in contention. It's up to everybody else around him stepping up to maybe get them over the edge and into the playoffs.
So, Austin, if we're talking about Jake Browning doing the bare minimum, is there a possibility that the Bengals say we want more and they look at someone like a Kirk Cousins or bring someone else in the interim?
Yeah, I know Adam Schefter was talking yesterday that the Bengals have been calling around. I know there was even a report about them talking to the Packers about Malik Willis. Historically, the Bengals aren't going to bring somebody in to challenge Jake Browning. They will bring someone in to kind of fill out the bottom of the roster or maybe compete with Brett Rippon, who's the backup right now to Jake Browning. When this happened a couple of years ago, they went and plucked A.J. McCarron out of the XFL or SFL or whatever league that was. So I wouldn't expect them to go after Cousins, especially because of the contract. I think Jameis Winston is really interesting, and I think he would be a lot of fun with those receivers and in this offense.
Yeah.
I also would, make a call about somebody like Andy Dalton and see if the Panthers would be willing to move on from him, as crazy as that might sound, just for that stability behind Jake Browning. But I wouldn't expect them to go and get somebody who would try to challenge Jake to start, just simply because they don't operate that way.
I wanted to ask about the defense because I think coming into the season, everybody's like, oh my gosh, this defense is terrible. But so far, they've looked, at least decent, which again, the expectations were very low. But when you talk about needing a complete team around Jake Browning for this team to win games, will the defense be able to hold down their part of the bargain?
The ultimate question. And the conversation going into the year was, can Burrow keep the Bengals alive for the first month until the defense figures it out? Well, so far, the defense, to their credit, has been opportunistic. They have tackled better. They have been in the right spot at the right time when balls get tipped into the air to intercept them. And Trey Hendrickson has come alive a little bit over the first 2 weeks of the season. So if you believe that, and like you mentioned, the bar is very low. Last year, they were in the bottom 3 defenses in the NFL. Can they get to number 20 in the NFL? Well, that was the goalpost with Joe Burrow at quarterback. It might need to be moved up to number 15 in the NFL if they want to get to the playoffs this year. So I do think it's going to be a challenge for them to do so. There's still a lot of young players, a lot of growing pains, a new system, a new scheme that is developing. I've seen some flashes. I've seen some things that excite me, but I'm still not fully convinced that the defense is going to be good enough.
We're talking with Austin Elmore, host on ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincinnati, also host of the Ball Don't Lie podcast. Austin, why hasn't this franchise over the years invested more in protecting Joe Burrow?
Yeah, I think that's one of the talking points that maybe is a little bit misguided, because since Joe has been here, they have invested in that position. They signed Alex Kappa. They signed Ted Karras. They went out and signed a Pro Bowl left tackle in Orlando Brown Jr. They've spent draft capital in the first, second, and third rounds on offensive linemen, most notably Amarius Mims, who's the starting right tackle, Dylan Fairchild at left guard, Cordell Volson, Jackson Carman. There's been a ton of investment into that position. They've also gone through now 3 offensive line coaches since Burrow has been here. So they've always been tweaking and trying to figure it out. And I think now the shift for a lot of Bengals fans has gone to, okay, well, they have tried, but they have failed. So is it the players, or is it the scheme, or is it the way Burrow runs the offense, or how exactly? We're all looking for solutions and for someone to blame here. But right. I think you can look at this offseason and say, they had opportunities and cap space and a possibility to go and get better options than Lucas Patrick and Dalton Reisner, and they didn't do it, and they deserve blame for that. There have been those situations where, okay, let's go get somebody out there who's going to cost you a little bit more, but you at least know who they are, rather than a competition in camp or somebody that you might be more familiar with, like Cody Ford, who they re-upped on this year. So it's fair to blame them for not being more aggressive at that position. They have certainly tried, but it's failed, and I think they need to reevaluate their process.
Yeah, vibe check with the fans. How are they feeling these days? You talked about how people don't know who exactly to blame, but I would imagine people are pretty down because it's not every day you find a generational quarterback, and the Bengals did, but he just can't stay healthy. Like, how are the fans feeling?
Mm-hmm. It's like a funeral home everywhere you go. I mean, walking into my office yesterday, nobody even turned the lights on. People were quiet. I mean, Joe is like, he's the most popular person in this city, and we have the vice president living here closing down roads every day. Like, I'm drinking from a coffee cup. This is no joke. I'm drinking from a coffee cup right now that says "A Cup of Joe" with the picture of Joe Burrow's face on it. Like, he's everywhere, and people are just devastated about it. And, you know, I think with the whole blame thing, we were talking about this yesterday. The Bengals, for a long time, their image has been that they're cheap, that they're frugal. And now I think their brand and their image is that they're incompetent and they've screwed up a generational quarterback. You know, I think that's what people view the Indianapolis Colts. Quickly, people forgot about all the great stuff Peyton Manning did there, and they realized, oh, those guys ruined Andrew Luck. And the Cleveland Browns are known for their incompetence. They try to win, but they screw it up every single way. And I think right now the Bengals brand is shifting to they couldn't protect Joe Burrow. They screwed up one of the best quarterbacks in the NFL. It's less about being cheap now and more about being incompetent. And that's a scary thing. But fans are angry, and they're angry because of that. They're angry that the organization, it felt like, didn't have Joe's back, didn't feel like they've done enough and exhausted every avenue to maximize a Super Bowl window. Now, fans were thrilled with the offseason because of the checklist of things that they got done, even though the Trey Hendrickson thing maybe wasn't the best outcome, but it was still he's on the team and playing this year. And then there was one thing that they didn't really check off, which was solidifying that offensive line. And, of course, it's the first thing that bites them. So fans, I think, are angry. I think they're sad. I think they're frustrated. And they know that it's too early to quit on the team, but I don't think there's a lot of hope.
So, Austin, let's maybe give the fans some hope. Best case scenario, into the season, they make it through the regular season, and Joe Burrow returns in time for the playoffs. It is plausible. Yes, it is plausible. And you know, I think there's two ways to look at it. Number one, you look at the Eagles from 2017 and say, hey, Nick Foles took this team to the Super Bowl. Surely Jake Browning could do the same thing with the Bengals. And if so, you know, if he's playing well, then maybe there's no rush to get Joe Burrow back, and you could wait to the playoffs until he's fully good to go, or maybe feels a little bit more comfortable, or maybe is a little bit more mobile coming off of that turf toe injury. So it is absolutely possible. Like the range has been anywhere from early December to early January. And obviously, if they're playing in early January, late January, the Bengals have a chance, and I would imagine Burrow would do everything in his power to play. So it's possible. It's definitely possible.
Yeah, I was going to say the odds are 30-1 on the Bengals to win the AFC Championship. We have like a minute left. Is this something you would put your money on?
It is not. Now, I'm labeled by some people here as a bit of a pessimist, but people confuse honesty for hating, and I'm sure you guys know that. I wouldn't bet on it. I still don't trust the defense enough. I think the offense can keep them in it, but I have my doubts about the defense, and the rest of the AFC North is still good.
No, I totally understand that. I told someone on our podcast the Commanders weren't going to go 17-0. I was like, hater, you're a hater. I'm like, guys, it's the National Football League, guys. Okay, it's Austin Elmore, host on ESPN 1530 and 700 WLW in Cincinnati, also host of the Ball Don't Lie podcast. Austin, great stuff. Thank you so much.
Thank you guys for having me. Really appreciate it.
You bet. I mean, he's not wrong about that. Sometimes looking at things through an objective lens, or what you feel like is an authentic lens, is misconstrued as you don't want a team to do well, or it's good for the media, like we were talking about, when a team struggles. And ultimately, it's like, listen, I'm not trying to tell you I want the team to fare poorly, but if you're replacing Joe Burrow with Jake Browning, what do you think is going to happen?
Well, especially in the postseason, because I do think that Jake Browning is a fine backup, and they can win some games, some regular season games. But if you're talking about high-end potential and you're talking about the rest of the quarterbacks in the AFC, do you think Jake Browning goes toe-to-toe with Lamar Jackson, with Josh Allen, Hell, even with Patrick Mahomes, which, I mean, the way I phrase that, like you'd think that Patrick Mahomes was some mid-tier quarterback. He is not a mid-tier quarterback, but you get what I am saying. As if the AFC is absolutely no joke. So, like, maybe they're fine in the regular season, but if Joe Burrow does not come back, this is not a team I would believe in the postseason without Joe Burrow.
No, they got to have him. And you just hope if you're Cincinnati that, like Austin was saying, okay, the defense, they've shown those flashes. They continue to come along. They solidify. They are opportunistic as they have been, even though they've got some work to do. And then Jake Browning, I mean, he's 4-3. Did this before a couple years ago. Went 4-3 in 7 games. So if he can keep the Bengals on track enough to get him there, then Joe Burrow can take back over, and maybe they can make a run in the postseason. That's best case scenario. Coming up next year on a show. No football tonight, so it is back to baseball we go for our favorite plays of the day. Yes, Dockster is here as well. We're going to wrap things up here on the Daily Tip, and it is on the BetMGM Network. Stay right there.
Coming up, Jenks and Chelsea give out their best bets here on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. Let's get back to the Daily Tip with Chelsea Messenger and Michael Jenkins on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly.
Welcome back. Tuesday on the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. I'm Michael Jenkins. She is Chelsea Messenger. Chelsea, is the NFL letting Tom Brady get away with murder? I mean, not actual murder. Real murder.
Can't wait for that on Netflix. I'd watch that.
When's the last time you saw Jay Cutler? Who knows? But the fact that he is sitting in a booth last night or sitting up with the Raiders coaching staff because he's a part owner and watching this game after having called games on the NFL on Fox, and the NFL has waived that rule where last year he couldn't meet with the coaches and players before each broadcast because they didn't want there to be a conflict of interest where he's getting this essentially scouting knowledge that you get when you talk with coaches and players before a game, because they didn't want there to be him taking this information and then using it as minority owner of the Raiders. But here he is. They waived that rule this year, so he's getting all of this insider information, and he's getting to use that and then going to the games and watching it take place in real time. I know there hasn't been a crossover yet, but if you're talking about future Raiders opponents, Tom Brady is getting information that not any other owner has access to. Like, it's a wild conflict of interest.
Yeah, somewhere Bill Belichick is pointing like, that's my boy. He's doing it just like I used to. And he's also doing it the Michigan way, right? Because Michigan has problems with that too. But yeah, it feels sketchy because people also caught this last night. That I didn't notice this nuance, but people were saying when the camera was on him, he lowered his chair and was trying to slink in his chair so people wouldn't see him as much. And maybe it was a coincidence and he just didn't want to be as tall in the chair, but you can see him literally shrink down in his chair. And you're wondering to yourself, you're like, why is he hiding from the camera? What's going on there?
It's so obvious. He has to know wherever he goes, there's going to be a camera on him. And so I can't believe
it's a window.
It's right. It's a window. You're not in a closet. You're in a window. You're Tom Brady. Cameras follow you everywhere. I don't know. Maybe it's on a fake mustache, and he's like, "It's Dom Brady. I'm Dom's brother." Okay, sure, Dom. It's wild. I was gonna say it's sort of crazy that the NFL allows it, but then I'm like, maybe it's not crazy after all. It's Tom Brady. They're gonna let him do whatever he wants. But if this were anyone else, there's no way they're letting him get the information that he's getting every single week on potential opponents and then taking it back to another franchise. It's crazy to me.
Yeah, it does feel like an unfair advantage. If you're another team in the league, you're like, why don't we get to do that? Should we bring a broadcaster? Let's bring on Greg Olson. He can be a part owner of the team or special assistant. Because everybody would do this because it does feel like he would get special insight to the other team.
Yeah.
That being said, just because you have insights to the other team does not mean that you can execute it, because we are seeing that with the Raiders. It's not like the Raiders are the Super Bowl favorites. So I don't know if it matters because you still have to have the personnel, but it does feel very unfair.
Well, and here's the thing. It doesn't matter now because the Raiders aren't a good football team.
Yeah.
If they become a good football team, it's going to be a huge problem. Just imagine hypothetically that Tom Brady is, who knows how the schedule will work down the line. Let's say he's covering a Broncos-Chiefs game or something like that, or could be in the NFC, whatever it is. Niners-Saints. Let's say he was doing Niners-Saints last week, and then the next week, the Niners are taking on the Raiders. It's 1 week earlier, this guy was getting inside information from players and coaches and then able to use it to help his franchise. It's one of those things you kind of laugh at because the Rangers or the Raiders are bad right now, but it won't be.
Yeah, because he's also on the A team. So he's doing all the big games. He was on the Super Bowl rematch game between the Eagles and the Chiefs. So, like, if the Raiders are good and he's on the A-team broadcast where he's on all the biggest games of the week, like, he's covering the best teams. But maybe you say to yourself, okay, like, they watch film anyway. It's just the talking to the players and the coaches. So, I don't know.
Yeah.
I don't know why he needs to have so many jobs anyway. Like, leave some jobs for other people. Like, I do appreciate his insight, but, like, maybe he should just be, like, I don't know, just still have his radio show. Because he used to do a radio show on Sirius XM every Monday, and it was very good. But, like, meeting with players and coaches, I don't know, maybe these players and coaches need to go on the defensive and, like, start feeding them fake information. Right?
Hey, Tom, first play, flea flicker. We're running a flea flicker. Let's just keep that between us. Yeah. And we're going to do this in most games this season. Throw them off. Bet Sweats is on the way here in just moments. Joe O and Sammy P. But first, we have to get to our favorite plays of the day.
Time to place your bets.
All right, Joseph. What do you got? A couple squad plays.
All right, hell yeah. A couple squad plays on one of the founding members of the Circle of Trust. Okay, so we have several pitchers that we trust intrinsically when it comes to betting on baseball. One of those guys is Paul Skeens. I am not trusting the Pirates to win the game, but I am trusting Paul Skeens to have another dominating performance. So I'm going to go first 5 under 3.5 between the Pirates and the Cubs. So you look at the other side of the coin, you have Cade Horton, who has put up great numbers in his last 7 games. 5-1 with a 1.24 ERA. And also, last time around against the Pirates, 5 2/3 shutout inning. So there's one side of the equation. Then you have Paul Skeens, who is putting up generational numbers for the Pirates. I understand it's football season. I understand it's the Pirates and nobody cares. But right now, he's in the conversation for the best start to a career ever. Like, Dwight Gooden is still the reigning, champ of that discussion, in my opinion. But still, back-to-back seasons, ERA under 2. Paul Skeens is absolutely dominating. So 3.5 in the first 5 innings of this one. Yeah, I'm going to hit the under.
Yeah, I'm going to be with you on that. So that's one squad play, and we have another one as well. How about the Brewers on the run line? -114 hosting the Angels. You got Caden Dana going for the Halos, Freddie Peralta going for the Brewers, and Caden Dana, bless his heart. Bless his heart. He's a rookie this season. 4 starts, ERA over 6.32. Now has to go on the road and face the Brewers. Still battling for a playoff position, so they will be highly motivated. One of the top scoring teams in the league. Highest scoring team since the All-Star break in Major League Baseball. Freddie Peralta got rocked last time out against the Rangers, but this is a good bounce back spot for him because before that outing against Texas, he had, 30 scoreless innings. Clearly the better pitcher here. Let's go Brewers on the run line, -114.
Yeah, it's a squad play. And for this reason, you can make a good case to bet on the Brewers on the run line just about every game because they have the best run differential in all of baseball by a wide margin. They're sitting at 173. The next closest team in baseball is 126. These are absolutely preposterous numbers when it comes to the Brew Crew and the way that they are outscoring some of these teams. So Brewers on the run line, yeah, it's going to be on the card for me as well.
I got one more play. I'm mad that my Yankees run line play did not come home last night, so I'm going to bet it again against the Twins. That's right. I'm going to go Yankees -1 at 136. And you're like, all right, that's odd. If you like it on the run line, you could probably find that at plus money. Would not fault you for that. But do we really think the Twins can make it 2 straight over the Pinstripes? I don't. In fact, after a home win, the Twins have lost each of their last 9 games. 0-9 in their last 9 after a home win. That is the spot we're in tonight. You got Zebby Matthews on the mound for Minnesota, 4-5 this season, an ERA just over 5. And the Twins bullpen, the second worst ERA in the American League. I think this is when New York gets right. Yankees -1 is -136.
I like it. And Jenks, I keep seeing more videos of this Philly celebration. I don't know if Kyle Schwarber will play tonight.
Take the Dodgers. Just
a lot of beer bongs
Philly
for Kyle Schwarber.
Yeah. He's going to be going up to the plate, hung over, just kind of wobbling around. You got to take the Dodgers with Shohei on the mound, just based on that celebration alone. Well, before we find out what's coming up on BetSwitz, I know they're going to talk Monday Night Football as well. We got to bring in the Donkster. He is in studio holding it down. Donkster, come on in.
If anyone here thinks I can't catch crappie, you're way off.
What is that? What are you talking about?
I know how to work a rod and reel.
Okay. You would say something weird like that.
Sometimes you gotta toss out a line and see if anything's ready to bite.
Okay. Well, you enjoy your fishing today, you weirdo. Give us a play.
Cubs at Pirates under 7.
Okay. Well, with that, we bring in a much smarter member of our team. That is the great Sam Panayotovich. Sammy P, good morning, my friend. How you doing, buddy?
He's really going fishing today? Where at?
That's what he says.
The Potomac.
The toilet.
Oh God, I don't. That's not gonna work out well.
Wow, exciting morning when the Donkster is going fishing. Yeah. Is his dad gonna take him fishing, or does he go solo?
I need time to myself.
Oh, okay. Okay. Just some solo fishing on the Potomac, as one does.
I don't know how I'm supposed to pivot to a normal question after this, but I was going to ask you, what's your take on the Bucs? Do you think they can be a contender in the NFC?
Of course. Baker's so much fun. Defense gets pressure, and they just keep finding receivers. Emeka Egbuka, come on down, right? Wait till they get healthy at receiver. Wait till they have Evans and Godwin and Egbuka. You got the big tight end, Otten. The O-line's good. It's a good team, and yeah, I could definitely see a run in the NFC. The NFC, everybody's giving the Packers the crown already. Just be careful with that.
Right?
Yeah, I've been doing that. I think that's directly at me.
That was Jenks.
I was thinking,
no,
that
the
was
fact
me.
that they're tied with the Eagles for best odds to win the NFC, that's a no from me.
That's kind of crazy. Sammy P, have a great show. Good to see you. Ah, there it is. Reel it in, baby. That's what I'm talking about. That's going to do it for this edition of the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. For the entire crew at Chelsea Messenger, I'm Michael Jenkins. Have a fantastic Tuesday. See you tomorrow.
You've been listening to the Daily Tip on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary. Download the app today. Please gamble responsibly. If you missed any of the show, listen back anytime on the new and improved Odyssey app.
Get ready to experience the ultimate fusion of wagering and entertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Kicking off your morning with the Daily Tip with Michael Jenkins and Chelsea Messenger.
Over.
It's a very simple way to look at it. It's the best way to look at it.
Followed by the newly branded Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P.
When I stop talking, that's when you jump in usually.
He said, ring that bell! He said, ring that bell!
Then it's You Better You Bet, hosted by Nick Costos and Femi Abebefe.
Great teams and great players get a whistle. It's happened forever. It will continue to happen.
Capped off every night with the electric Brad Evans and Ryan Horvath on BetMGM tonight.
Oh, that's a sexy phrase.
Quote Dr. Dre, creep with me and walk with me on this one.
Welcome to a new era of Wagertainment. This is the BetMGM Network. Please gamble responsibly. It's time to sweat with Joe O and Sammy P. Get ready to fire. This is Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
That's where I find myself to save my week, on Geno Smith on Monday Night Football. That's what I need tonight. What are you doing tonight? Oh, I'm going to watch Geno Smith throw 3 picks on Monday night and lose another game.
Boise State Bronco lined up behind Smith. Expects to be busy tonight. They fake it to him, and Smith throws. Almost picked up. In fact, on a carom, it's into the hands of Dalen Henley. A dangerous throw, and on the carom, the elite linebacker for the Chargers has a takeaway in the first play. Smith on the move. Scanning. Doesn't seem to be any open. Now he just chucks it way downfield, and it's going to be intercepted. Trying to find Thornton. Tony Jefferson stepping in tonight. 3rd and 15. Pressure again. Down the middle. End zone shot. Carom and intercepted. Off the carom. He tried to find Myers in traffic and picked up by Dante Jackson. 3rd tonight for Smith.
It's Bet Sweats. It's a Tuesday. It continues. The football continues. Our lives continue, I think. We had 2 games last night. We'll talk about both of them and how they went. We've got a Heisman watch coming up in about 20 minutes. More changes in that as we are ramping up towards the start of everyone to get into conference play there. NFL futures, whether it's team, whether it's awards, some new favorites are out there just coming out this morning that I find really interesting. Couple of great guests as well. The Bear, Chris Felica, and Will Brinson from CBS Sports on the NFL. Hey, Sam.
I feel prophetic, but in the worst way, because on Friday, I was logging into all of my contests and jamming Raiders plus 3.5 in. And then by Monday morning, yesterday, so defeated from the weekend. As you just heard, I came out and said, I can't wait to watch Geno Smith throw 3 picks on Monday Night Football. Prophetic in the worst way, not the best way, not because the Raiders covered, but because in between viewings of the Charlie Sheen Netflix documentary last night that we're watching in this household, very good, by the way.
Okay.
I decided, you know what? I want to watch the first drive because I saw on X that the Raiders were going to get the ball and they were going to come out on the field. And I said, all right, let's turn Netflix off, crank on the YouTube TV. Let's just see how they start. Smith takes the snap, drops back, and first pass is intercepted. Right off. Good night. That's it. Don't need to see anything else. You can follow it on the phone these days. You can follow it in group threads. 3 picks. Probably could have had 4 or 5 last night. I hate the NFL already. Week 2 just ended, and I hate it.
Here's the worst part. After all that hype all offseason, we can't even really find joy in GRP's 0-5.
Nope.
I can't. Because who are we? Who am I to laugh at anybody else with the way this NFL season has started. Yeah, I talked myself into the over. It looked fine at halftime, and then nobody scored a touchdown in the second half of the game. I think it was 3-3 in the second half. Fan-freaking-tastic. All right, let's go chronological order, and we won't feel sorry for ourselves because everybody loses picks. We're going to have hot streaks as well. That's what's going to happen. So, I mean, it's a long, we got 15 weeks of regular season football left, buddy. We got a long way to go. It's just, we're just stumbling out of the blocks. So
So after I flipped the Charlie Sheen doc back on, it's a two-parter. And again, I would highly suggest anybody who was a movie fan in the 90s and was a fan of Platoon, Wall Street, Major League, I would highly suggest you check it out. And then it gets into the 2.5 Men days, all the things off the field for Charlie Sheen, pun intended, off the field. So after I flip off the TV and go back to the Netflix doc, so Geno Smith throws the pick on the first pass of the game for the Raiders. And then I flip the doc back on, and Charlie Sheen starts going into this rant about winning. And I'm like, oh, this is perfect. The timeliness of the interception followed by the winning rant. You can't make it up. I know you were going to get into something there. I wanted to read one more thing.
Yeah.
So Evan Abrams had this tweet about NFL favorites, and I saw it, and it made me want to go to the bathroom. At Evan H. Abrams, tremendous follow for Gambling Trends. Just very, very solid stuff. NFL closing favorites of 4 points or more are now 12-0 this season. 12-0. So those are your teams -4 and higher. -4, 5, 6, 7, you get it. 12-0 this season. And since week 13 of last year, those same NFL favorites of 4 points or more are 64-7 straight up. 64-7. That is a 90.1% clip. It's easy. And I got bookies yesterday on Texas. I got a bunch of bookie friends. Chicago, Vegas, Florida, they're sending me these bet slips. And it's guys making 5-leg, 6-leg parlays, just money lines. Money line. And I sent you a couple of them. Yep. Guys are just parlaying favorites and winning thousands of dollars. And we've been doing this a long time, you and I. 15 years, 20 years. I don't ever remember it being so simple to just take favorites and parlay them together on the money line and have them come through. At a 90% clip since week 13 of last year, these favorites of -4 or higher are getting home.
Yeah. I'm pushing the cart yesterday afternoon, and you send me a couple of those slips at Costco as I'm passing by the idiots waiting 20 minutes for a rotisserie chicken because they can't wait to get that dinner going. Like, how long are you going to wait? It's not that. Okay, fine. It's cheap, I guess. Fine. Yeah. And I look at it and I just said, why aren't we doing this? And I think you said, because we're stupid.
Yep. That's why.
Because I think we had the same conversation at the end of last year. Why aren't we just doing this? And Murray jokes about it and basically says, yeah, the NFL's easy. And every week when you have sports media asking the question to certain books, what do you need? How you looking? How's your week going? I'll let you know after Monday night, because everything is tied to moneyline parlays on Monday night. If the favorites win, we're going to be in trouble. If the favorites lose, we'll be happy. One favorite lost last night, one favorite won, but the one that was the higher point spread wins and covers, the one that was a shorter point spread that people were kind of unsure about, shorter than a field goal, that one had the upset very late in the game. So let's just go with the later game, because you had the Vegas side, I had the over, loser, just fade us. It's easy at the start of the season. You mentioned the 3 interceptions. They all come on deep passes. As good as Geno looked in week number 1, he looked just as terrible in week number 2. On passes of 10 yards or more down the field, 0 for 10, 3 interceptions. 0 for 10, 3 interceptions. You mentioned the 3 picks. There was a lot going on here, but something else that stood out, it probably would have been the number one story if Geno Smith wasn't so terrible. You've got Tom Brady up in the coach's booth. You've got a report that he's talking to Chip Kelly, the offensive coordinator, 3 times a week. And then after the game, Pete Carroll comes out and says, no, that's true. Not true. That's not happening. Okay. Like, you're monitoring all of your offensive coordinator's phone calls with the owner. Yeah, okay. Whatever, Pete. And then you've got Genty. You took this guy with the 6th overall pick, and we're at 2.4 yards per touch, 11 carries, 43 yards for Genty. They have no offensive line to speak of. How's that thought process? Let's take a running back 6 overall, and that's going to fix everything when you don't have an offensive line.
It's a problem. It really is. So many ways. And you look at the market now, and Genty's starting to crawl down the board for the offensive rookie of the year. Tyler Warren.
Yes, sir.
Colts tight end is favored now at multiple sports books. Now, BetMGM took this market down. I imagine they're going to have it back up at some point today as they recalibrate the numbers. But I saw this morning multiple books have Tyler Warren as the favorite. Ironically enough, that's the tight end the Bears passed on to take Colston Loveland.
Oh.
Not to wedge the Bears into a conversation, but you pass on Jaden Daniels, and now you pass on Tyler Warren. Daniels won the award last year. Warren is now the favorite after 2 weeks this year. Long way to go, of course. The Brady thing is really interesting because he has a very interesting chronological timeline next week. He's going to be on the call. Fox's Game of the Week da-na-na, 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 is the Bears and Cowboys. So all week long, he's going to be in production meetings and phone calls with Ben Johnson, Caleb Williams, Shoddy, Dak. Part of the job. You're the lead analyst for a national company that I happen to work for as well. So I should probably be careful here, but I'm going to talk about it anyways. So after he's in all these meetings and trying to figure out the ins and outs of the Bears and the Cowboys, guess who the Bears play in week 4? The Las Vegas Raiders, who Tom Brady is orchestrating the offense with along with Chip Kelly. This is a bananas story.
How's this allowed? How is this allowed? It is. It is. And I don't know. See, here's the other thing. Do we know that Brady knows anything? Is Brady good at being a quote coach because he's, being a de facto assistant coach, I guess, in some sense, as part owner in these meetings, in these talks? I don't know. A lot of times you can do it, but you can't teach it. You can't coach it. We see that all the time in this league. So I don't even know if that's a positive thing for Vegas at this juncture. On the Chargers side, Harbaugh covers again on the road. 30, 14-2 ATS. They destroy him in the box score. And something I notice, it's not a fantasy thing, but I guess it can be, whether it's props or whatever. What I've noticed with Roman this year and Herbert at the helm, through 2 games, small sample, they are spreading the ball out evenly. Like late last year, it was all McConkey, right? It was like, when's Johnson going to do anything? All 3 of them are lifting their share, right? Last night was Johnson, 3 for 71 on 7 targets. Keenan Allen gets into the end zone, 5 for 61 on 7 targets, the exact same. McConkey catches all 5 targets for 48 yards. They're really spreading the ball around evenly, and it seems like that is part of the plan. Unfortunately for you, slow start for Hampton, but it looks like he's still their dude, and he'll get his opportunities.
He will. If you want balance, here's what you do on national television for the whole country to watch it. 27 passing attempts, 26 rushes.
Mm-hmm.
That is balance to a T. So you don't know what's coming when it's coming because of the versatility of their offense. And Herbert throws a beautiful ball, man. Holy cow, that thing just whips. I mean, he's got a rocket out of that right arm. And I think it was unfairly pedestaled a couple years ago when you had national media just want to wedge him into the conversation as one of the best quarterbacks in the league, and he was still in his 3rd season in the league. I mean, now he's been in the league a handful of years now. This is year 5, I believe, for Herbert. And some guys get it right away. Other guys need proper seasoning and better coaching. He has done a complete 180 with Jim Harbaugh, a former NFL quarterback and a great offensive mind. Look at the odds right now. Look at the odds for the AFC West. Chargers plus 110. Look at the odds for the MVP. Justin Herbert, co-third favorite with Jordan Love. Here's your MVP market right now. Coming into the year, it's Allen, Jackson, Burrow, Mahomes, right? Not in that order, but those are the four. Those are the big four that we always talk about. Jackson, Allen, Burrow, Mahomes. Now it's Allen and Jackson on line 1, plus 3.25. And then on line 3, Herbert and Love, 8-1. Allen, Jackson, Herbert, Love. Those are the 4 favorites for MVP right now.
Well, in the first game, Baker Mayfield becomes the second quarterback in the last 30 years to have a game-winning drive with less than 2:30 in the game left in back-to-back regular season games. Second time that's happened in the last 30 years. The other guy's Brett Favre. What a pickup. 4th and 10, game on the line. He's hobbled, and he has that 15-yard scramble where he basically gets flipped, and he flies through the air. And for this Texans great defense, there was no stopping the Tampa Bay Buccaneers on that final drive of the game. C.J. Stroud is not a top 15 quarterback. Say what you want about his O-line, about his weapons. He had Nico Collins last night, got into the end zone. Last year, all the injuries, this and that. He does not look good right now. He looks nothing like he did in his rookie campaign, and I don't have him as a top 15 guy. This offense is very concerning. Very concerning if you're going to back them, and they're having a rough start, and the Colts are having a great start. Something else we could talk about with team futures.
Shane Steichen, how long do they go in Indy without punting? We'll find out.
Wow. Unreal to even say that heading into week number 3. Heisman watch on the other side. Joe O, Sammy P, you've got Bet Sweats with you on a Tuesday morning. This is a BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
which means it's time for our weekly Heisman Watch. Who's rising? Who's falling? And is there a play to be made? It's Heisman Watch on Bet Sweats on the BetMGM network. Make it legendary.
Sam, if we go to the very top of the board, what do we see in the Heisman Trophy race?
We see a Bet Sweats party is what we see. According to BetMGM, Carson Beck, John Mateer have the two best chances to win the Heisman Trophy. Hey now.
Woo! Joe Ostrowski, Sam Panayonovich. We have a Heisman Watch on Tuesday mornings here on Bet Sweats. Weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon, 9 a.m. to noon. Hey, if you listen via podcast, make sure you guys leave us 5-star rating and review. We love any feedback on the show to tell us that you are listening. Even if you hate something, let us know about that. We always appreciate the hate for Jake coming up, whether it's through voicemails, which I heard we had a bunch of, Sammy. So we'll get to some voicemails later on in the show. I think that's coming up next hour. You can leave a voicemail via the Odyssey app. You go to BetMGM Network, and next to the Listen Live button, you can click on leaving a voicemail and record one. And we had an awful one last week that did not hit the airwaves, thankfully. Here's what I'm realizing, Sam, as I pull up the BetMGM app and I'm looking at the latest Heisman Trophy odds. I'm realizing about something we talked about at the end. If you're using your phone to read the odds, I don't have anything to magnify my phone because usually I'm using the phone for a menu or for the computer screen. So I can make out, I think that's a 7-1 on Carson Beck at the very top there. And John Mateer blurry 9-1, the second favorite. You said it yesterday. Our guys in the summer, you said Beck is it. I ended up landing on Mateer after a week, and then after a second week, I'm like, okay, all right, this is it. I can see a 5-0 start. We'll see what happens with Auburn this week, but it is cool to look at the two guys that we have each talked about for Heisman Trophy, 1 and 2 here. After it was Nussmeier a week ago, he falls off a little bit. Don't ask Brian Kelly about the offense.
We won the game 20-10. Don't ask about the offense. Lagway throws 5 picks, and you turn that into 20 points. It's a very fair question. Maybe not the first question out of the gate, but I digress. Before I handle this Heisman conversation, I need to know. Remember a couple years ago, there was that question that was taking the internet by storm. If you had 5 fingers, and we all have 5 fingers. Sandwich. No. Nor am I talking about the dress either. Is it black and blue or is it gold or whatever? It was, if you have 5 fingers and you could shoot something out of every finger, what would you take? And some people were saying water, nacho cheese, ketchup, barbecue sauce. I'm picturing if you had answered that question, it's just 5 flashlights. Just
I just need one.
No, I don't know, man. You might need you might have to go with I almost threw a gang sign up on BetSweat, so I'm not going to do that. You'd need at least 2 though.
So in my mind, I'm justifying it not being my fault because I'm pretty sure that staring at a ring light for 3 hours a day is not good. I don't know if there's been any studies, but I don't think it's good. Does it get to you or no?
No, not really.
Okay.
Not really.
It does for me.
It is bright. I mean, no doubt. And I mean, we're all going to go blind anyway from staring at phones and screens for the last 20 years of our lives.
True.
Following up in the chat, Paul does not remember this question. Jake does remember the question. So that makes sense. But yeah, it was basically if you could have something come out of every finger, what would you do? It was a very hot topic in the streets about 5 years ago.
I do not remember this. I do not remember this, but Paul takes another age shot at me, and he's doing this to make him feel better about himself. I don't know if you've noticed this. So he's having a tough time being in his 40s, so he keeps attacking me like he's Ed Egros. So that's where you are.
Lines have been crossed, sir. Wow.
They kind of look alike, don't they? They kind of, I mean, if you really lower the lens a little bit, they
exactly. Exactly.
You guys obviously have eye problems. I'll just say
No
that.
doubt.
I mean, Joe,
Well,
you're the one
clearly
talking
Joe
about it.
does.
Paul does. Paul, it's coming. Laugh it up now. Yuck it
I
up.
will.
It's on
I'm
the
going to
way.
enjoy it while I can.
Aren't you guys like 2 years apart in age?
Exactly. Yeah, and for some reason he
But
thinks
what's the
it's
real
20.
feel, Sam? I mean, the real feel is like a decade.
I mean, I was out with Paul for Monday night. I did not see Paul go to the flashlight to read the menu, to be fair.
He wouldn't do that in public. He's not going to admit that. That's
Behind
not
closed
happening. We know behind closed doors there are a lot of things.
Never had glasses. Just have like not even perfect vision, better than perfect vision. So I'm sorry, some of us are not. The LASIK is not coming for me.
You did pull it off
right
well,
there.
Paul.
There's
Go
a
ahead, Jake,
100% chance Paul would rather read something incorrectly and just
Yes.
be way wrong than ever
Yes.
use the flashlight. 100%.
Yeah.
And I did find it ironic that he just kind of scanned the menu and went, chicken fingers. You can always get chicken fingers. So maybe he couldn't read the menu and he was just playing it off.
There he goes.
Just
Waves
zoom
your
on the
fingers.
phone.
Yeah.
Yes.
All right. So Heisman, I wanted to throw a name out there because at this point we could sit here and we could talk about our positions until we're blue in the face, but that's no fun. I mean, if you tailed us on either Becker, Mateer, or both, you're in a good spot. Now what? For me, I still haven't added anyone, and I'm upset at myself because I should have joined your party and you should have joined my party. We could have bet each other's guys. You said no.
I said, I know. I'm mad. I keep every time I hear Carson Beck's name, I think about seeing that 37 over the summer that I didn't bet. It's stupid.
Yeah, and I didn't jump in on Mateer either at 25 or 20. And now it's staring me in the face at 9, and I'm thinking to myself, damn, I missed it. But this is the one market where you can miss it and still be okay. I mean, he's going to put up big numbers. With him, it's staying healthy. That's my big concern with Mateer. It's a big schedule, big time, big opponents, big programs. It's going to take a lot of hits against a lot of power teams. So my concern is jumping in at 9. I'm not going to get the best of it, and you're not going to get the best of it either on Beck at 7. But they could both obviously still win. But what I'm getting at is if I was looking to add somebody now, BetMGM has this guy at 25-1. And I didn't check this morning because it just hit me as I was scanning the odds. Best price you can get is a 30-1. He is a star in the Big 12, a very weak conference. A lot of passing, no defense. And if you look at his stats right now, he's got 11 touchdowns and 1 pick. 923 yards with a quarterback rating of 81, which is pretty good. I mean, that's a top rating in the country, one of the top ratings. It's Behren Morton at Texas Tech. And I know that their schedule has not been great. That's being very kind. It's been a very bad schedule so far, but this offense is legit. Now, they've played Pine Bluff, Kent State, and Oregon State. But this Big 12 stinks. I mean, you go to Utah this weekend, and that's a very important game. If he could put up 3 touchdowns on Utah, now we're talking. And then you got at Arizona State, at Kansas State. There are opportunities here against better teams and better defenses. But Morton's a guy that's battled injury issues. He's had all kinds of things. It's been like operation for him in his career. But his O-line is very good. And remember, Texas Tech is the team that spent the most money this offseason in NIL. And they've spent it mostly on offensive protection or production. They are loaded. And they have a coach that's trying to score 50 points a game. So I think I'm finally going to jump in on somebody else. At 30-1, Behren Morton is going to get my money at some point ahead of the Utah game. It has to be ahead of Utah because a lot of people are saying, all right, do it against a real team. And he hasn't yet, but he could this weekend. And you look at that market for this game, Utah and Texas Tech. Utah's a 3-point favorite. What are they saying? These teams are equal on a neutral, right? If home field's worth 3-4 points and Utah's a 3-point favorite, the odds makers are telling you without telling you that these two teams are equal on a neutral. So they could go into Utah and win. And if he outduels Devin Dampier, another Heisman riser, what does the number go to then? That's the guy I'm going to add. It's Behren Morton, 25 at MGM. High side of the market is a 30. this is going to go to a quarterback this year. I'm sorry, boys and girls. This is a quarterback award, and this is a quarterback year. Baron Morton is the next guy that I'm going to bet.
Especially after the year when it doesn't go to a quarterback, they always come back. It's going back to a QB the following season. All right. I like that. Look, I like Texas Tech. That was my pick to win the conference. I like them to make the playoff. That was about 4-1. So that makes a lot of sense to me. He can get some credit. I have someone in the exact same range I want to throw your way, and then a super long shot that just kind of stood out, and it's just because of the numbers early on. But 35-1. Jordan Maeva hasn't played anybody. USC quarterback through 3 games, almost 1,000 passing yards, 6 touchdowns, 8 in total because he ran it in twice, and no interceptions. Again, it was Purdue last week, Georgia Southern before that, Missouri State before that. So not getting a ton of credit at this moment. But offensively, their metrics are off the charts. So 35-1, that grabbed my attention. And if you look at USC's schedule, okay, what kind of big moments could he have? There are some challenging road games for the Trojans. They go to Illinois, they go to South Bend, and they have to play at Oregon late in the year. Their last game on the season is against UCLA, which they should destroy against a team that has an interim head coach after firing Deshaun Foster over the weekend. That kind of went under the radar a little bit with everything happening in football, which we've got to get to at some point. So Maeva stands out 35-1 and a super long shot. I'm only bringing it up because he leads the way in EPA. He's a dual threat quarterback. Maybe a game we're talking about this weekend. What if Arkansas is kind of like hanging around? What if they're not terrible this year? And you look at Green, Taylon Green, 150-1. I just look at the numbers. And if you look right now at EPA, number 1 is Green at 35. Number 2 is Gunnar Stockton at 27. Like, there is a big gap. Understood. Haven't gotten to the tough part of the schedule yet. But what if they're decent? He's going to get all the credit for Arkansas. So Maeva 35, Green 150. Those were the 2 names that I was looking at this morning.
If you had to pick one, do you have a favorite of the 2, or are you kind of splitting hairs right now?
Oh, yeah, Maeva. Yeah, there's no question. Okay. I mean, Green's just a super long shot, dart throw kind of a thing that it just 150-1 guy is leading the way in a key stat category, and it's probably going to be a quarterback, and he's a dual threat guy. So that's the only reason I bring him up.
Paul's got a guy, he said, that is down the board. Who is it?
So I say this as someone that's holding a Ty Simpson 20-1, watched it go out to 50-1, and now it's back to 20-1. I also watched him in the box score. It's a 75-yard touchdown pass. There's a screen pass thrown up here. The guy had to go up for, bring it down, and then take it 75 yards. You guys already answered this question saying it's a quarterback year. But if our priors were right on Alabama, they make it to a playoff team. DeBoer figures it out. And this guy is covering for, I don't know, maybe a mid quarterback and also kind of the savior for DeBoer. Ryan Williams, can he be Devontae Smith at 100-1? That's my question.
Of course he could. I don't like his chances when you stack up all these quarterbacks. Beck, Mateer, Moore, Stockton, Nussmeier, Reed. That's a pretty serious list right now. But I'm not going to
you got to beat Jeremiah.
Yeah. I'm not going to talk anybody out of a bet at 100-1. I mean, I'm not saying that you shouldn't bet it. I mean, this is certainly the time to buy it because I remember him. Wasn't he like 30-1 coming into the season or 40-1? And now he's out to 100. So, I mean, this would be the time to buy, no doubt. Jeremiah MGM has it 16-1. But I don't like their quarterback. He's very, I don't know. I can't get a feel on Julian Sayin. And he's young. He started 2 or 3 games in college. It's not really fair to do that to the kid. But I don't think Smith should be 16 and Williams should be 100, Paul.
And again, he's in the name. I see the names next to him. It's like Lenore Sellers and Kate Klubnik. It's like, all right. But yeah, but just name as I was watching the game and I'm seeing those plays develop as we're doing Inside the Betting Lines, 12-4 Eastern on Saturday with PJ Glasser. It kind of came to mind as, again, it was Wisconsin who was also giving up deep shots to Middle Tennessee State the week before. And now he's got a bye week, and then to get even healthier, and then go through that monster SEC slate. So that was a thought there.
Is that an every week thing? You're doing that show
every Saturday. Every Saturday.
Very good. Very good. We're not going to bet it at this number. I just bring it up because it's Georgia. Does Stockton have a real chance?
He might. He looked good in his first road start. He did. I mean, going into Neyland is not easy. The one guy that I wanted to talk about is Altmaier. The hundreds are starting to go away. They beat Indiana. Then guess where big noon kickoff goes?
Oh.
Champaign for Illinois USC.
You laughed at me last week.
I'm not betting it.
150 I see still. There's 150 out there. Joe O, Sammy P, NFL Futures Other Side. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
working through all the details of that, what that timeline is going to look like. We're 2-0, and we've got a lot of good energy right now. There's a lot of things that we can clean up with our football team to be better going forward. We have not put our best foot forward yet, and so that's what's exciting is that we found a way to be 2-0 right now, and we still haven't even played our best football collectively. So the goal this week is find a way to go on the road and be 3-0, and I know our guys are chomping at the bit for that opportunity.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Cincinnati Bengals talking about their quarterback injury. There's Zach Taylor. Welcome back, Joe O. Sammy P. with you. BetMGM account holders will receive an Any Sport Parlay Boost token. Score a bigger payout if your wager with the Parlay Boost token hits. Tokens can be used on parlays and SGPs. And quarterback injuries, certainly one of the leads at this point in the season, Sam. Of course, yesterday we talked a lot about Burrow, what's going to happen with Jake Browning, and Burrow's going to miss a few months. He's going to have turf toe surgery. And then after the show, what do you know? We get word that there are a couple other starting quarterbacks in the league that are injured. Your guy from Sunday night is going to miss 2 to 4 weeks. I'm talking about J.J. McCarthy. He's got an ankle injury. And my first reaction was, I'm glad that I didn't bet him for comeback player of the year. That market has moved a whole bunch. It's going to be Carson Wentz. KOC is going to be tested. Everybody says you're a genius. You're going to turn everybody's career around. You did it with Sam Darnold last year. We'll see about McCarthy, but it looks like Wentz has a couple starts. And now you've got Wentz going up against Browning. GRP bet Minnesota -3.5, Sammy.
Did you see what the market did after the game, though? So it crossed through 3. McCarthy news comes out, goes to 2.5. And I'm thinking, can it really go that much more? Is there really that big of a drop-off between McCarthy and Wentz? The answer should be no. So it hits 2.5. GRP's getting roasted over the coals. And then it gets shoved right back to 3. So as we sit right now, Minnesota's a 3-point favorite. So they're saying that the drop-off, at least now, between 2 games of J.J. McCarthy and Carson Wentz is only a half point. And the total came down as well. Went from 42.5 to 41. And now you look at circa 42.5. So the initial reaction was, let's bet away from Minnesota, of course. Let's bet the under. But then there was a shove right back to 3 and right back to 42 and now 42.5. So really the market is saying that there's no drop off between the two.
That's fair. You've scored a touchdown in 1 out of 8 quarters. That's a fair conclusion right now in week 3 after all the struggles that he went through at home against mediocre, subpar, whatever you want to call it, Falcons defense. Like, that was the issue with Atlanta. Nobody wanted to back Atlanta because they have no sense of a pass rush. Well, 4 rookies were being impactful all Sunday night. So, yeah, that is fair when you take a step back. Like, oh, and we're around the key number. We're going to go right through a key number? Go and then downgrade a Wentz? Like, no, maybe not. And we've seen how KOC has worked with other veterans in the past. Okay. And you got 2 backup quarterbacks. That's where we're at in week number 3. And then we got Jaden Daniels. They're calling it day-to-day. Knee injury. Vegas. Geno Smith awful last night. 3 picks. And it's Vegas against Washington. And we don't know if Jaden Daniels is going to play in this one.
Market says no. I mean, there's no way with a healthy Jaden Daniels, Washington's only 3.5 points better than Vegas at home. There's no way. That's not a thing. If you look at the board, I know you and I use Odds Logic. We have the screen up. This market is down at several places. They don't even have a line up. So if you have these books like Pinnacle, Circa, Superbook, South Point, not even have a line up, that's the ultimate admission of we don't know. So the numbers that are hanging now are guessing. If Daniels gets ruled in, this is going to float. I mean, it can't be 3.5. The other side is, if he does play, is he healthy? You know, a knee injury is a serious deal. And look, 3.5 tells me he's not going to play. That's what it tells me. That's what the number tells me. I have no intel on this. I have no inside information. We're not even going to find out until Thursday or Friday.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think. I mean, look, if somebody wants to drop a news bomb after our show, fine. But I don't think the market is going to find out. Most times we don't find out until Thursday, Friday. But you're with me on that, right? I mean, if he's healthy and he's playing, Washington's not 3.5 at home. This number is closer to 6, right?
Well, it was. When they didn't know about this, it was 6.5.
Yeah,
so,
it's got to be. I mean, if the Chargers are 3.5 in Vegas, the Commanders have to be near 6. So that's where we're at. Just a weird situation where you have some books posting the number, hanging 3.5, and then other books that take big limits just have it off the board.
Yeah. On a Tuesday, is it worth putting it up there when you don't know of the quarterback and you have such a big difference between the numbers? I understand why they don't post it. I get it.
Yeah.
Now, if we get to later in the week, I'll probably be the first person complaining. But to have it down on a, Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday, I don't think it's the biggest deal in the world before you have much information because there is such a gap. But the competition is heavy among sports books. And so some of the rec books are like, look, we're not taking monster bets anyways. What the hell not post a number? And they're doing it. And I think that's a good thing. If they're just looking to compile bets, people trying to guess on what the situation is going to be with Washington, I understand why you would keep that number out there. One more thing that we didn't get to earlier when we talked about Monday Night Football. The room. It stink again. When you look at the player props between the two games for Monday Night Football, and that's what we had in the room yesterday, Omarion Hampton, over 53.5, loser. Nico Collins, over 75.5, loser. Herbert, over 14.5 rushing. There's your winner. Schultz, over 35.5 receiving, loser. Bowers, over 62.5 receiving, loser. 1-4. The room continues. Week 2 of Monday Night Football.
I don't think Brian Gertz has had to edit that lower third graphically in a month. So if you're watching the show right now on Stadium or Twitch or YouTube, the lower third graphic says, "Where's the room? ? Slaughtered." That's where the room is. The room is dead.
Mm-hmm.
I don't think he's changed that since the first week of college football because it is a constant conversation on this show. What is the room like and how bad will the room be? And here we are at the end of every week, just kind of ignoring it. We'll do this ourselves.
We know more.
We'll do our own handicapping.
We're smarter. We're smarter. We're basically saying that we're smarter than the books, right? Because the public sees numbers, they disagree with the numbers, they take their stance, and the book is right. Meaning the book has a number there for a reason. And they get people to bet one side and they win. So we're smarter than the books, of course. Yeah, after talking about a game 4 or 5 days, then you're like, oh, it's definitely happening. There's just no way it doesn't happen. Yeah. Well, here's the reality. Here's our concern. And you voiced it during a break, but I had the same thing internally. And of course, because we've seen it a million times, right? You see something hot, it's like jumping on a hot trend. Oh, it's been hitting for a month, so it's going to keep going. You don't want to jump in when it loses. But the way some people are running right now, doesn't matter if you hit one more loss.
No, the truth is, if you jump on it and the room decides to pull the horseshoe out of nowhere and go 4-1, you have to stick to it. You have to fade the room big picture. It's not a 5-game sample size. It's a 100-game sample size. I mean, we're going to look up at the end of the year because Paul's tracking these now in college and pro football. And I can't even imagine what the winning percentage is going to be at the end of the season. But if you were to jump in right now, this weekend, and the room goes 4-1, you can't quit. You would have to continue this over the course of the season.
Yeah, you can't flip either.
No, you can't flip. No. Paul, you have the numbers. I know I have them too. I just don't have them handy. If you can remind everybody of what the room is in college and pro football right now. I hate to throw you on the spot, and I'm kind of punting a little bit here to give you time. The room's record in college and pro, you got it?
So college football, and I didn't have the units for the props necessarily because I didn't look up the juice and they weren't listed when they sent them to us. So, but for college football sides, 2-18, minus 17.8 units, assuming your standard minus 110 on each side. NFL sides, through just 2 weeks, right? Yeah, 2 weeks.
Yep.
0-5, and then they went 3-2 this week, but that is a total of 3-7 for a grand total of minus 4.7 units on NFL sides. And then NFL props, heading into last night, they were 4-6, minus 3.83 units, and then they went 1-4 again last night. So that is a total of 5-10 on NFL props in primetime games.
Pretty strong.
It's unbelievable how bad.
Yeah.
And to Paul's point, they haven't been putting the juice on the props. These are not plus 110, plus 130, plus 150. These are mostly minus 125, minus 140. In basketball season, it's minus 170. Remember our favorite prop during the start of the NBA season was Karl Anthony Towns to make at least 1-3 at minus 250 or something like that. And he didn't make one. So that's one bet, but that's minus 2.5 units. The room is incredible. It's my favorite. It's my favorite bit on the show. It's so good.
I do think this is a beginning of the year thing. So how long is this going to go? That's the big question. That's the question on the show. How long can you do this? We've seen it happen in every sport since we started this show. The beginning of the year is horrendous. Extreme fade. So how long does that go? I think they've got another week left in them. What do we really know? What do they really know? Probably not much. Joe O, Sammy P. Let's talk some college football on the other side. The Bear, Chris Felica, joins us. You've got Bet Sweats on the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
With you weekdays, 9 a.m. to noon on the BetMGM Network. Thanks for hanging out on this Tuesday morning, licking our wounds a little bit as far as the NFL goes. It's been a rough start. We're heading into week number 3, but week number 4 in college football is here. Now from Fox Sports, our guy, Chris Felica, at Chris Felica. You follow him on X, and you watch him every single weekend. Bear, how you doing, man?
I'm doing okay. Yeah, I fortunately steered clear of a lot of the NFL carnage. I hated the card this week, and like the only real bet that I made was the Titans team total under 16.5. And then, of course, you're down 33-16 with 2.5 minutes to go and you have no chance of scoring. Why not kick a field goal to cut the lead from 33-16 to 33-19? Because we all know you're going to recover 2 onside kicks in the final 2.5 minutes. So yeah, that was my NFL real bet this week. But yeah, I think I did a lot better than other people who are on the wrong side of a lot of crap.
We were talking yesterday about trying to figure out the top of the college football mountain, and depending on how you ask the question, you could get a different answer, right? Who's the best team? Who's the highest power rated team? Who would you bet to win the title? Those could all be different questions with different answers. But I guess let's stick to this, and you take it wherever you want. Who's the most complete team through 3 weeks? Who do you think it is?
I think the most complete team, when you look at offense, defense, special teams, and kind of look at the wins that they have and how they've looked, I hate saying it, but I think it's Miami. I know Ohio State has their supporters, but their offense did not look good at all against Texas. Now, granted, Texas has one of the best defenses in the country, but I think if you look at what Miami has done up front on both sides of the ball, Carson Beck has been everything that we were told he was going to be during the offseason. The win against Notre Dame is still a good win. I don't care that they're 0-2. They're still a very good, highly power-rated type team. And they took care of the national darling last week, USF, in dominant fashion. And now you have a chance this week to put the death knell in Florida season. You got a week off before you go to Tallahassee. But I think right now, if you're just taking a snapshot of the season, it's hard to say that Miami wouldn't have a very good case to being that team. And to take it to another level, like, they're still a great bet to win the national title, make the playoff. Like, I still don't think the market is caught up to how good Miami is.
I'm concerned about Mateer, so I'm thinking Oklahoma, because Auburn's in their way to a 5-0 start here. 6.5-point favorite against Auburn. What is your early read on that matchup?
I'm looking for a reason to bet Auburn here. I think Jackson Arnold going back to Norman this week. I think that Auburn defense, last week they had the predictable kind of look-ahead type sleepy spot against South Alabama, but they got it done. The Auburn wide receivers are excellent, and I think they already have a little bit of road toughness in them, that they went to Baylor and beat Baylor in Waco. And I'll be curious to see if Oklahoma's running game can really get it going against a legitimate team, unlike what we saw against Temple. I mean, it would give them all full marks for going on the road to Temple and just dominating them from the start. But you look at the Michigan game, you look at the opening game of the year, they haven't really run the ball. So maybe if Ott comes back healthy, but I'm looking for every reason to take Auburn plus 6.5. And I'm sure, like everybody else out there, as soon as 7 pops, they're going to jump on it.
If Illinois upsets Indiana, Bear, you're going to be live on the scene in Champaign for an undefeated Illinois USC game. And they're going to be really excited to get you there after the way we've talked about Illinois on our show. This line, though, I mean, they're basically saying that Illinois and Indiana are equal on a neutral. And as much fun as we have with Illinois on Bear Bets, I don't know that this line is right. And I'm in such a mental pretzel here because we've been making fun of Illinois, but I still have Illinois better than Indiana. And I could never quite get to Indiana -5 at home. Where are you at on this one?
Yeah, this will be a game that I will not be betting. I can assure you of that. It does look a little high, but the fact that it does look a little high actually would concern me in a sense that it's high for a reason, and they're comfortable going into the game, needing Illinois as a road dog. I can see this. This reminds me a little bit of the Nebraska game last year in Bloomington when everyone was looking to knock Indiana and they hadn't beaten anybody. They don't have any wins. Nebraska, live dog on the road, coming there, and Indiana just absolutely annihilated them. I think the one thing we need to look at again, and I know you and I and Jeff have been joking about it on Bear Bets, is the Illinois offensive line. I mean, Duke was in their backfield the entire first half until it just got out of hand in the fourth quarter after all the turnovers. I think Indiana is going to be able to generate a good bit of pressure on Altmaier and that offense. We'll see if they can do it again. If Indiana doesn't turn the ball over, they should win this game. But again, I'm spooked by Illinois. They got the win against Duke in the turnovers, and they beat us with a late cover last week. So I will not be betting. It was funny. Somebody actually, in reaction to my top 10 out there on Twitter, was like, if we beat USC and Indiana, you're going to finally have us in the top 10? Yeah. Well, what you've done so far is fine. If you've won every game you're supposed to as a favorite, you win these two next games as a dog. Those are the types of games that shape the narrative of your season. So massive 2 weeks coming up for those who believe in Illinois and those who still are a little bit on the fence.
So Florida was a 7.5-point road dog at LSU. We saw the Brian Kelly rant after the game. Don't worry, everyone. He apologized to the reporter. And this week, Florida is a 7.5-point road dog. Now they get to go to Miami. You talked about the Canes, how they're still a little underrated in the market a little bit. What do you think about this number of 7.5?
It concerns me. It reminds me a little bit of what we saw before the game last week there, where we got some 9.5s at LSU, and then the number came down as people wanted to buy potentially low on Florida. And Florida had every chance to win that game. It was just that DJ Lagway continued to turn the ball over and threw 5 picks. I worry about Florida not having the wide receiver type depth to really hurt Miami. Like Lagway is not going to be a dink and dunk kind of guy, screens underneath. He's going to look to go deep. And with the injuries they have at wide receiver with Baker, and then the portal guys that they brought in not really doing that job, I don't know if it's a great matchup, but if that offensive line can really hold up with Miami, I can see this being another under type game, because I do think Florida's defense is good. And they gave Nussmeier and that LSU offense all the problems in the world last week. The biggest difference with LSU and Miami, though, is Miami has a legitimate running game, and they're going to get Jordan Lyle back this week in addition to Fletcher and Charlie Brown. So if I had to make a play on this game, it would probably be a Florida team total under. I'm guessing it's going to be somewhere around 17 or so, and I would look to go under that, because I think that Miami defense is going to have a very, very good time against that Florida offensive line.
I get power ratings, not rankings, ratings. These are Vegas numbers, point spread numbers. I get them from multiple bookmakers in Vegas. And the two that I have so far this week both have Texas on line 4. And I can't wait to put my ratings out in a day or two and have Texas maybe on line 5, and I'm going to get crucified because Arch Manning's a bust, and that's just, it's that simple. Defensively, though, it's a lot to like there. Where do you have Texas? I know rankings and ratings are different, right, but is it crazy to think that Texas is still a top 5 team in the eyes of Vegas?
No, and I think if you look at any of those teams, like say in the top 7, you could jumble them in any order, and there really wouldn't be that much. Like as we saw, Texas, despite Arch not having a great game and their offense struggling, they should have, could have, would have, might have, could have won in Columbus week 1. Just had some terrible red zone trips and came up empty on 4th down a couple of times. So defensively, they're great. The only concern I have is Arch is there look, I know Sark has kind of downplayed the talk chatter about him having an elbow injury, but I heard differently. I've heard that he was not 100% going into that Ohio State game, and now maybe there's a little bit of the yips, and he's a little concerned about an injury, and just kind of not that it could be potentially a long-term deal, but he's kind of just make up for not feeling 100%. So, look, they're going to have to get right though when they play when they play Red River in a couple of weeks, because that will their defense will have a challenge that day against Mateer and that Oklahoma offense. So he's going to need to get through this, and I think he will. He's a smart kid, a good kid. But yeah, no, anyone, if you got Texas 4 or 5 or even 3 or whatever, I wouldn't have an issue with that. The team that I would have an issue with is if you happen power rated that highly, and I'm sure we'll have a conversation about this Thursday, and you know where I'm going to go, is Penn State. Like, I don't know what you could have seen from Penn State the first 3 weeks of the season. The only reason you have Penn State that high on your rankings is because you thought they would be good before the year started. I mean, they played with their food against 2 overmatched opponents the last couple of weeks. Aller has been as pedestrian as we've known that he's been the previous couple of years. They've had trouble finishing drives, settling for a lot of field goals against nobodies. They get a week off this week, and then they get Oregon coming to town for the whiteout on the 27th, in a game that we're going to find out a lot more about both teams. So we'll see if Penn State. What are you thinking? Penn State 3.5 in that game?
Yeah, maybe 4. We'll see. We could be surprised with a 4 or 4.5. We'll find out, right?
Yep.
But I'm looking at these numbers right now. One guy's got Penn State 3rd. Another one's got him 2nd. So that's how they feel. I mean, they have a high power rating, but they haven't played to it. And I wonder, do they just not care yet? I don't know. I'm not trying to make excuses. I'm just trying to see the logic there.
That's a perfectly reasonable expectation. When you're playing against overmatched, it's hard to get motivated and excited. But at the same time, I will say for teams like Oklahoma playing Temple, Miami playing Bethune-Cookman, Alabama against the nobody that they had before, was kind of like these teams that we think are really good have gone out and taken care of business against overmatched teams and left no doubt, whereas that Penn State had trouble completing a pass against Villanova at times, and then the FIU game, which I think was 24-0 in the fourth quarter before they put on a couple of late scores. So we'll see. Again, nothing Penn State does outside of Ohio State and Oregon truly matters.
All right, a couple more minutes here with the Bear. Chris Felico of Fox Sports, Joe O, Sammy P. And all three of us are in a good position early on with the Heisman Trophy odds. But we were throwing out the idea, okay, if we were going to add, if we were looking to strengthen our position a little bit, is there someone with a little bit of value? Like I threw out the idea of my Ava, Sam brought up Morton over at Texas Tech. Is there anybody down the board that you think, with the schedule, opportunities to impress, where maybe you would take a look-see?
The trouble is, if you're looking at like the Marcel Reed number, obviously is gone after the win at Notre Dame, but I just see a lot of those SEC teams finishing 9-3 or so. And if you have a Dante Moore or a Carson Beck that goes 11-1 or 12-0 when they win their respective leagues, are you really going to give it to Mateer if OU goes 9-3 or A&M goes 9-3? Like Garrett Nussmeier isn't fully healthy. Gunnar Stockton at Georgia, like that defense. I think there are more questions now with Georgia after that win than there were going into it, because I thought their defense might actually have turned a corner, but clearly they got problems in the back seven. But the bet that I would make right there is Dante Moore, and I talked about it on Big Noon last week. I think he was 14-1 on Saturday. Now he's come down a little bit, but if they go to Penn State and win, you're going to see him probably plus 700, plus 750 right there with Carson Beck, because they're going to be a significant favorite in every single game the rest of the year. So we'll find out. DeCorian Moore, their wide receiver, I heard suffered a hip pointer at practice yesterday, so we'll see. He probably won't play against the Beavers this weekend, and hopefully he'll be back for Penn State. That would be a big loss if they didn't have him next week in Happy Valley. But I think between the bets that we us three have on Carson Beck, and then I picked up Mateer with a couple of bonus bets right after the Michigan game, and obviously didn't get the best price, but I think we're probably in a pretty good spot right now. We'll see.
We got like 30 seconds, Bear. We asked you a bunch of sides. Is there a side that you're on you're going to bet as we get closer to kickoff?
I'm looking to bet Auburn. I'm looking to bet potentially Nebraska, and I hate myself for that. Nebraska, losers of 30 straight games against ranked teams or whatever the hell it is. And I like Rutgers on Friday night. That Iowa offense on the road is not going to be a pretty sight. So yeah, three dogs there. I think I'm looking to get on right now.
All right, good stuff. The Bear, Chris Felica. Check him out at Fox Sports. Check out Bear Bets, and you can hear Sammy P on there as well. Bear, maybe next time we'll squeeze in some Survivor talk. Nothing to talk about so far.
No,
Sam's the only one that's out.
Not at all. Big fan of performance. Thanks, Giants.
Yes, thank you so much. The Bear, Chris Felica. Joe O. Sammy P. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network.
Is it too late to jump on Mateer at 8-1?
I don't think it's too late, but you're certainly not getting the best bang of your buck. Obviously because he's coming off a good game against a marquee opponent where he made some really good throws. But I don't think his price is going to be going down over the weekend. Oklahoma goes on the road. Am I reading this correctly? To Temple. Doesn't feel like it should be a tough game for Oklahoma, but they do have, maybe some tough ones coming up. They play Auburn the next week, and then I think it looks like 4 weeks they play Texas. That will be obviously a huge game, but maybe there's still some logic that says, okay, you can still bet on John Mateer, because I do feel like in the public mindset, he's still definitely not won it. Even though the odds have shortened dramatically, it's still 8-1. It does feel like it is still very much a wide open race. So you're not getting the best number, but I'm not going to talk off people who are saying, hey, I can still make a case for John Mateer. There's still plenty of weeks left in the season, still plenty of big marquee games, and he has shown flashes of being a very good quarterback.
Yeah, it's pretty upsetting to me. I'm not happy with it. I was hoping to go to Oklahoma and not be good, but credit where credit is due. He looks really good. I think the only issue with John Mateer is not his play. He looks great. And when you get a win over Michigan in the way that they did, Michigan is definitely down this year, but still, it's a big win. I think they use him so much, he gets a lot of usage. I mean, he can run the ball, too. That's the thing. He's more of a dual threat than you think. I mean, he can move. And so when you use a quarterback that much, I think you have to worry potentially about injury, which, of course, you do with every quarterback or every player that you bet on, but particularly at that position, and particularly a guy like him, because the Sooners really need him on offense. They've had issues with their offense in previous years, and so they are going to absolutely get as much run out of him as possible. And when that happens, then there's maybe a bit more of a roll of the dice there, but there's no question at 8-1, I still think there's value.
Mahomes over the middle. Kelsey. Oh, it's picked off. It's Makuba who's got it. And room to run. One man to beat. Oh. And he's taken out. Andrew Makuba, the rookie from Texas, on the bounce off of Kelsey. And a huge play for the Eagles.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Oh, listener voicemails, ones that can actually make the air. Those are coming up. Joe O, Sammy P. Thank you, Chris Felica, for hanging out on the show. We're going to talk about some futures. All right, Sam, we kind of spelled this out. Last week, Eagles win. They're a slight favorite. Everybody was on them. The public at least was. You had Mahomes as a dog. By the way, it's happened twice now in his career. He's been a home dog, and he lost both of them. Did not cover either of them now. Huge sample size there. But we said, what if the Chiefs are 0-2? We kind of want the Chiefs to be 0-2 so we can bet them to win the West. Now, last night, the Chargers go out and they take care of business against the Raiders. It was never really in doubt. So the Chargers off to a 2-0 start. They win in Brazil. They come back. They get a divisional win against the Raiders. Now some books have them as an odds-on favorite. BetMGM has the Chargers as a plus 110 division favorite. Broncos lose a tough game. They're 3-1. Win week 1, close game. Lose week 2. There are the Chiefs. The highest number I see is plus 300. I told you before the season, hey, in a couple of weeks, you can get the Chiefs at 3-1 to win the division. I think everybody's jumping on it, but the situation has certainly changed without Worthy and without this offense having any explosive plays here. So 3-1, 3-1. Willing to bite or thinking?
Thinking, for sure. I was hoping to get 10-1 to win the AFC. That's not going to happen. Best number I see on that is 7. I'm thinking anything you're doing with Kansas City has to be down the road stuff. It's not necessarily a week-to-week thing. Like, I don't get excited to lay 6 with them on the road against the Giants. I don't. But when you think about the Chiefs as currently constructed, it's not giving them the full benefit of the doubt because they don't have their 2 best receivers right now. So after the Rice suspension is over and after Worthy heals up, the offense looks a lot better. I mean, right now, Hollywood Brown is their number 1 receiver, and he's just not a number 1 on a good team, let alone a team that's supposed to contend for a Super Bowl. But when you bring back Rice and Worthy, it allows everybody to kind of go back into their intended roles. And then Kelsey becomes the 4th option, technically. Now he's the 2nd option. And because they have no passing weapons down the field, they can't run the ball. So there's no versatility to the offense. And you could see Andy Reid. I mean, I watched the game. Andy Reid is going down the menu trying to find anything that hits. And it's just not happening right now. But the schedule, I mean, after the first 2 weeks, the schedule is much easier over the next stretch. I mean, you got Baltimore. Baltimore is not easier. But if you play play out the next 5 games, Giants, you should win. Jags are on there. They're going to win that one. And then you get the Raiders at home. The Lions game is going to be very interesting because by that point, you got Worthy back. Rice has gone, 6 games? Is it 6-game suspension?
I believe so.
So he'll miss that game too. So he comes back after the Lions game to take on the Raiders. But they could be 3-3 easily. So now you're 3-3, and what's that price, right? I don't know about the division because I had so many questions. When they actually put out the Chiefs at minus 110 to win the West, I thought, that seems like a trap. In the summer, they had Chiefs minus 110, and they've been minus 150, minus 170. So for them to hang a minus 110, you knew something was up. And here we go. Now they're 253-1. I'm intrigued by the West. I like the playoff number. I mean, they're minus 190 to make the playoffs. I don't maybe want to lay that straight, but if you hook that with something else, let me build a parlay here while you talk. Chiefs to make the playoffs with something, and we alleviate the juice. They're going to make the playoffs. If they don't, I'll be shocked. And even at 0-2, they're minus 190 at BetMGM to make the playoffs.
Worthy should be back soon. He's been on the field trying to work his way back. So I don't think this is a long-term thing. However, after week 6, I think we can make the case that they could be 2-4. You threw out the idea of 3-3. I think 2-4 because of Baltimore and Detroit on that schedule is certainly possible. That's the part that scares me. Are we starting to see it flip the other way? And what I'm talking about, 1-score games. We knew it was going to end. So it ended after 17 straight wins. Week 1, 1-score loss. Week 2, 1-score loss. So now they go 17 games without losing a 1-score game, and now they've just lost back-to-back 1-score games. Don't think they'll have a 1-score game on their hands against the Giants, as you mentioned, but certainly could against Baltimore. If they're 3-3, 2-4, is the number better than 3-1?
It depends. It really depends on what the Chargers do, right? I mean, if the Chargers start 5-0, 6-0, you're going to be chasing 100%. That down the rabbit hole the entire season. I don't know that they're going to win the West. I feel pretty good about them making the playoffs, though. And here I am at BetMGM and other books trying to parlay like Chiefs to make the playoffs and Ravens to win the division. They will not let me do that. They know better. They know better. I literally tried to do it at BetMGM and 2 other books, and I cannot do it. So I just checked Bills. Ravens to win the North, Chiefs to make the playoffs. No, sir. No soup for you. Damn. They're on to you. They're on to you. You feel that good about Jared Goff going into Arrowhead and winning?
I'm not calling my shot. I'm just saying it's certainly possible.
Oh, for sure. For sure.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, which Detroit team is going to show up? I have no idea. No idea. And week 1, it was trash. Week 2, it was a track meet. They kicked the crap out of the Bears. So what are they moving for? Are they just going to be a home team? Are they going to be a team you might want to go against on the road? Or did they just run into Green Bay, a team that's going to be the best in the NFC? I mean, maybe. So we're still trying to figure things out. I don't know that I completely trust Detroit yet. I think a lot of people say, told you so, bounce back at home. We all knew this was happening. I don't think it's quite that easy with Detroit.
So let me ask you the question about laying a price. And people that watch our show, listen to our show, know that we are not big juice people. We don't even feel good about laying 130. But at the right price, I'll lay something. I remember telling you when Jake Paul was fighting Tyson, like, Joe, minus 190 is, for me, is something I just have to do, and I have to do it a ton. Because I had a guy in Vegas tell me that the line should have been minus 1,000. But all the Tyson money kept running it down. Now, it's different because that's a boxing match and people love the dogs. But from a price standpoint, Jake Paul was minus 190 to beat Tyson. And look how that turned out. The Chiefs are minus 190 to make the playoffs, despite being 0-2. Is that a wager that you're even entertaining? I ask that because it's very difficult for me to envision in what's probably Travis Kelce's last year in the NFL, with the Mahomes magic and the ratings and T-Swift and all that comes with Kansas City. Are they really going to miss the playoffs? Like, I guess that's my question. Are you really going to bet the no on Kansas City to miss the playoffs right now?
Okay, let's go through this quickly. AFC East, are the Bills the only team that makes the playoffs in that division? I say yes. What say you?
Yeah, that's it. Just one.
AFC North, Ravens are winning it, but you have the Bengals 2-0. Steelers 1-1. Will either the Bengals or the Steelers make the wild card?
Let's give them two teams.
2 teams, okay.
The division, yeah.
Sure. So now we've got 3 with half the divisions. AFC South. What is
1.
this?
Probably 1.
You're saying 1. Okay. Not Jaguars. Probably right. So if that's the case, now we've got 4 spots locked up. That leaves 3 for the West, which means it's a guarantee. It doesn't matter what happens. They're guaranteed to make it. Raiders are going to fall
also
off.
Remember this number and I want to preface this with how adamant we are that we should not be laying 190 every day. It's a rare occasion for me personally. But somebody will say, oh, BetSweats guys are talking about laying 190. There's a caveat to this. Number one, you get one of the best players in the history of the league on your side in Mahomes, and you have this love that the league has for this team.
Mm-hmm.
Number two, the market on this before the season, Kansas City was minus 700 to make the playoffs. We weren't telling you to bet minus 700, but in 2 games, they've gone from minus 700 to minus 190. That's a bargain. This is a bargain on Kansas City.
And you can't push it anymore because the Giants are next and they're winning that game. Or are they?
I don't think the Chiefs are going to lose to Russ and the Giants. I don't think that's going to happen.
I don't either. But I was just saying, like, this is the point. This is why we talk about futures during the week. Like, okay, we think there's a buy point right now, and this could be your only chance to get them at this price all season long. That's why we're suggesting it. It is 6 points. A couple 6.5s. There's a 5.5 available, but let's call it 6 Kansas City road favorites Sunday night at the G-Men. I don't know if Worthy's going to be out there, but he could.
Yeah, what's the money line price in the game? I mean, it's got to be Kansas City minus 300. So, I feel like it's a very similar type wager where you're betting the Chiefs to either win on the money line or you're betting them to make the playoffs at minus 190. Like that's the way I. Yeah, okay, close enough. So, would you rather lay the Chiefs on the money line at minus 275 or the Chiefs to make the playoffs at minus 190? There are similar strategies at play here.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, playoffs. It's not a bad look. Not a bad look. Good point on the price difference. $7 down to basically $2. So that's a decent look as well. The Colts are the favorite, but they're not an odds-on favorite when it comes to the division. Texans with an 0-2 start, man. That is the team 2 weeks ago. Oh, well, don't love the Texans, but it's Texans by default. And then the backup pick was the Jaguars. Nobody, and I mean nobody, was on the Colts. And now it's, Daniel Jones did it again. Maybe this is like a Sam Darnold situation a year ago. And the Colts just offensively, they have a great season. Look at the impact we're seeing out of rookie tight end Tyler Warren. Rookie tight ends don't do this. This is why a tight end has never won the offensive rookie of the year in the history of the league, because you don't see this impact. There's usually a big learning curve. It takes until year 2 usually when you see that impact from that position. Well, we're seeing it immediately from Warren, who was definitely the best tight end in college football with what he did at Penn State. Any thoughts on the South? Yes, we agree that the Colts should be favored, but I'm not telling you to go place that wager. I don't trust the Texans at all. I should probably be more in on the Colts, but I still think the Jaguars are just going to be a team that improves as the season moves on.
You've just finally seen the blueprint and the foundation come to fruition for Shane Steichen. His first year, the Colts go 9-8. It's not his team. It's not his personality, not his style. Last year, they had a bunch of issues at quarterback. I mean, they were still trotting out Anthony Richardson at quarterback. And he definitely got in somebody's ear and said, this ain't it. So we need a quarterback that can be accurate, that can actually, here's an idea, scan the field and deliver the ball. I mean, he was trying, but it wasn't his idea to start Anthony Richardson. That's an organizational decision. So it's very obvious what happened to me. He sat down with brass and said, look, this is not going to work. Get me a quarterback that can actually hit an open target and watch what we can do. And Daniel Jones isn't going to make Pro Bowls and he's not going to win MVPs, but he can hit an open receiver. And Anthony Richardson could not do that. So what they've done, when Steichen got there, their O-line was good. Now it's great. And they have one of the elite backs in the league in Jonathan Taylor. And you just need a quarterback that can provide balance by hitting receivers. It's not about throwing 50-yard passes for touchdowns. It's about allowing the run game to cook. And what you need to do that is a quarterback that can make a throw, that can hit an open target. They didn't have that at all last year and still won 8 games. So here you go. Yep. Got a veteran quarterback that can make throws. It changes the entire offense. This is a Shane Steichen team, and I believe
on
it.
On the other side, Gerch has some waiver wire tips for tonight. Get those selections in, and also we'll hear from you. We got voicemails that were left over the weekend. I've not heard them. Can't wait to hear them. Joe O, Sammy P, Will Brinson, top of the hour as well. This is the BetMGM Network.
to come back every week and give you the smoke, all of it. Come on, baby, it's a war tonight.
Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Looking forward to this. Entering week number 3 in the NFL. We'll get Gertch's waiver wire thoughts. We have voicemails, and we'll hear from some people that hit some big-time parlays over the weekend, Sam. The people are getting into it. That's what I love. We need more interaction with the people. Make sure it's not just us talking to each other every day.
Who was that? I have no idea who that was coming back.
I'm guessing that's a teaser from an upcoming clip. That's my guess on what that
No
is.
idea who that was. And I noticed everybody's being very secretive about who this is. Okay, Paul says it's our first voicemail. Got it. All right, so hearing that, I'm intrigued. I didn't know the order of this segment. I mean, kind of, because I really want to pay this off ASAP. Maybe I'll save this during lightning bets. I have a list of all the channels that you have to watch every college football game, and it makes me sick. But I can save that. Like this clip has me very interested in what we're going to hear on the voicemail side of things. I'll speak for myself. I'm very intrigued.
Okay. Well, why don't you tell people exactly how they can leave a voicemail? And it can be any time. We're going to get to it. If it's airable, if it's entertaining, we will make sure that it hits the airwaves.
I literally just pulled my phone out. I don't need my readers or my flashlight. I got to the BetMGM network. And if you go right here, see that orange button that says listen live? I'm going to zoom out a little bit. There's a microphone button. And all you do is tap that little microphone button. And it says right here, tap the microphone icon to record a message for the BetMGM network. Maybe I've left one before that didn't make the air. I can't believe Paul deleted that voicemail, by the way. I thought it was voicemail gold.
Yeah. I do
Very
believe that he put an X on it. And me in my producing days, I put my producer hat on for a second, and I would have done the exact same thing. Like, no, that's a no-go, especially in 2025. But the deleting thing was a little disappointing.
So it's that simple. You go to the Odyssey app, you find the BetMGM network, hit the microphone. I actually thought I only had one take to rip that voicemail, which was one take Charlie. I mean, I'm a pro, if anything. And I felt very good about it. And then it said, would you like to listen back? So you get to listen back. And if you don't like it, you can re-record. Now, I didn't listen back. I just shipped it because I knew it was gold.
I know you didn't listen back.
So I just ripped it. And then it said, would you like to hear this back? And it gives you a nice little play button and you can scroll. And if you're satisfied with your voicemail, because some people are nervous about, oh, well, what if I mess up? It's okay. You have an edit button. You don't have to submit. It's not like you're calling and there's a beep. You get to record, and then it basically asks you, are you satisfied with the message? So don't be scared. Just let it rip. And if you're not happy with it, you can let it rip again and again and again until you're ready to submit.
That was my guy, Mike North, back in the day when I was producing for him. He would never read a commercial twice. If he had to record a commercial, it was one time. And that was it. And he was going to be screaming, "You're my guy!" the whole time. And then it would air a million times. I don't know. I would need, like, are you sure it's okay? Are you sure it's good? Like, nope. He's like, okay, we're done. Next one. Let's go make some more money. Okay, so
we got to get North on the show. North is killing it, by the way, in the Chicago media contest. He's in second place, I think, right now. You don't want to get North on the show?
No, the only issue is he's employed by an Odyssey competitor, so I don't know if that would fly.
Oh, that's right. I had him on Chicken Dinner a couple years ago. He was a hoot, man. He was a hoot.
Oh, yeah. He would 100% come on. He'd love to come on the show. I just don't know, It's weird.
That's right.
Nowadays.
Logistics of radio. Got it.
Yeah. All right, let's go right to the voicemails then. We'll get to a listener parlay. Wait, Tecmo hit another one. He's hit a bunch that we've talked about. We'll get to Gertch in a moment. But we've got Austin from Missouri checking in. Play Austin's voicemail.
Hey, Austin coming here from Missouri. Okay, quick message, shout out Shammy P, Joe O, all of you. My brother calls me, he says I need a pick six lineup for tonight. And I told my brother I'm not a sucker, I don't do those. I listen to the Sharps on Bet Sweats. And I said, but hold on, they're about to do the room segment. I'll get back to you in a minute. Listen to him. Bam, 6-pick parlay from Fading the Room. Come on, if you ain't listened to Bet Sweats, what are you doing? There better be some more entertaining calls on here, or I'm going to come back every week and give you the smoke, all of it. Come on, baby, it's a war tonight.
Well done. Well done. I
Good
like
job.
that one.
Good job,
That's
Austin.
good. That's good.
Mhm.
I had a hard time hearing it, but it's fine. A little faint.
No,
Speak
very
up.
good. Kay Hilmer's shared his Friday feels. Like, my concern on Friday feels was exactly what we ended up seeing. Favorite. Kay Hilmer's checked in as well.
Joe, Sammy, Paul, Jake, good morning. Happy Friday. It's Kay Hilmer checking in again. I know you guys do your Friday Feels segment, and I wanted to share my Friday Feels. My Friday Feels is that the Packers are going to be the Ramley of last year, and we're all going to lose a lot of money trying to bet against this team because the market is not valuing them correctly. And, yeah, I guess I'm ready to lose a lot of money trying to figure out whether this team is as elite as it's shown the first couple weeks. But shutting down two of the best offenses in the NFC the first couple weeks, hard to argue to start. It's only 2 games, but going to be hard to top that to start. So I hate Jerry Jones, and I hate the Packers.
Thanks, Kay Hilmer's. There are teams that I am looking at and saying, oh, they're a fraud. I'm going to fade them. Can't wait to fade them. Give me more opportunities to fade them. I don't know that I'm going to be there with Green Bay because the market is already screaming Super Bowl contender, top 4 team in the league, and I'm not going to fight that. How about you?
I would bet Cleveland on Sunday. Give me that ugly dog. Yeah, Cleveland's getting 8 at home against Green Bay.
Yeah.
Green Bay's an 8-point favorite on the road now.
Yeah, I know.
You know what to do. You know what to
I
do.
know.
All right, we get to Friday, and Paul says, I got the 5 room bets for the NFL.
It's the Packers.
Where's Green
100%
Bay
they're on
at?
it.
You know
They're on
it.
it.
Oh, now they're
Yeah.
going to the Super Bowl. It's decided.
Yeah.
They're going to the Super Bowl.
All right. You're right. Bounce back, and their defense has been fine. Myles Garrett is awesome. He's not the favorite for DPOY, but he should be. He should be for sure.
I agree.
Tecmo checks in on X, bet_sweats, by the way. Morning, guys. Wouldn't be sweating these bets, but with Kittle down and Brock hurting, the sweat is on. He was talking about that Niners money line play. That was the last leg of a 17 parlay. They were a short 3-point favorite, but it got home. So paying that off from Tecmo. Good job, Tecmo. Moneyline parlays. We need to join this party. We've been missing out, man.
Hey, man, good hit by him. And to need Mac Jones to get you in the door and stamp the approval there, get paid. Look at that. Nice 7-legger. So he had Philadelphia, Arizona, Cincinnati, San Francisco. Oh, that he double dipped on San Fran. He did San Fran against Seattle and then opened it up to do San Fran against New Orleans, Wisconsin in college football, Michigan State in college football. So he hits them, gets them done. He hit a 7-teamer, an 11-teamer, and a 5-teamer. But he was right. Go against Spencer Rattler, and you'll be okay.
He was okay. He was a little concerned with all the injuries, and I understand why with all that hanging balance, but very good job. Warner with the big play there at the end of the game. Niners win, Niners cover. Joe O, Sammy P, this is Bet Sweats. It's a Tuesday, so it's waiver wire night in fantasy football land, and we bring in our guy, Gertch. He's got some ideas for you to submit for tonight. What you got, Gertch?
Good morning, guys. All right, so waiver wire ahead of week 3, and we are already pretty thin out there on the waiver wire. Not a bunch of studs that you really want to go out and spend a ton of fab on, but maybe have some injury concerns on your lineup, something like that. But starting with wide receiver, Troy Franklin of the Denver Broncos. Huge game last week against the Indianapolis Colts. 8 catches, 89 yards, and a touchdown, only 4% rostered on Yahoo. He will be the number one waiver ad of the entire week, much to my chagrin because I have Cortland Sutton on my team, coming off a 1-catch performance. But anyways, I digress. Troy Franklin, go out and get it. Elsewhere, let's go to Alec Iomanner of the Tennessee Titans, coming off of a 4-catch game, 56 yards and a touchdown, only 8% roster. They will be getting the Colts and the Houston Texans defense over the next 2 weeks for the Titans. So check out Iomanner, see if he's on your waiver wire. Elsewhere, how about old man DeAndre Hopkins for the Baltimore Ravens? Only 2 targets, 2 catches, but he did have the 1 touchdown. It's really hard to trust any Ravens wide receivers week to week, but if you need a spot start, maybe you can throw in Hopkins and he can get another touchdown for you. Dontavian Wicks, if you want to play Packers wide receiver roulette, he is only 1% rostered on Yahoo. You don't necessarily want a bunch of this Packers passing game in your lineup week to week. So again, I call it Packers wide receiver roulette. You might be able to hit a touchdown here or there. Quarterback Bryce Young, coming off of a 24-point fantasy performance, 328 yards and 3 touchdowns. Just to circle back really quickly from last week, just to make sure these guys are not on your wire. If they are, you got to go get them. Quinshon Judkins for the Cleveland Browns, Trey Benson for the Arizona Cardinals, and Bill Jacory Merritt for the Washington Commanders.
I saw his limited snaps. Do you think Judkins is the guy now that he's back in the fold?
I think so, yeah. He looked pretty good in the touches that I think that he got this past week. I think it was 10 touches for Judkins this last week. He's the best running back on that roster. He will overtake RB1 duties for them coming up and throughout these next few weeks. And Browns love to run the ball. Get him on your team.
NFL insider Will Brinson. He's got bets for you to share. He joins us next from CBS Sports. Joe O, Sammy P. This is the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
If you'd like Philly to win, and I do, look, don't get me wrong, I don't like doing this because you're betting against Andy Reid with extra time to prepare, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in a big-time revenge spot, an improved Chiefs offensive line, and a Chiefs team that certainly doesn't want to start 0-2 with a loss to the team that whipped them in the Super Bowl last time. But the Eagles are just a better team right now.
Wasn't wrong. Good call from our guy Will Brinson. Checking in just a moment. Joe O, Sammy P. Welcome back. This is Bet Sweats. We'll talk NFL action with Brinson coming up. And based on our last conversation, Mikey Betts checks in on X. You can tweet us, bet_sweats. Fellas, I can tell you what's going to happen with the Lions this week. They're getting stuffed into a trash can by the Ravens. Then hopefully they get a little value versus the Browns. Mikey Betts says there's a book out there that will let you parlay the Chiefs and the Ravens division -104.
Really? Okay, that's good to know because I tried it a couple and couldn't do it.
Chiefs playoffs, Ravens division -104.
That's a really good bet if you can do it. I tried it a couple, including BetMGM. They would not let me do it. So
okay,
if you can find it, power to you.
That's like man. We don't use the L word around here, but
I know. Chiefs are making the playoffs. I was advocating for Chiefs -190. But this is how you parlay. This is how you beat the books. You take two things that are very likely to happen, you sandwich them together, and all you got to do is lay -104. The Ravens are not losing the AFC North. Who's going to win it? Aaron Rodgers? Jake Browning?
No.
It's over.
As long as
It's
Lamar's
over.
healthy. Yes.
Even if he's
I was
not
thinking-
healthy. I mean,
Right.
come on.
I know.
Their roster from top to bottom is the best in the league. So their backup right now is Cooper Rush. Okay, there's a drop-off there. Let me take that back. But still, how good they are across the board, offense, defense, special teams, in a weak division, their power rating is so high. I mean, you look at their schedule, again, assuming health, they're favored in every game the rest of the way. Like, where are they going to be a dog? Okay, maybe at Green Bay, end of the year. Okay, I'll give you that one. Hand up. At Cleveland, at Minnesota, at Miami, at Kansas City right now? No. I mean, the Eagles were just favored in Kansas City. So, yeah, the Ravens are going to be favored there. End of the year, fine. You want to do December in Green Bay? Fine. Maybe the Packers are favored. But they're going to be favored in every game but one the rest of the way. They're not losing that division. And odds are good the Chiefs make the playoffs. At -104, that's an insanely good bet.
It's a very good bet. Yeah. Excellent bet. That's a good look. Mikey Betts is good at this. He's proven that since he's been listening to the show and checking in with us over the last year. I mean, how many times does he like, hey, here's a look, and it comes back to fruition. He's like, oh, remember when we talked about this a few months ago? Yeah, I'm going to cash that today. Like, yeah, that's you got to get creative sometimes. And if I don't do that, like, for the most part. I'm straight up with sides or division, futures. Okay, I'm going to bet this award. I'll bet that. But comboing, finding ways to get the best price possible on something that you think is a very good chance of hitting, but you don't want to lay $2-3. Like, that's part of the game too. If they're going to let you do it, find out where you can.
No doubt. I love his take on Detroit, Baltimore as well. I don't even know that I agree with it yet. Monday's a long way away, and I am so wounded from NFL. He says that the Ravens are going to stuff the Lions into a trash can. I love that. I love the verbiage there. That line, depending on where you shop, 4.5, 5, 5.5. A lot of books at 5.5 now on that game next Monday night in Baltimore. BetMGM has 5.5. Circa has got 4.5. But I don't hate that opinion. That's for sure.
I think there's a decent chance that number comes down a little bit based on what the Lions did over the weekend. And the presumption is they're back. I get it. Paul wants a thought on Thursday Night Football. I don't have a thought on Thursday Night Football. I'll be honest.
The Dolphins stink.
Yeah,
Is that
the
a thought?
Dolphins suck, and the Bills are awesome. Even when they don't bring their A game, they kick people's asses. So, yeah. Am I going to be betting a 12.5 side on a Thursday night? Probably not. Am I going to take the 12.5? Probably not. That game sucks to bet.
They've done really well. Buffalo's done really well against Miami. I mean, Tua's really struggled with the Buffalo defense. So let me see. I didn't have this handy, but I know this top of my head. In the 2020s, is that a big enough sample size? 11 games. The Bills are 10-1. 10-1. Here are some final scores: 56-26, 26-11, 35-0, 48-20, 31-10. It's been a lot of pain. The only win, 2022, Dolphins beat them 21-19. That's the only win this decade Miami has against Buffalo.
You've used them with Chirizi. Here's the angle on Thursday night. Do you want to use them in Survivor? I haven't taken a full look at the entire card and future value and all that stuff, and injury report's going to play a part in it as well. And we always have a full breakdown on Thursdays, but that's going to be a real conversation. I didn't want to do it this past week. Very few people did with Green Bay. What was the opening Thursday game? Some did with the Eagles. Some did on that. That was a pretty sharp play. Get out ahead of it, but use up the Eagles in week 1. Do you want to use up the Bills in week 3? That's going to be a look.
In that entry with those guys, we used Buffalo last week.
Yep, exactly.
So cannot use Buffalo again, unfortunately.
But it's a similar conversation to last week with Baltimore. This is by far the biggest favorite on the board. Like what's the next high? 7.5, I think. Do you want to use it here? Yes. 7.5 Seattle.
Tampa at home against the Jets is probably going to be a good one. Man, I would love Green Bay to lose. I would just love it so much, but it's probably not going to happen. Green Bay now laying 8 on the road at Cleveland. That's the second biggest number that I see. And then Seattle's laying 7.5 to New Orleans.
Yeah, maybe I have to look past it, but when I use Green Bay, I want them at Lambeau. I know the rest of the card has something to do with it, but if I'm going to bet them, I want to get them at Lambeau when that place is a rockin'. So, yeah, that will be a conversation when we get to Thursday because there's not many other betting angles in that game. Awards. I would say the takeaway with MVP, as you mentioned, Herbert, after his performance last night, he's tied with Love for the third favorite. That is certainly noteworthy. You know what I want to bring up? OPOY. So last week we had Dave Richard on the show from CBS Sports, and he threw out the idea of Malik Neighbors for OPOY and the value that you have right now with him. And then he goes out and has a kick-ass performance in Dallas. And right now, your receiving leaders are Neighbors 1, JSN 2. I bet JSN at 50-1 for Offensive Player of the Year. And I looked at the Neighbors number. That is 20-1, even after his performance. Your favorite right now is Saquon. Your second favorite is Bijan. I can't really argue with that. Those are the two best running backs in the game right now, and Saquon winning it last year, they make him the favorite. I think they're just kind of like waiting for this to settle out a little bit. They don't really know what to do, but those two names we have discussed for OPOY, the receiving leaders, through 2 weeks, and both have value right now. I feel if JSN keeps having 100-yard games, like his name's going to get out there.
It will. I worry that he doesn't have the quarterback to get him there, and that might not be fair, but that's kind of how I feel. You know who I talked about in the summer and I did not get there on because I ended up on McCaffrey, who is right there. I mean, McCaffrey's 11-1. I did not get there on Puka Nacua. And that was the first name in the summer I started to talk about right here on BetSweats. He was in that 17-1 range, and I just couldn't get there because we kept hearing so many bad things about Stafford. I mean, all summer, when's Matthew Stafford going to take the field? When are we going to see him? And then at the end of August, he finally is throwing in the red jersey. It scared me off of Puka. And Stafford looks fine. Puka Nacua through 2 games has 20 targets, 18 catches for 221 yards. He's on pace to get 170 targets this year. That's pretty good. It's pretty good for a young stud receiver that's big, 6'2", 215, catches basically everything thrown his way. He's already averaging 110 yards per game. Now, no touchdowns yet, but those will come. He's caught 18 of the 20 balls thrown his way. He's an unbelievable receiver at this level, and he's now 10-1. And you know me, I'm thinking to myself, well, damn, I didn't bet the 17. I'm not going to bet the 10. Kicking myself because I drank too much of the Stafford is unhealthy Kool-Aid that I didn't get there.
Go ahead, Paul. Do you have a question on Neighbors?
Yeah, it's not the first time kind of brought this point up. Do you care? Does it keep you away from the bet that there is literally no historical precedent for a second-year wide receiver to win this award? Do you care?
No, I don't.
Okay.
Because I look at the impact that he had in year 1, and his name's already out there. It was there when he was in college. I care. My negative side of this bet would be we know Dart's coming in. How about that? Like, we didn't talk enough about that. Daboll decided no matter how the game was going, I'm putting Dart on the field. Rush through for 450 yards, and he's taking him off the field so Dart can run the ball, so they can just hand it off. Like, I didn't understand that. You got to be able to adjust. That was so idiotic. Like, and I'm the guy that wants Dart on the field because I bet him, because I think it's going to happen at some point. You might as well pull the plug. Never saw this performance from Russ coming. My concern is Dart's going to be under center, and then Neighbors' numbers go way down.
Thoughts on Nacua? 10-1?
When receivers win this award, they are target hogs. And Puka's up there. I think the leading target guy might be Neighbors at 25, and then I think Puka has 20. He will be in the mix. I thought about him over the summer, did not get there. It was probably the same thought process that you brought up with the quarterback. Yeah, he could be there. How much is Devontae going to take? That's the concern with Puka, but he'll probably be part of the conversation. Let me ask you guys, is Chase now out?
With Browning, I would never bet.
Yeah.
Never.
He's out, right?
Yep.
Yeah.
It's good for
and with
the
Puka,
other guys we're talking about.
Yeah, I mean, with Barkley, he's a threat in the passing game too, right? Puka, didn't they run a little end around that he broke for like 50-something yards? So they can use him as a running back too. So he's a dual threat. In a way.
Yep.
So that kind of mitigates
Puka.
the Devontae target. Is he gonna lose some there?
True. And voters eat that stuff up, using them in multiple ways. Yeah, as far as the target leaders near the top, I mean, Neighbors, Lamb is going to be scary. Like, he's a guy you got to beat if he's going to put up numbers. Because when they want to go to Lamb, they go to him. You're watching that game on Sunday, you're like, when are they going to go to Lamb? When are they going to? They finally started targeting him, and then bam, just explodes. He needs like one quarter, and he'll go off. It feels like it's been disappointing for Lamb. He's got 222 yards in 2 games. Like, yeah. He's going to put up monster numbers as long as he and Dak are both healthy this year. I mentioned DPOY. I think Garrett should be the favorite. Right now it's Parsons. That's all the Packers love that we're seeing. Abdul Carter. He's the favorite, and there's a big gap. He has a half a sack and 3 pressures. The most pressures is 26. I almost said Parsons. Carter has 3, and he has a half a sack. Maybe we should start to look at some other defensive rookies, because Carter hasn't done it yet.
Made a huge move in that market. Jahad Campbell, 8-1 now. I mean, he wasn't anywhere near the top, and now he's the second favorite, 8-1. How about Jalen Walker? He looked really good for the Falcons the other night. He's now 10-1. I think coming into that game, the handicap for a lot of people was, Flores will just blitz and rattle Penix and pressure him and hit him and sack him. No, it's the Falcons defense that actually did all that. I mean, they were unbelievable. And Jalen Walker, James Pierce Jr., they were both in that backfield a ton. Walker 10-1, James Pierce 12-1. Those are guys to keep an eye on. And then Atlanta front seven.
Name that I want to mention. I'm not betting it. I'm just pointing it out. Comeback player Daniel Jones is the fourth favorite. He's plus 750. I think if you're holding a vote today, he's winning the award. He's fourth because they haven't seen it yet for a larger sample. CMC, Dak, Hutchinson, and then Daniel Jones. All right, we'll get to college football playoff looks on the other side, the BetMGM Network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM Network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM network.
If you like Philly to win, and I do, don't get me wrong, I don't like doing this because you're betting against Andy Reid with extra time to prepare, Patrick Mahomes and Travis Kelce in a big-time revenge spot, an improved Chiefs offensive line, and a Chiefs team that certainly doesn't want to start 0-2 with a loss to the team that whipped them in the Super Bowl last time. But the Eagles are just a better team right now.
Don't tell it to Chris Jones. Getting into that little tiff with one Jalen Hurts at the end of the game. Welcome back, Joe O, Sammy P. Here's Will Brinson, CBS Sports NFL talker, writer. He does all that good stuff. Will, you were right on that. Good look there. I can't sit here and say that the Eagles' offense has been super impressive, but they're sitting here with a 2-0 record, and they're one of the favorites for the Super Bowl.
Yeah, whenever you see yourself get queued up before I was like, am I wearing a green shirt? I was like, no, I'm not. But I was, it's always nice to have a good take come out of your mouth. But I agree with you, Joe. I think this Eagles team has looked fine on offense. They're kind of I don't know. The thing for me too, weeks 1 and 2 of the NFL season, the way things have evolved in 2025, where, we have this shortened preseason. You see these really low scores across the league in week 1. We saw a big spike in week 2. I was surprised by that. But I think it's so key if you're going to be a team that has aspirations to get the bye, to win your division, that you stack wins now. And you stack them however you can stack them, and you sort of figure things out as you move along into the second quarter of the season. And I think Philly, at the very least, we know they can run the football effectively. We know that they are a physical football team on both sides of the ball. And no, Devontae Smith and A.J. Brown have not been these explosive downfield weapons for them so far. But I think that comes along eventually, and that they were more than willing to sort of get into a rock fight with KC. And you see it, particularly with Philly, and I think it's something to look at against lesser teams when they get them on the schedule coming up, is like second half Philly lines, you're going to get a lot of body blows, a lot of Saquon Barkley body blows. And good luck standing up to those before he pops a big one. I think what they've done is solid, but not like spectacular by any stretch of the imagination. They're not. They won the Super Bowl. We know they're good. Like the Packers are a much more sexy team to enter the Super Bowl conversation, I think.
You don't need to put these in order, but I'm curious. Joe and I were talking about this off the top. We've seen 2 weeks now of NFL. Who are the 4 best teams in the league? Any order, 4 best.
Bills, Packers, Eagles, Rams.
Rams over Ravens?
Ravens out.
Yeah, Ravens have to be in there too. Who am I tossing out? Who am I tossing out for the Ravens? Yeah. I mean, I was so confident. I knew I was missing. Yeah, I guess you toss out the Rams. I think the Rams are right there in the top 10, though, top 5. The Rams would be my 5th. The Rams are really good, man. Ravens.
No, I'm just laughing at Ravens. They go from top 4 to they're top 10.
Yeah. No, I'm just saying, like, I was like, all right, who am I? I know I'm missing some. I actually did this last night. Somebody was asking me, like, who are the best teams in football, and I was texting with somebody, and I was like, oh yeah, and the Ravens. So I mean, like, that's just my brain. That's not me discounting the Ravens. They look great. Bills look awesome. I think right now, if you were sort of penciling in, if you had to take a conference championship exacta or quad box or whatever it would be called, quadfecta, it would be Packers, Eagles, and Bills, Ravens, right? I mean, those would be the 4 teams that I think you would expect to be there. I really do think, the Rams at 18-1 to win the Super Bowl, I don't know if that's like good value per se, but I'm telling you, this Rams team, to me, the first 2 weeks of the season is underrated for sure.
I agree with you on the top 4, but I'm also warming to this idea of an LA Super Bowl. And maybe that's totally insane, but
I thought about that last night.
Teams are good. They're both very good.
And I think the one thing with both of those teams that they have in common, and that a lot of teams just don't have, is 2 quarterbacks who can get nuclear hot. Like, we haven't seen Justin Herbert do it in the playoffs, and I get that. But that's always been a thing that we do with quarterbacks until they actually do it. And if you told me that Justin Herbert went with Jim Harbaugh. They have Jim Harbaugh and Sean McVay too. Great coaching staffs, like really great coaching staffs. Harbaugh is so good. You see what he's getting out of Quentin Johnson this year. The weapons are there. They have the run game. Certainly, they need to stay healthy. Obviously, the Rashawn Slater preseason injury, and then now Khalil Mack with what looked like something that's going to keep him out for, a substantial amount of time. That's a concern. But yeah, I think in LA Super Bowl is just as trendy as it sort of like it's like kind of a hipster way to fade those top 4 teams.
We're going to know soon on the Rams at Philly this week. And you've got San Francisco in week 5. Is Purdy going to be healthy? Don't know. Week 6, they go to Baltimore. So we're going to learn a lot about that team coming up.
I will say, too, real quickly on the Eagles and the Rams game. I don't know what MGM has it at right now. I know last night it was 3.5. And then this morning it was back at 3. At 3.5, I'm really interested in the Rams because I know the tush push is like the narrative is tired and played out. But that's going to be a thing this week for the NFL league office, for the Rams, for the referees in that game, where they're to me it is anyway. I would expect that we hear something about it leading up to it, like Jay Glazer reports on Sunday morning. It's like, I've been told that officials are going to keep a close eye on the Eagles guards in fall starting. And all of a sudden, if you have 1 or 2 instances where they're going for it on 4th, or they're at the goal line on like 3rd and 1, or 2nd and 1 or whatever, and they get called for a false start because they are false starting, that changes everything because Philly can't do the tush push as effectively. And so I think I'll be very curious to see how the NFL adjudicates that this week coming up.
Now the Colts are laying 3.5 on the road. It's the Titans, Crazy. But they're laying more than a field goal. Well, I guess it's justified. And who the hell is going to line up to bet the Titans? I don't care where you're playing this game. Is this real?
I definitely think there is some reality to it. I'm not going to, sit here and pound the table and say the Colts, if the Colts won that division, should anybody be surprised after the first 2 weeks of the season? No. I mean, Daniel Jones is the top 10 pick in the NFL. We've seen plenty of times quarterbacks, Sam Darnold last year, quarterbacks go from, the hellscape of New York and the microscope they get put under in bad situations when they're high picks. And then you go and sort of be an understudy of sorts with a really good NFL coach, and then land in a good – we saw it with Darnold, went to San Francisco with Kyle Shanahan, and then goes and lands with a good head coach in Kevin O'Connell in Minnesota. We're seeing it now with Daniel Jones, an understudy with Kevin O'Connell, and then goes to Shane Steichen, who I think is a really good coach and has gotten sort of the most out of a Colts team that had, RIP and everything, but Jim Irsay at the end of his life running things and – did it in they had a very up in the air quarterback situation. Now, I do want to let's throw a little caution to the wind here. This time last year, and I don't think I was on here doing this. I hope I wasn't, but I could have been. Somebody could have been. The New Orleans Saints had just scored 90-something points in the first 2 weeks of the season under Clint Kubiak, with Derek Carr and Clint Kubiak's new offense. And a lot of people were proclaiming them to be maybe a really dangerous offense that could threaten the NFC South, and that didn't end up happening. So a little caution to the wind on the Colts, but they have a good offensive line. They have plenty of skill position guys, sort of an underrated wide receiver group, I think. And then Jonathan Taylor looks very spry and frisky. DJ Giddens, a nice backup. And Daniel Jones is playing really good football. So if he keeps playing mistake-free football and the doesn't turn into a pumpkin, then this Colts team is legitimate. I am a little cautious about laying 3.5 on the road, just because we're starting to see a little something from Cam Ward. Had 2 really tough matchups to start the year, like maybe 2 of the top 5 defenses in the league, probably. And now is going to get a Colts defense that certainly isn't as tough. So I'd probably lean on the side of taking the 3.5 from Tennessee if I had to do anything in this game. But waiting to see. It'd be one I would wait to bet on, I think.
Oh, I just can't wait for this weekend when I'm going to be on the Browns against the Packers, the Titans against the Colts,
Saints against the Seahawks.
Maybe Carolina getting 5 at home against Atlanta. Maybe I just want to drink bleach instead of betting. Oh God.
I don't know about Carolina, Sam. They just lost Austin Corbett and Robert Hunt, so they have. Their offensive line is shredded now. They were already bad to begin with in protecting Bryce Young, who's looked terrible. All their points have been in garbage time. I took their team total under yesterday at 19.5. The difference between the Cardinals and the Falcons, I think, is that if Atlanta gets up, remember prior to last week, and I can't believe it didn't happen again, the Panthers had allowed 200 rushing yards in 7 straight games. And so now they're getting a Falcons team that has Bijan Robinson and Tyler Algier, has run the ball really effectively. It was great down the stretch against Minnesota with running the football. And I think will be pretty conservative in their game plan and their attack against a Carolina defense that can't stop anybody. So the Panthers one worries me a little bit. That's a lot of points in a divisional home game. But I think after 2 weeks of all these favorites managing to find a way to win, I think your casual bettor is going to be a lot more comfortable laying the points than taking points at home with a really ugly dog like a Carolina or a Cleveland. I mean, because it's not fun to get in the way of that.
Yeah. Doesn't look like a good matchup on the Carolina side, I should say. Will Britz is CBS Sports with us. Bet Sweats, Joe O, Sammy P. All right, bets you're in on. You're going to make or you've already made for week number 3.
Well, I mentioned that Panthers team total under. Look, if they get there in garbage time, they get there in garbage time. But I trust the Falcons. The Cardinals only ran the ball not kind of Kyler scrambles. They ran the ball 14 times. You're up like 20 points. What are you doing? I mean, run the ball against this terrible rush defense. So I think the Panthers team total under gets there. Kind of. I don't know what I'm interested in. The quarterback injuries are a problem. I think I will be betting Jacksonville. They should be 2-0, easily 2-0. I appreciate Liam Cohen following the analytics or whatever and being aggressive. I don't appreciate it actually because I had the Jaguars in the Circa Millions and there's just no way they should have not covered that game there the whole time, especially when you lose Burrow. So I'll have something on the Jaguars. Man, the Chiefs line is really getting away from them, isn't it? 5.5 felt like it was kind of fine. 6.5, you're starting to get a little deep. I wanted some action on that. I'll probably be back in the Lions too, much to my chagrin when Baltimore is up huge. But I think Detroit's a much better. I mean, they showed it on Sunday against Chicago. And then I think Dallas. I'll be back in as a on the money line. Get them. I think they're like even money right now.
Yep.
Creeped up to Bears -1. Yeah, you can find -105 even money around the market. I think Dallas is like kind of decent, and their defense might be terrible, but I trust Caleb Williams to make enough mistakes that Russell Wilson didn't make when he blacked out and thought it was 2015, to the point where Dallas is able to move the ball effectively against what doesn't look like a really dangerous Bears defense, particularly with all the injuries in the secondary.
Eberflus
Ben Johnson
against Caleb. Yeah.
Oh, Eberflus revenge game. Great call, Joe.
It feels like Ben Johnson just bought a mansion and then, signed the paperwork, moved in, and then saw the foundation and saw the termites, and you're like, oh, like this is bad.
The Lions were my best. Lions were the best bet of the week last week for me. I mean, like all off season, all we hear is that Ben Johnson's departure is going to ruin their offense. They struggle against the Packers, and everybody rips them. I mean, Dan Campbell was always running up that score if he could, and he did.
Do you? I know this is kind of an off the path question, but do you have an alibi for last week when that fire truck exploded at the Wake Forest NC State game?
Yeah, but that was in Winston-Salem. Technically, it was a brisket truck, but just a ridiculous moment. By the way, NC State overs look good. I don't know. I'm a little wary of them +3 at Duke this weekend. If they beat Duke, they could be like 6-0 going to Notre Dame in a couple weeks because they get Virginia Tech and then Campbell. But their defense, it's been really weird. The defense has been great in the second half. I don't know what DJ Elliott's doing at halftime, but first half overs look fantastic for NC State. They can't stop anybody, and they can wing it around. But yeah, I don't know. Can an 11-year-old testify for me in court as an alibi? Does that count? Okay, good. Then, yeah, I've got a good alibi.
That video is so good. It's hilarious.
We're like watching. It's like, what? Wake Forest set off fireworks? What's going on here? You can't I know they took the kickoff to the house, but like, But I didn't think because they had that grass area behind the end zone. They're not even allowed to set off fireworks. It's too much of a hazard.
Right. Good stuff. Will Britson, CBS Sports. Will, appreciate you coming on the show. As always, best of luck with all your wagers in NC State. All right?
All right, guys. See you next week.
Take care, man. Will Brinson. Good stuff there. Man. I had the same thought on Indianapolis. Like, I keep going back to what happened with New Orleans, and everybody's like, oh, he's getting a job and the OC and all that. And then they were one of the worst teams in the NFL after week number 2. Not saying that's happened with the Colts, but that certainly does come to mind. Joe O, Sammy P, we've got lightning bets on the other side, and Sammy's got a few other nuggets we're going to get to on the BetMGM network.
You're listening to Bet Sweats with Joe O and Sammy P on the BetMGM network. Welcome back to Bet Sweats with Joe Ostrowski and Sam Paniotovich on the BetMGM Network.
Appreciate Will Bridson dropping by, Chris Felica as well. If you missed either segment, check the Odyssey app. Use the rewind feature right under BetMGM Network or click on the Bet Sweats page. We talked Heisman, a lot of different future angles coming up as well. We push college football playoff. We'll probably do that tomorrow. And we have power rankings because it's Wednesday tomorrow. Always a fun day on the show. How about our guys? People that listen to the show where they're on with a bobblehead night. I don't know that there's many of them, but Chorizy and Beefloaf, your partner in the Survivor pool, where you guys ended up with Buffalo. I thought that was a sharp look. There were so many people that were concerned, so much money coming in on the Jets all week, and then you have an easy winner, a no-doubter, and it's a low percentage team. You probably wish that there was a big favorite that was going to get upset. But I think what's sharp about it is it gives you a different path. So many people have the Denver/Baltimore path from the first 2 weeks. Now you went Buffalo. You're not going to be going Buffalo when a lot of other people jump in on them. And you're hoping, okay, maybe that's going to be one of their few losses on the season.
They have two entries. The one that I'm a part of, use Buffalo. Their other entry, which I guess we're going to cross, we'll see. They have Dallas, or had Dallas in week 2. So one was easy, one was a nail biter, to say the least. But they had 2 entries that they went to Circa, signed up for, and they have both of them through into week 3. So good on them, and congrats to getting a bobblehead at a White Sox game. It's a night with the 108. You can check it out on X at From the 108. I really wanted to get back there, but after all the travel so far I've had, I couldn't really justify a flight into Chicago to go to a White Sox game and then a flight back to Boston, followed by a train to New York. I couldn't do it. I love those guys. If you're in Chicago, get out to the park and get that bobblehead. It looks like, I know that there were some issues in the past with White Sox bobbleheads, spelling things wrong.
Yeah, it's so stupid. They had a bobblehead night for the groundskeeper. Like, that's how pathetic it is with that team. Oh, the groundskeeper, because we don't have any stars on the roster. Like, people actually know who our groundskeeper is. Let's have a bobblehead night for him. Well, they misspelled the name, and then they couldn't hand them out. They realized the day of, oh, wait, this is misspelled. We can't hand these out tonight. And then they had a makeup date for the groundskeeper bobblehead night. Good Lord. Anyway.
Well, our guys have a bobble tonight. I really want one. If I can get my hands on one, I'll put it right there. I'll move something out of the way. Love the 108. So they got a bobblehead tonight. That's a night with the 108. I want to hammer a couple things out here real quick. I saw this over the weekend. Didn't get to it yesterday. Dennis Dodd from CBS tweeted this out. This is the list of channels you need now to watch every football game at the FBS level. You ready? I'm going to rip through these very quickly. ABC, Fox, CBS, CBS Sports Network, ESPN, ESPN2, ESPN Plus, SEC Network Plus, ESPNU, FS1, Paramount Plus, Peacock, HBO Max, YouTube, True TV, TNT, Spectrum Sports, Big Ten Network. I think I'm done. Yep, that's the whole list. You need all those channels to watch every single FBS game in college football nowadays.
Do you have all of them?
Nope, do not.
I don't think I have SEC Plus. Would you say Spectrum?
Spectrum
I don't even know what that
there.
is. Never heard of it.
I can't believe the Mountain West Network didn't make that. I tried to watch a little Hawaii or something like that, and they were like, no, you need the Mountain West Network. I'm like, I don't even know what that is. But I'm saying Peacock now, HBO Max, YouTube. Everybody has YouTube, of course. But
yes.
Spectrum Sports, ESPN Plus, which is now $12 a month. I mean, it's just getting ridiculous, man. You need so many different platforms to watch all these games. And these are college games. These aren't pro games. College.
Division I college games. Yeah. It's insane. We're not quite there, but the NFL, we've been talking about a number of years how it's getting crazy like that too. As they're doing YouTube and all sorts of channels. Yeah, I know. It's extremely frustrating, but they can do whatever the hell they want because they can get away with it. I know you had a college promo or giveaway, something. Inform me.
Yep.
You didn't want to tell me ahead of time because you wanted to see my reaction.
Would you be interested in this giveaway? I just got an email about this. Enter to win, all caps. Northwestern football is in full swing, and we'd like you to enter now for your chance to score all-inclusive sideline tickets to watch Northwestern play UCLA on Saturday, September 27th. I remind you, UCLA is 0-3 and just fired the head coach. Are you interested? Are you entering?
No, I'm not entering. Somebody gave me tickets. I'd be like, no, I'm going to go on a Saturday, ruin my whole day, drive all the way up into Evanston for that garbage? No, I'm not interested at all. I'm sure some people did it to just go see Oregon over the weekend, but no.
They didn't offer it for Oregon, though. They wouldn't offer that for Oregon. They're offering it for the UCLA game. 1-2, meow, against 0-3 UCLA. I wouldn't wipe my ass with those tickets.
How about this? Because you would know more about this than me, and we'll get to lightning bets if you have any. I've got nothing. I need a day off, and there's no football games tonight, so I'm taking a breather. We had 2 coaches fired this weekend. 2 schools fired their head coaches. We're 3 games into the year. Virginia Tech, and as you mentioned, UCLA, Deshaun Foster. Deshaun Foster, we all knew over a year ago that was an awful idea, as he was trying to promote the program at Big Ten Media Day, which went viral as an embarrassing moment for him and UCLA. These players can go in the portal now. They can leave. What the hell should we be looking at just fade with these teams? Nico, after all that noise all offseason about leaving Tennessee, look at Tennessee's quarterback and the state of that program versus where UCLA is, and he ended up taking the money. He thinks he got the better end of it at the time. I would say that's not the case. Tennessee is quite happy you are no longer there. It was funny, like Heupel, like you could tell he had something in the hopper. He had something going, and they're in a great spot. I think Aguilar is like one of the top 5 in Heisman odds already. But Nico might be moving on already. That's wild that they fire their coach 3 games in, and players might be on the move in season.
It's probably the worst decision of the NIL era so far. And that's not even hyperbolic. To leave Tennessee. Tennessee just went neck and neck with Georgia in Knoxville. And you're playing in front of a stadium that's filled at 30% capacity, losing to New Mexico. That's where you're at. UCLA at 0-3 has lost to Utah, UNLV, and New Mexico. Bad. And you know the name I'm hearing now? That the coaches are talking about, that maybe this guy might come back into the fold?
I got one.
John Gruden. Oh,
there it is. Yep.
It's Gruden.
Dang.
Yep. You nailed it. I cut you off there. That's my bad. There's this faction of people that are believing that somebody's going to give Gruden the bag and see if he still got it.
I don't think it's happening. Like, how long are we going to do that? It reminds me of Bill Cowher coming back, right? That was going on for like 2 decades. How long are we going to keep bringing Gruden's name? I think it's because of the Barstool connection. Like, people see him doing that and they get excited and like, he's entertaining. I want to see him as my coach, and they bring his name up. Yeah, I don't think so, but anything's better than Deshaun Foster. And Vontae too. They made a similar move. All right, Sam, do you have anything for lightning bets? I'm not quite ready to delve into the next week for NFL and college.
Yeah, Bear and I were texting about this one earlier in the week. We do like Rutgers. I'm on the same page with him. The market is 2.5. I mean, for the sake of giving a bet out, people listen for bets. I'll give Rutgers. Yeah. I think they win. So to take 2.5 right now at BetMGM is cool. If you want to wait, maybe you get a 3. Pinnacle has a 3. Chris has a 3. You want to wait for 3, fine. But I feel good enough. I think Rutgers wins the game. So give me the Scarlet Knights of Sunge plus 2.5.
Normally at this point in the week, I'm looking at awards and have some ideas. I don't see value, and I don't want to force any bets there. But I'll tell you what I'm taking a closer look at. It's the Rookie of the Year markets. So Carter's going to be tough to beat. That's always been the case. And I'm not saying he's going to have a subpar year, but where is their value? Like you brought up Walker earlier. I think that's a good idea. You mentioned how the market is moving on Campbell. Okay, interesting. And also offensive rookie. A tight end has never won this award, and Tyler Warren is your favorite right now. It's been disappointing, the usage and production out of Genty. Cam Ward hasn't done a whole lot, even though there are sparks in his 2 starts. Those guys are moving down the board. So who's it going to be? I think Ted is interesting. He had 100 yards over the weekend. If he's the target guy for Bryce Young, he might be worth taking a look at. Just throwing the idea out there, not an official bet, but he's your 5th favorite for offensive rookie of the year. If it's not going to be one of these quarterbacks. And again, I don't want to be in a position where I'm just betting on a million guys, but the Tet one is kind of interesting to me if his production can continue. All right. Paul Aspen and Jake Hassan, do you guys have anything today or any quick thoughts?
Got one college play. Going to shoot the moon this week after putting the Mountaineer man up in the half moon. They have a Big 12 opener in Kansas. And again, this team stinks. That was their entire season. Super Bowl, Pro Bowl, World Series, everything beating Pitt last week. Quarterback got benched. He came back. It's great win. Backyard brawl. Awesome. Kansas laying 13.5. It opened at 12.5, up to 13.5. Inside of 14, I will lay it with the Jayhawks.
I do have baseball. I have like a couple of dogs. I like the Padres. I like the Royals. And I like the Jays today. And I like Zebby Matthews over 5.5 Ks against the Yankees as well.
All right. Good stuff. Appreciate it, Jake. You've thought about the parlay. Now boost it. Use this boost token on any pro football same game parlay and grab a bigger payout if you win over at BetMGM. Join us tomorrow for a Power Rankings Wednesday. That should be fun. Well, it will involve the NFL right here on the BetMGM Network.
Thanks for listening to Bet Sweats. If you missed anything on today's show, make sure to listen back on the Odyssey app or wherever you get your podcasts on the BetMGM Network. Make it legendary.
your coffee, and wake up with the Daily Tips, Michael Jenkins.
I always stay away from the hot team in the offseason. Whenever you see everyone piling on praise, it just feels like a sucker bet.
Can you dig it, sucker?
And Chelsea Messenger.